still, I mean,
It's fine. It just has it just gives it that little like, extra kind of live,
that reverb, I was looking for
Yeah,
that word,
exactly. this
you
this this
Yeah,
this shows that we're not cheating this, man. This is really, really live. And like you
no,
can see, man, you see like, we already got Lars, he's saying, let's go. I'm imagining
Awesome,
that's how
awesome.
Lars will say it, man. And
yeah,
Enea is already in the party. I mean, this is crazy. People are
Oh,
like all
and yeah,
over, like, so Enea is like the living documentation of Angular. That's how I call him,
yeah.
man.
I just follow India everywhere, every
Yeah, I'm
single
telling
tweet.
you, man.
Awesome.
Cool. So today, and I went and I took the time to make sure that for every speaker we have their banner. So we'll see how it goes. So that means that if this is gonna be on the way, we'll take it out. But I think that's a nice touch. So people are always situated. And let me get Enea out of here. I love him, but hold on a second. There you go. So, and then you'll see, and then Trung, what's gonna happen is myself and Marcus are gonna be off the stage. So this is the stage. The moment we are there, just take about 2 or 3 seconds, and then why don't you start by sharing your screen? That's always like something that always ends up like tripping people at the end of the day. So just share your presentation. So then we're gonna
Sure,
slide to the
absolutely.
left. And then now that you have that, I have to add it to the stream,
Okay,
which
okay.
make a slide to the left. Okay, cool. And I just wanted to see the positioning right now because, okay. So let's see if Marcus, I'm going to start with you. I'm going to take you off the stage
yeah,
for now. And we're going to be able to, we're just going to be in the back and we're going to handle the comments for you. Don't worry about the comments, just worry about your session. Okay?
Sure, yeah,
So, all right.
absolutely.
Okay, so let's do this and remove from stream. And I just want to fix I want people to be able to see your name and everything. So give me one quick second. I'm going to edit the layout because I cannot do that live. There we go. I'm getting good at this. Brandon Roberts, it's time to come over to StreamYard, man. Come on. So let's save. Okay, save that new layout. Cool. And I'm gonna put that new layout in, and we're good to go. So, oh, come on, not here. TinyCon speaker. That's this. Okay, this kind of works, but I'm the only one being seen right now, so not this one. There you go. Yeah, I can. If I even wanted to, I cannot. I cannot pretend that I'm like that I'm you, Trunk. So take the time to present yourself to tell to the world who you are, and then I'll just get off the stage right now. Angular TinyConf 2023 is officially on. Let's go, like Mark Texan will say. So let's go, let's go, let's go.
Let's go,
I'm
let's
out of
go, let's
here.
go.
Yes,
Awesome, awesome.
I'm out of
Thanks,
here.
Adi. Take it away. Thanks, Adi, once again. So it's a great honor to be the first speaker on Angular TinyCon 2023. I know Adi before last year. Oh, sorry, I think my screen was not on. Okay, so let's get back again. So I know Adi on 2022 when I was overseeing and I couldn't participate in the 2022 version. So very glad to be here again today. And greeting from Vietnam. I'm based in Singapore, but at the moment I came back to Vietnam for a couple of weeks. And today we talk about the ng template outlet, which you might not reuse it in your template or in your project. So without further ado, let's get started. Again, my name is Chung. My name is Chung from Vietnam. As I mentioned, I do the two group, Anglo Vietnam and Anglo Singapore. So we organize meetup, we prepare documentation for the community member, and we also create an opportunity for them to speak as well. As you can see, So very happy to also see one of our community member from Angular Vietnam today in Angular Tiny Conf. Once again, thank Ali for the great opportunity so that we can also participate in this international event. I do some open source project online, and there's a Spotify. That's my most notable project, and I also have a Jira clone, which is one of the first project that I published, and it's got quite attention. So thanks for all of your support once more time. You can always view the code in GitHub. You can see here, that's my GitHub, and all of the project is open source. So I at the moment was working for Ascenda, and we made loyalty simple for bank and global finance institution around the world. So the agenda today, we revisit NG template, and then we look into NG template outlet, and then we see the use case that make the NG template so powerful. Then let's get started with some simple example. And just as a side note, because I have two screens and it's not exactly at home and I don't have the webcam, so in most of the cases, I will look into the other monitor. So sorry for that. I will not look directly into the screen that you are seeing. So in this example, the first one, come back to the presentation. I have the first P tag that say hello, and I have the second one, which is wrapped inside an NG template. And I have the third one, like the P tag with the tiny cons tag. And when we see it in the UI or in the DOM, we only see the first one, which is the hello, and the last one, tiny con. We don't see the second one, the one that is wrapped inside NG template. And you only see a command on the DOM, like container. I don't know how this render, but there's certain mark on the DOM tree so that Angular understand. But the important is like you don't see it. That's the important. So go to the definition of Angular template is like that is the Angular element, and to define a template. And when we define using NG template, the template is not rendered by default. So keep it in mind. Then we go to the next interesting example. So we usually see this kind of NG template in a structural directive. For example, the most common one is ng if. So we have a Boolean, and if it's true, we render the first one. And if it's false, then we render this loading template. I define it with the name loading template, like a template variable. And then I can use it in the ng if. So that is the most common that you see. That's what I expect, but maybe you see it somewhere else. So if the thing is true or false, and it's rendered based on the condition that we pass it in, and here you see me. Certain stuff below is just some reflecting comment from Angular itself. Not that very important. So when we apply a structural directive like with the star in front of the ng if, because when we look into ng if source code, it is defining just using the usual directive decorator that we have, and we have ng if. But when we use it, we usually put this asterisk in front of it, and Angular is gonna transform the asterisk in front of the structural directive into a ng template. That is happening behind the scene. So look into just now the previous example, and we see that the P with the asterisk ng if now becoming something like, actually it's just the P with the text inside, and then we wrap the whole thing with ng template outside. And then we can passing the value as the input. So the loading template here, we can just give it into ng if else. So that is more like the explicit version. So like that Kerala is something we use in Singapore, right? We say, oh, is it possible? That's how you do it in the way you speak English in the US, I guess. But in Singapore, we say like that Kerala, which means, is it even possible? So look into our example. The first one, we have hello, we have Bua, and we have P with tiny con. But then now we remove the ng template outside of the second one. So it's becoming the P with asterisk only. And as you can guess, right, when we apply the asterisk into any kind of element, then this element will be transformed like just, as you are wrapping the ng template surrounding it. And for sure, this, example doesn't sound very useful at all. But, it's like the element that has the asterisk will be hidden from it all. So you don't really usually see it. Yeah, it's kind of, I found it recently when I talked to Joe. So yeah, you can see it work at the same, like the first example. And then actually now, in this use case, when you can just apply the asterisk and it's becoming an ng template, this might be a use case where it is, helpful. In this use case, you might not really understand the code because, the parent is trying to use content child and query a template reference. And usually we need to, give a ng template surrounding our content. And then inside the parent, we can query it. But now with this trick, it's suddenly becoming something like, child with a star. It's shorter, but I don't know. It depends on your test and, depend on your project. You might wonder to whether apply it or not, but it's a fun fact. So it's not that common that you see it online. So now, we talk about ng template that define a template and it didn't get rendered by default. So how do we render the template explicitly if we want to? Then we have the ng template outlet directive, and the code is pretty simple. But I was, I tried to show it on slide before, but I don't have time, so I'll just go into how we can use ng template outlet. So here I again define a template, and I call it confidential. And then I wanted to render it somewhere, so I just put a div, and then ng template outlet here is just like work as an like an input, like you define a directive and you give it the input with the same name, and you can do the same thing. So you can say, okay, ng template outlet with confidential, and it's gonna be rendered into the DOM. And here the interesting is like the div and the p coming from the template is in the same level. So it is not like what might be more intuitive is that you might think the p should be a children of the div, but it's just a sibling. This is rendered next to the div itself. So some use case, like in some use case, you don't want to have this div. So what do we do? We have ng container, which is just another tag coming from Angular, and then you do the same thing, ng template outlet, and then when it's rendered, you just render the p. So that's usually what we want. We don't really want the unnecessary div tag surrounding next to it. And something new that I discovered recently when I read the Angular material source code, you can actually use ng template outlet with another ng template. That is so cool. I don't know. I never seen this code if I don't read the Angular material source code. And it will work the same. It's gonna render the template that you define into the DOM when you apply the ng template outlet to an ng template, right? So it's not ng container, it's ng template. So you define it using ng template and you render it using ng template. But all of that is like, coming to the definition that ng template outlet is basically a directive in Angular that allow you to render a template dynamically. So typically we use it to reuse a certain template inside the same component or override a template. You see the spinning shutdown? I wanted to make it very clear that there is two use case. Most of the time we use ng template outlet. And one of the first use case is like you wanted to create a HTML block like reusable using ng template outlet, and that is a code coming from material. So you define a radio as the first, the top one. I hope it's clear enough. That's a radio template, and then based on certain condition, we might wanted to apply different classes, and maybe different if. I mean, depend on different if, then we render different stuff or parent. So that's why we say, okay, instead of taking the whole div and then you copy it over, you just say define template and then we can reuse it. And when you need to change anything, you just change in one place. That is one of the use case, right? You don't really see it that often in the code that we do, really. There use case for it, but usually the template is existing inside the same component, and there might be something that's gonna be repeatable, and then it is not worth to extract it into a component by its own, so we use ng template. So that's the first use case. And you can, I will share the slide later, but basically you can click into the link and see the source code, the original one. And the next one is like, if we can just define a template and then we render it, that doesn't seem that useful. In 90% of the cases, you will come back to this, this use case where we can create a reusable template and that's it. But the real powerful of ng template outlet is like you can say, oh, actually, ng template and ng template outlet is like you can give it a certain context. It's like a certain piece of data that you can send to a template, and it can use this data and render. So for example, I define a template called fra, and then I have, the less is the Angular syntax. That's important. And then you do hyphen, and then something. This something here is like str. We can use it inside the ng template, within ng template block, right? It will exist inside this ng template block. It will not exist outside. So if you do something str outside, it will not understand. That's first. And when we use it, you can pass an additional object called context. And because we have the right side called name, so the object key of the context has to be named. The left side can be anything, but the right side has to be named. This name and this name has to be named. But the outside, str here can be anything, can be first name, last name, whatever, person, you name it. And we also have one use case where we just has a less with a name, like it's just a something else, first name, last name, whatever. And then you don't give it the equal and then the right side of the equal side. So when you use it, again, you can still use the name here inside all of the template, ng template, inside within the same ng template. But when we use it, when we pass the data, you need to say it's implicit, right? Because we don't really give it a name, so it needs to be something special that Angular understand, and it is implicit. So hope you get a certain idea, but basically you can define a template context so that the context now has a certain data that it can use, and we can pass different data into a same context, and it's going to render differently. That's important to understand the next point. So now we look into the power of ng template. Finally, after like 10 minutes, half of the talk, now we look into the real use case of ng template where it's like useful. So let's say I create a table and I just call it movie. As you can see, very simple. I have a header and I have a for. So I actually already has the source code and it's running. Okay, I think you can see it in the UI. So I have the table called movie and I have a table called product. It's very simple. It's just, it's just a list of something and then you give it to the component. And then I do some for and then go to the list, go to an array, and then for each, I render start.I1. But that's the first initial phase when we create a table. Usually, we wanted to give it some style, right? It's look a bit like nicer. It's look nicer. And then movie, same. So we give it a style, and then it's look a bit nicer. And then usually the table will not just stop here. There's a lot more to come. The common functionality of the table, of the share table, is usually like, I don't know, it could be, when the array doesn't have any children or any element you wanted to render differently. And when it's loading, you wanted to render a spinner. So all of that, you want the table look the same. So that's why suddenly we wanted to say kind of, maybe we should creating a generic table component. And actually the demo I'll just show you. Right, so there's certain functionality that usually the table need to support, like maybe there's a drag and drop and everything. There's a lot more. I just couldn't think of, but in my project before when I create the table. There's a lot more use case. So now we say, let's define a generic table component, and then we let the table handle everything. So the table is gonna accepting an additional array of the column definition that we wanted to render. So it's gonna look like that. Maybe let me open the source code here. It's gonna be easier. So let's say I go into my the first generic table component, and then the style is the same anyway. But here I accept a data array that have the shape of any, because it could be anything. It could be a person, it could be a product, it could be a movie, and I want it to be very generic. And then I have a column definition that come with very simple for now, just the field and the header. So the field and header is because I want to render the header differently than the property coming from the object itself. And when you look into product, for example, right, I render it as product ID, and then the field, the property is just ID. Same for name, same for form, price, and it could be really flexible, right? So that's why I create this generic table component, simple, and it's work. Like if I use it in the code, so let I go to the main TS, and then let's say, let me zoom in a bit smaller. So I have a product table, and then I have movie. So I already prepared the code, so it's gonna be app generic table with movie, and then I have movie and column, and it just render the same thing, same for product. So I will not just show you, but it's gonna render the same, exactly the same. So movie ID, and I go down, I have movie ID and title, and the same, like rating and year. The tricky part is like, let's say I wanted to replace this rating here with something else, with maybe a star component, for example, just an example. So let me go into the movie table, and now instead of just take the text, the value and render it as easy, I have app star rating, and then this app star rating is like render the star based on the value. In the some is like 3 stars, some is like 2 stars, some 5 stars, and the movie rating is like in the scale of 10. That's why I need to divide it by 2, so that is matched to the 5-star component that I have. So now, if we wanted to support it into the generic component, then it's becoming more interesting. It's a bit interesting to work on. So if I wanted to say, now let's support this kind of star rating component in my super generic, ng4 and stuff. Now I need to introduce a type, and then for different type, let's say I just switch through the type, and then the type could be rating, text, date, number, something else, boolean, whatever. There's so many possibilities that we can think of. And then this block of code, the ng4 suddenly becoming really big, and the component, there might be an interaction, like you press, you need to emit some output. There's just a lot more functionality and flexibility that we need to support, and it might not be that simple, right? So what I try to make is like, if we encapsulate all of the functionality to the parent generic table to render this row, it's gonna be becoming too much for the component, and we might end up in having a massive table component. And the solution is like, when we think about ng template, maybe there is a way for us to say, I still want a certain functionality, the certain common functionality, like when the table doesn't have any value, then I render the no value template. When it's loading, I render a spinner. But the part where to render the row, maybe there's certain way that when I use this generic table component, the place where I wanted to use it, then I can specify the row template, and that exactly that we can do with ng template outlet, where basically, oh sorry, I was just spoiling the thing. But basically, if we look into the really more generic table with ng template outlet, now we, instead of passing a column definition, we start to pass in the two template reference, and then we call it header and row. And the very important part here is like when I go to the loop of the data, I need to, I wanted to say, okay, for each item in an array, render this template that's coming from outside. And then I'm gonna give you the data so that you can use, which means that, the template that I give it outside, it might look like something in the main TS. So I will show you quickly how it's gonna look. So app, generate table, and then with the outlet. And then now what I can do is I can specify the, I move it up easier. So now I can say with the new table with the outlet, I have a header. The header can be anything you decide when you use it. And then I have the template, I call it row. The row here, this, and the header is for us to query from our component. And I have the last row equal to row. So when the array has to go through the loop, and then I say render this template, I also give it the data, the object that I wanted to use here. So for movie, I can, suddenly the row here is going to be equal to one movie object. Same for product, same for employee, same for person, same for anything, any other object. And then I can start to decide, to render my stuff here instead of giving all of this into our generic table component. And it is really cool. So I just say app star rating again. I hope it's work. Now it's not a movie, it's just a row. And because I don't import it into my main, so basically I need to do, okay, now I actually use it, so I need to import my star rating component. And then I save it. And then I guess it's somewhere below on top. I think it's here. That's the one. So the version that we had do exactly the same that we wanted to with a very like concrete table component. But by utilizing the template outlet and ng template, we say, when you use it, then you give me the template, and then I will, give you the data that you need so that you can decide whatever you want. So here, suddenly, if you wanted to support, certain click event, it sounds very natural. If we need to support, the event, output handler inside our generic component, it is super tricky. It's like you need to, I don't know. I do about it. I did the example, but I don't have time to show and prepare it in the stack list. So very sorry, but I hope you get the idea of the ng template outlet now, where you can just say, you give me the template and then I do it for you. And to recap, ng template define a template that is not rendered, and then ng template is a way for you to utilize this, to render the template when you wanted to do it, when you want it, with the context, the power, the last one. So yeah, I think that's it. Sorry, it take a bit longer than expected because this is go through all of the example for you. But I hope you learned something, and that is the slide. You can see that's my
Yes. Yeah,
Right,
don't
so
worry about it at all. Thank you so much for taking the time. I know that 20 minutes for somebody who speaks at conferences too, 20 minutes is not a lot of time, but I think you packed a lot in this little time. And I've been excited about ng template outlet since like Shao did a presentation on it. And I'm glad we have this resource now to even like go a little further. So thank you so much. And then at the community level, what you're doing with like NG Vietnam and everything, man, you are a boss in my book. And of course, we had a little game of who's gonna come up with the best metaphor for ng template outlet. And of course, our very own Lars did not, So I think he intended to do twice. Like he did this one first. I heard you like templates, so I put templates in your template. But then he doubled down on it. He went back and said, I heard you like templates, so I put a template outlet template in your templates template. So go, go try to figure that out. And like, thank you. And I think like people are connecting from everywhere. So in the chat, in the different comments, we are on Twitch right now. We are on Twitter. We are like on the couple YouTube channel. Just tell us where you are joining us from. I know that like Trang, right now you are in Singapore, but you are from Vietnam. Marcus is the first one who showed up, and he's from Sweden. And we're gonna be here until 7 p.m. tonight on the Eastern Seaboard. Some people in the US are not even like awake yet, but who cares? We're gonna get the party going. This is the Angular Marathon. So welcome. And then I have the pleasure to have Mr. Thomas himself. You know,
Hi.
Mr. Laforge, you know,
Yes.
hailing from somewhere around the Alps in France. And I know that you guys have seen Thomas around with NG Champion and then a lot of good content. But without further ado, Thomas, we're going to just have you take on the stage. And I think you're going to talk about dependency injection, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's right. Yes.
Nice. So we're going to silently get out of your way. And I know that you have, let's add, that's your screen?
Yes, that's right.
All righty. Trang, thank you so much. We're just going to get back to the stage. And don't forget to just click on Leave Studio. You are more than welcome to hang around. But when you leave, just like press on Leave Studio so we make sure that we have a good quality like video. So without further ado, Marcus, do you have a couple words for Thomas?
No, I'm really excited. Sorry about that. I was my earphones died at the second there.
No worries.
Fantastic talk by Trang, and a huge fan of Angular Spotify, and also my first talk was on dependency injection, so I can't wait to see what you bring out today. I love Angular injection, so can't wait for this talk.
All right. Last time I checked, your name was Thomas, not Trunk. So I'm going to put your banner in there. There you go. Now we have the right banner. And let's get out of your way.
Okay, thanks. All right, let's go. So, hi everyone. So today I'm going to talk about dependency injection. So inside our favorite framework, Angular, of course. And as Minko said, DI is one of the most loved and powerful features of Angular. So understanding it deeply can level up your Angular skills. So in this talk, we are going to discuss what is DI in general and why is it so powerful. Then I will show you some common use cases that you might write every day at work. And lastly, we will see why Angular is so powerful and efficient at doing dependency injection. And we will go back to the previous use cases to see how they can be improved. So first, let me introduce myself quickly. I'm Thomas Laforge. I'm a freelancer from France with a strong expertise on Angular. So let's jump. So what lies beneath the term dependency injection? First, let's see a small snippet like this one. In this small snippet of code, we instantiate root service within app component, but this results in a hard-coded dependency and a strong coupling between app component and root service. So this approach is not very flexible, testable, or scalable in the long run, making it less maintainable as well. If we do the same with the DI system, we only need to inject the name of the class or of the interface or the token to get the desired service. So since v14 of Angular, you can use the inject function, but that's doing the same thing as the constructor. So you can use both as you like. So when we inject a service, we will delegate the work to an external source. And the work of this source is to search the desired instance of the requested service. So as you can see in this example, app component doesn't need to know anything about how root service is implemented. So this decreases the coupling between the component and the dependency. In Angular, the external source is called an injector, and its implementation looks like a dictionary of value. The injector will store all the information of all injectable classes you can find in Angular, like services, components, pipes, directives. And so in this example, we are requesting root service, for instance. Then we will iterate over all the keys inside the injector to find the requested token. And once found, the function will return the value if it's not undefined, or construct a new instance through the factory function. So as we can see, it is very easy to override the definition behind the key root service. In Angular, you have a provider array within the component decorator where you can override dependencies. Like in this example, we are using the other service definition through the root service key. So inside the injector, we will override the definition. We can also use factory, for instance. This function will target the factory property inside the definition. And in the same way, we can use value to target only the value inside the injector. There is one last property you can use, is use existing. This will only create an alias to get another definition inside another key. So this is why DI is so powerful and flexible. And this answers one of the solid principles, which is the dependency inversion principle. So app component is not responsible for providing the requested service. It only needs to know the API and not the implementation details. So this creates highly decoupled applications, which makes them flexible, testable, and maintainable in the long run. So now let's dive a bit more inside Angular and see how we can construct those injectors. So in Angular, we have two categories of injectors. We have the environment injectors, where you find all the global services, everything that you provided in root, or everything you provided inside the modules, if you're still using module, or inside the router provider array. And on the other side, you have the node injectors. So every view inside Angular, so I said view and not template, because it's a slightly different definition between a view in Angular and a template. So every view has one or more injectors. And within those injectors, you can find the component definition. You can find any services provided within the provider array of your component provider array, or any directive you applied on the view. So how Angular constructs those categories? When we ship the code to the browser, for instance, and the browser executes our code, it will first call Bootstrap application function. Within this application, we can give them two parameters. One is the root component of your component tree, and the second is a set of configuration properties, where you can find providers property, where you can set up some global services. So when Angular executes this code, it will first create the null injector. So the null injector is the end of the road. When you reach that point, it means the DI system didn't find any provider for you, the provided services you are requesting. So you will break the application and return a null injector exception. The next injector that Angular is creating is the platform injector. This injector lets Angular knows on which platform we are working with, like for instance, the browser, server, web workers. And it gave you some elements that you are working with, depending on the platform you're working with. For instance, the document of the DOM. And the last one is the root injector, that the injector you're working with the most, because it stores every global services you are using. Well, I gave some example of built-in tokens like Event Manager plugin or Render Factory 2. For instance, if you want to see Some custom implementation of the renderer factory 2 show Tran as a very good presentation on this one. Is using the DI to override the renderer factory to suit its needs better. And of course, you can find anything you provided inside the provider array within your Bootstrap application function. So once those environment injectors are created, we will call the Bootstrap component with the root element. So in our case, app component. So here we have like an example of a component tree you can find in your application. It will be a lot more bigger, but for the presentation, this is enough. So we will, after creating the environment injectors, we will create the app component. For instance, we can have this component. So Angular will create a new instance of a node injector. Within this node injector, it will register app component, because the app component can be injected anywhere else inside your children. And we will also register anything you add inside the provider's array, like app service in our case. So as I mentioned before, we will create a new node injector per view. In this example, we have multiple views. Every structural directive creates a new view, like ng4, ngif, or custom structural directive you can have in your application. And each view will have its own node injector instance. So for instance, if in this example we have an array of 4 elements for ng4, we will have 4 node injector created. So just a brief note aside. So if you followed the RFC on signals, when we talked about fine-grained reactivity on views, it's one dimension. It's not, we will not refresh the full template of the component, but we will refresh the view on which the signal was changed. So let's go back to the presentation. So once the node injector is created, we will enter the injection context. At that time, we will try to inject everything that we are requesting. So in our case, global service. We will delegate the work to an external source, so the DI system. This source will iterate over itself first and iterate over each element which is registered inside this injector. If we don't find it, we will move up to the environment injectors, and we will do the same inside the root injector until find it. If we don't find it here, we will move to the platform injector and so on. But here we find it here, so we will return the value if it's not undefined, or we will construct a new instance through the factory function. Next, after everything was injected correctly, we will move to the next element inside our component tree. So in this case, child1 component. So we will create a new instance of a node injector, and we will register child1 component inside this injector. Same thing, we will try to inject app service. We will delegate the work to the DI system, and we will iterate over ourselves first. If we don't find it here, we will move one level up. So since child1 was encapsulated inside ng4 directive, we will first look inside the ng4 node injector. If we don't find it here, we will move to the app component node injector. This time we find it here. And as you can see, the value is undefined. So we will construct a new instance to the factory. But I just want to point out one small warning. When you provide a service, it doesn't mean, but it means it's not instantiated yet. So you need to inject it to instantiate the service. So if you have some logic inside the constructor or inside the use factory, for instance, for a token, it will not get executed until you inject it somewhere in your application. So next, we will move to the next element, which is the same template, but Angular is creating a different node injector. So the view, there will be 2 views, but 1 element. So we will do the same. We will request app service. We will first look inside this injector, inside ng4 injector, and then inside app component injector. This time we find it here again, but we can see that the value has been instantiated this time. It's because the both elements are sharing the same instance of app service, because app service is providing within the parent element. In the next case, for instance, we are providing again app service in this component. So as you can see, we provide app service in this one. So it will get registered inside this node injector. So when we will request the service and look inside this node injector first, because Angular will look from bottom to top, it will reach this definition, this key, I mean, and look inside the definition, which is the value undefined again. So we will instantiate it again. We are not using the same instance as the other child1 component because we are stopping at child2 component since we provided it here again. So now let's go to child3 component. But before going to this one, we need to go back to child2 component and look within the template. So as you can see, child3 component is encapsulated between two divs, inside the div, I mean. And inside this div, we have a directive on it. So Angular will create a new node injector instance for the div. Alors, the difference between this one and the ng4, it's not creating a different view. The view of both node injector will be the same, but there will be two different instances. And then for the self one, it will register the self directive on the child3 component node injector. So now let's move to child3 component. We will register child3 component inside this node injector. And now we will see how we can fine-tune the GI system. There is 4 flags we can use to be more precise on what we are looking and where we are looking for the requested service. So in this, the first example, we are looking for T, but with the flag host. It means that we will iterate over our component, go on the host injector inside child2 view, but we will not go any further. So if we don't find the dependency inside those two node injectors, we will break the application with the exception. The self flag, it's a bit more restrictive than the host flag. It means we will only look inside ourselves and not go any further. The skip self flag, it's the opposite of self. So we will we will skip the first iteration and jump straight to the second one and move up and up until finding the right dependency. And the last one, the optional flag, it means that if we don't find the requested dependency until reaching null injector, we will not break the application, but return undefined instead. So those flags can be grouped together. You can use them. You can use optional host and skip self, for instance, all together. So next, so Angular will create the other elements, and we will move to one last example, the type 6 component, for instance. So this element, we are requesting the root service. A root service is a service providing in root. So what does it mean? It will do the same, going up and up and up until reaching the environment injectors and the root injector. But this time, even if we don't find the root service inside this injector, we will not go to platform injector yet. We have one more step before. We will try to match the scope of root injector with the scope of root service. Since in this case, both scopes are the same, root, we will add root service within this injector and return a new instance. So this is why injectable services with the providing property are tree-shakeable. So this means that if you provide this service within or inside the lazy loaded modules, the code of the service will be bundled with the lazy loaded modules and not inside the main bundle. So you can split your code more precisely using providing in a property. But iterating over each injector to check if there is a match is not very efficient and can be very costly when your application grows. So Angular is a bit smarter than this. and use the Bloom filter to overcome this issue. So what is the Bloom filter? So the Bloom filter is a probabilistic data structure that tests if an element is present. If you test if an element is present inside this Bloom filter, it will answer no with 100% accuracy, but you will get a maybe if the element is maybe inside the Bloom filter. Moreover, this is a very cheap operation because we are working on bytes. So how can we apply it to the DI system? If we look at the app component again, Angular will add a new instance will add a unique instance of a Bloom filter inside each node injectors instance. So when we will register app component, for instance, Angular will add a unique ID. So on the class, we'll hash it to fit within the Bloom filter. So the Bloom filter is 255 bytes, and we will swap the first bit to 1. We will do the same for app service. We'll add a new unique ID, hash it, and swap the second byte to 1. Then when we will try to inject app service, for instance, we will look inside the app service class, find his ID, and hash it back to find his corresponding bit. In this case, we get a maybe answer because the bit is 1. So we are not sure that the app service is here. Why maybe? Because, for instance, if we are requesting random service with an ID 256, we will get the same hash. And that time, Angular will enter the node injector and iterate over each element to be sure that app service is here or not. But in the opposite scenarios, if we are looking for other service with an ID 3, we will get a bit of 0. We are 100% sure that the service is not present inside this node injector, and Angular can go to the next element safely. One last trick that Angular is using is when we are requesting services providing in root. Those services have an ID of doesn't have any ID because we didn't register them inside any node injectors. So when the ID is null, we can straight jump to the environment injector because it means that this service wasn't registered inside any node injectors. So this speeds up the process a lot because you don't have to go one node injector by one node injector until reaching environment injectors. So thank you for listening to my presentation. I hope now you have a better understanding of how DI works under the hood and how it injects your services, and most importantly, what instance of your service you are getting. So if you have any question and want to reach out to me, here's my Twitter account or my LinkedIn account. So feel free to ask me anything, or you can give feedback also. I will highly appreciate it. So thanks again and enjoy the rest of the talk with Adi and Marcus.
Also,
I don't hear you.
This was.
Adi.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, I hear you, Marcus, but Adi, I don't hear you.
Perfect. Yeah, no, this was fantastic.
Hello.
I love this.
Amazing talk.
Amazing talk, man. So dependency injection, and then like Jason, thank you for coming and joining us. I know it's very early, like mountain time right now, but I know that you will not miss this for like the word. So
No.
this is very cool, man. Thank you for taking the time, Thomas. And dependency injection is something that if you're an Angular developer, whether you like it or not, you're just gonna have to deal with it. And I think like having this type of education gives us like a good insight about what it is about. And thank you for taking the time. I know for a fact how hard it is to put a presentation like this, and you did it like a boss. And we have a minted speaker now because this is gonna be his first official conference. And I really think that it was long time overdue, man. You are very good at this. And we hope to see many more.
Well, thank you, Ivy, for letting me doing the presentation.
Of course, man. Yeah. I mean, well deserved. So we had a quick game going on and see if people can come up with some metaphors or some jokes for like dependency injection. And I really like this one. Additional addicts say providers always twirling towards freedom.
That's awesome.
It's just like, Okay. And then Lars, who has been here like since like minute or second one, is asking, we heard you like injectors, so replace modular with environment injectors, rename not injector element, and added some standalone injectors. Okay, I'm having a Lars moment right now, so you guys tell me what it is all about. But man, I'm so happy Lars is here, man. And and like Thomas, so here front end is saying such a good presentation, resolution modifiers, inject function, low level code, a lot of example. Whoa, we have a competitor for decoded front end. That's a great compliment right there.
Oh, yeah.
There's no competition here, So yeah, that's a great compliment. So now,
thanks.
So it's not a joke, not a question. Okay.
No, he's following the meme, right? Yo, dog, I heard you liked injectors, so we put injectors in your injectors.
There you go. That's what it is. So now what I did too, I did a quick exercise and see if AI can get like better joke than us. So this is what AI gave me for dependency injection for the metaphor. It says that dependency injection in Angular is like a skilled bartender at a cocktail party. The bartender, the Angular injector, knows exactly how to mix and serve drink dependencies to guests, which are the component and services, ensuring everyone has a great time and gets just what they need without needing to prepare the drinks themselves.
That's nice.
Thomas, since you are the master, do you agree or not?
Wow.
Yes, that's a very nice metaphor, yeah.
There you go. So let's go with that metaphor. Now, for the joke, I have a question for you guys. Why did the Angular developer get a promotion?
I don't know.
Because they always knew how to inject the right dependencies for success.
Nice.
I got my AI game on, man. You guys have nothing on me.
Exactly. Exactly.
Oh my.
My daughters are to the age that when I tell dad jokes, they just roll their eyes. Now I understand why.
Exactly, man. Oh man, Lars is going on that twirl and that NG template. Okay, Lars. Okay, let's get on it. I'll go with AI. AI 1, humanity 0. But that's a good one. So Minnie in the house.
Nice.
Minnie,
it's good to see Minnie.
Yeah.
Good to see you. What?
Exactly.
All right. I mean, I'm gonna liberate Thomas. When you leave, just make sure that you click on Leave Studio, the bottom thing, and then we'll have the video ready pretty soon, like very soon. This time we're gonna be on top of it, and the replays are gonna be done by next week. It's a guaranteed, not a Charles Barkley guaranteed, an Angular Tiny Conf guarantee.
Nice. Yep.
That's awesome.
For sure.
See you later, Thomas. Take care, man.
Thanks.
See you.
Good to see you, Thomas. And you guys should definitely check out his Twitter.
Thomas,
the Twitter
is
always putting amazing challenges.
He's on NG Champion. He has some great articles there, and then the challenges, the Angular challenges, So I mean, like amazing stuff right there. So so give him a follow. And man, we were just in Singapore. We started with Sweden because Sweden decided to come even before I started. So, then we got Singapore, France, and now the eastern seaboard of Africa is in the house.
Wow.
Oh my, we got the Angular Kenya people.
Oh, wait.
The Angular Kenya people.
Nice.
Paul, Chessa, and Jay, Linda. Oh my. And then Paul, you get those headphones for me, man, because her headphones are too cool.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna get your banner up. I know that your name is not Thomas, so I'm gonna try to get your banner up. Okay, there you go. So I think I'm gonna go between so you have this one and this one. Okay, I'm gonna be like switching between the two. But ladies first, we're gonna like put like Linda's Joy Linda. Do you want me to call you Linda or Joy Linda?
You can call me Joy. You can call me Linda.
I'm gonna
Joy.
call you Joy. You're bringing joy to the word, lady. So I'm gonna call you Joy. There you go. And you guys are gonna be talking about common RxJS pattern in Angular. So if you have a screen, you can just add it right now, so I can put it on the stage, and we're gonna get out of your way.
Okay.
There you go, man. Kenya, what time is it there right now?
It's at 3:37 p.m.
3:37 p.m. or 15:37 for like the people who know that reference. 15:37 p.m. Wow. Cool. Nice and sunny in there, man. I just want to jump into the screen right now. I swear to God. All right, guys. So
can you hear some noise on our end?
I can hear you well. I was having problem hearing Paul for a second.
Okay.
I can hear you well though. Are we good?
Can we?
Okay.
Can we hear Paul?
We are in a very.
Paul, can you say something?
We are a little bit scared. I don't know whether we should.
I mean, you guys are next to each other though, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
Paul, can you say something? We need to move. Can we make a quick run? 1 minute.
Sure.
Go for it.
Let's give him some time.
This is live and direct. That's what.
Exactly.
Let's go into the comments.
Exactly.
So.
Been there, done that, right?
Oh man, look at the sun. That's beautiful.
I'm telling you, man. I just want to jump in the screen right now.
Yeah, it's very beautiful here in Kenya.
Amazing.
What would be a good place to have Angular Africa? Kenya. Yeah, maybe.
That would be,
Kenya.
That'd be pretty awesome. Kenya would be awesome.
Kenya.
That would
Definitely.
be fantastic.
That would be awesome.
Oh man, Lars is already on your button, man. Lars says that button is what happens when we forget to unsubscribe.
Except you get 10 of them, right?
I'm telling you, man, all over the place. Yeah, you guys let me know when you're ready. Don't worry about it. We'll find time, man. We'll find time. We are like all around the world right now, and it's all about Angular. Don't worry about that at all.
Yeah. We're man, this is so exciting for me, D.
Network became now hotspot.
There we go. Now we can hear Paul.
Now I can hear you, Paul.
But Joy looks to be frozen.
Yeah. I'm gonna go to my AI and
still
start finding
down.
Go to your AI and start finding stuff.
Finding some like RxJS pattern, RxJS patterns. That's the talk, huh?
Common RxJS anti-patterns in Angular. I've written my fair share. That's how I know how to recognize them.
It's getting me a very deep kind of metaphor.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Lars definitely. I should have pointed out that was me reading Lars' comment, his joke, not the name of the talk.
Put it on the stage. You just put it on the stage. That's what it is. You have that power. Just go to the comments, and when you see you don't have that. I'll
no, I was trying to click on it to put it on the stage.
No,
I don't have that power.
Sure you have it.
The thing I love about just Angular TinyConf in general is not only do you have amazing speakers, but the chat is full of amazing people, right?
Yes. And they supporting with their time zone, some of them, I think Lars last time was here for almost 10 hours straight.
Yeah.
Marcus, I'm not even he's on the league in his own, of his own, Yeah.
I was hanging out with Lars the entire time, yeah.
I don't think
I think you definitely have the power, Lars.
Lars is giving us material to run this conference.
I am telling you, man. By itself. Yeah. So now let's look at what Paul and Joy, let me know whenever they're gonna come back. And if needed, we might even go to Jordan first, just to make them to make sure that they have time to come back and do their present.
Awesome.
Yeah. So in the meantime, let me know if this is like a good joke by AI or not. So AI says, oh, did I create the banner? Oh, you have to say create banner. You have to make sure you add the banner first before you can show it. So it says observables and subscription in RxJS are like a live radio station and its listeners. The radio station, which is the observable, broadcasts songs, data streams continuously, and listeners, who are the subscribers, can tune. I like this where it's going already. Hopefully I can get the second part. Can tune in to enjoy the music.
Nice.
My copy paste game is not up to par right now. So
wait, what? Are you a programmer? Can you call yourself
I'm telling
a programmer?
You, man, I cannot. That's the most important skill as a programmer. So can tune in to enjoy the music. The radio station doesn't care if anyone is listening. Well, usually they do because that's how they make their money. But in this metaphor, the radio station doesn't care if anyone is listening. It keeps broadcasting, and the listeners can tune in or out at any time to receive the broadcasted song.
That is it's
fair.
A hot observable. It's a hot observable, right?
It is a hot observable, but it's multicasting to like a lot of subscribers and doesn't care. And that's the only radio station that doesn't care about who's listening or not.
That's true.
All right. Do we have Paul and Linda back?
Front end had I like front end's joke because it's
what did he say here? It's a hot joke. I like that.
Yeah. Oh no, up above front end. Saying that, man. I heard that you like observables, so I didn't place an observable inside an observable and used a flatten operator instead. Oh. Front end, you can be on one of my teams anytime you want.
That's a great reference right there.
Yep.
That's a hot observable. Dang, I like that. All right, so he's saying like addiction added is tuning out AI. So Paul, are we good? Enjoy.
Could you just give us 2 minutes? 2 minutes.
Okay, you got it, buddy. Yes. You got it.
So
they couldn't handle the observable differences in their relationship.
From ChatGPT, okay, he says, why did the reactive programmer break up with RxJS?
Oh.
Because they couldn't handle the observable differences in their
see, I gave away the punchline first. That was actually pretty good.
Jordan is like just shaking his head right now and saying like, what is going on here?
Lars is on fire.
Yeah, this is way too much fun for this early in the morning, but
that's the way I'm feeling.
It's definitely a hot show, though. I will say that. Yeah.
And I haven't had my coffee yet, but I think like Lars is enough, for that part.
Yeah, I think Lars has had too many cups of coffee at this point. So. He needs to pace himself. He's going to be in the hospital by the end of the day. If he's
I am telling you, man, we have a long day going on. So guys, it's a marathon. It's not 100-meter,
Okay. Addition addict.
I love this one. These jokes are testing my marbles. Ooh,
nice.
I like that one.
That one's awesome.
I think we give the round. Okay, let me see what my AI has before for the joke, and that will be the 2 minutes. Okay, why do RX developers make great DJs? Okay, I'm gonna add that one.
I don't know.
I have no idea.
You'll see. Command V, add the banner. Yeah, command C on Apple and command V. That's what you need to know. So that's all you need to know. So why do RX developers make great DJs? Come on. Anybody? Any guess? I'm just like trying to get my S together right now.
Something about replay? I don't know. Can they replay or I'm trying
because they're good at sharing the replay?
Because they always know how to keep the stream flowing and handle all the subscription. Oh man.
See,
that's what they do, man.
Yeah, I was thinking like club DJs, right? Like, wait, subscriptions?
Yeah, man. I don't know. We'll see. I haven't seen a DJ in a while, unless it was on TV. You know, I'm getting that old now.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I used to be a DJ in my teenage, but yeah, whatever.
Really?
Yeah. So that's a whole other story. No, don't open that can of worm. Don't open that one. Don't worry about it.
It's open. It's open. Yeah, it's open.
We're gonna dig into this one a little bit later.
Well, yeah, a little bit later when I'm coffeeed up and like and I want to say more. So, all right, guys. So, do we go? Are we ready, or should we go with Jordan now and then have you right after Jordan? Let me know, Joy. Or you're on mute, I believe.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yep.
If you want, we can go with Jordan's.
When you go for...
Yeah, that's fine. If you want, we can go with Jordan's presentation and then come back to yours.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds good.
We are ready, right? Yes, let's just do it right now.
No, she's ready, man. Let's go. So, like, share your screen and let's go.
Yeah. Before I do that, I'd just like to show you where I am at.
Oh no, you can't do that.
Now I don't feel sorry for you. No, this is not right. This is not right.
That's beautiful.
No, that's not right. All right, let's get this party going. So let's get yeah.
Okay.
There you go. Let's add to the stream. There you go.
We good?
And we're gonna stay. Yeah, we can see that. We're gonna stay out of your way. So, I mean, in any case, you guys can maybe share the screen or share the stuff together and just get going from there. All right. All right. So,
we're
getting out of here.
Okay. Hello, how are you? So and I'll just do a quick intro. So my name is Joy. I'm a software engineer based in Nairobi, Kenya. I also help in leading an amazing community known as Angular Kenya. And I'm also a huge fan of jazz. That's my fun fact. And I'll let my co-host do his introduction.
So, my name is Paul Chasa, also a software engineer. So currently just trying to learn how to do a handstand. And I love octopuses. That's just where
Okay. So we'll start by understanding what is reactive programming. So reactive programming is being able to work with an asynchronous stream of data. So what asynchronous basically means is it's a programming paradigm that means you're able to sort of like you don't have to wait for, you can do multiple operations at once. You really don't have to wait for one operation to complete for you to do the other. So basically you're manipulating many streams of data at the same time. So you can think of it as a type where data is flowing from one end to the other, right? Right. So common terms in reactive programming are observables. So an observable basically represents a stream of data. And then whenever we hear about observables, we also always have to subscribe to them, because one thing is observables are lazy. So we always have to subscribe to them for them to get triggered and for them to give us the first result, right? So subscribe basically means a subscription is an actor that decides when an observable must be listened and when you can stop listening to it. And obviously, after you subscribe to an observable, we always have to unsubscribe. Because when you no longer need the subscription, this is a healthy way of keeping your app healthy, ensuring there are no memory leaks, and not causing slow performance. So I'll let Chesa take on the rest.
We are having problem hearing you now, guys. Is Paul trying to speak? I cannot hear him anymore. All right, the sound just came back. I was having problem hearing you. Not at all. There you go. Now I can see you.
So can you hear me now?
It's a little like, yeah, maybe use that other one. Go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me now? Sorry.
Oh man, never take those
yes,
headphones
so
off.
declarative data access pattern. So when we're looking at declarative, oh, for sure, they are very much worth it. So the declarative data access pattern, when we're looking at declarative, we can think about a recipe. So when we have a recipe, we really do not care what the final step is. We just know that we want a recipe to make pancakes. And now going through the recipe from the first point to the last point is now the recipe will guide us to get us to the pancakes that we want. So in the same way, this pattern is the way that observables work. We say that we want a specific piece of information, and then now we get it through subscription or via an async pipe. So when we think about an async pipe, we can think like having this cool IoT house that maybe has an automatic water valve. And once people are in the house, the water valve opens. So by people being in the house, this basically now looks like thinking about how you are in a particular component, and now you are receiving the data that you want to use. If the people leave the house, now you are leaving the component to a different component, the automatic water valve close. So that's how I like to think about the async pipe. So in the next part, we can see that how does this look like in code. So I had this small snippet. So for example, that we have a service, and this service basically just has a method that's called get posts, which returns an observable of posts model array. And in the component, we load this observable, and in the subscription callback, we can still get this information. So by declarative data access pattern, we see that we want posts. Now we're just getting the posts from the observable that we are using. Inside the template file or the HTML file, this goes on to now we're now just looping through the posts and showing that, okay, this post, the name, this post, its title and everything. So in the async pipe method way, we see that now we can have that the get posts, we still inside the component file. And once this is in the component file, we use this local variable inside the template file together with the async pipe and another variable with the as keyword, so that to get this information inside the template file. It is important to note that this is how now how we are going to get the information that we would want to use. So in the next pattern that we had come to look at is reacting to actions done by the user. Like any application, you would want to have users use your application, and now you want to react to actions. These actions that are being done by the user we are usually looking at them as being triggered as observables. So how would we trigger them as observables? This comes back to our next point of pattern, which is subjects. So a subject, I like to think about subjects as a notice board or a bulletin board. So where now in this notice board, we post various information, or we are telling people that, okay, today we are going out for a swim tomorrow. And so anyone that passes through that notice board, the observers will get to know this information. There are variations of subjects, such as behavior subject, where now we have to provide an initial value. And in this case, any new observer will get the information that is being provided. So if we have a subject, that means we're getting an observable, and and if we want to use this observable to trigger another observable. So how do we go about this? We go about this through higher order mappings or flattening operators. There are various flattening operators, but over the past 2 or 3 years that I've been working with Angular, I found out that these are the most 3 that I've found common to me. And so for purposes of this talk, making it short as possible, we wanted to look at the switch map. So in the switch map, aside from the switch map, is a higher order mapping operator that gets one observable and uses the information from that observable to go and trigger another observable and subscribe to it and get information from it. So when we think about switch map, we can look at a situation where, like, a waiter. So a waiter in a restaurant is being told that they need to, you are ordering pancakes. Today I've been having a thing for pancakes. And for the waiter goes to the kitchen and tells the chef that, and this is a busy restaurant, that the people in table 3 want pancakes. But then you realize that, okay, we don't want pancakes anymore. So what do we do in this case? We call the waiter back and tell the waiter, cancel that order, and please now get us waffles. So in this case, the waiter acts as the switch map operator who goes and cancels this order and now triggers a new operation. The people in the kitchen are acting as the inner observable. So aside from the losses that are making them angry, they will just have to switch the order because you're the customer and you're getting it right. So in this case, we would look at it in the form that we are getting the observable from the subject and then calling an external observable to get the information that we need. And that's how we are reacting to the user doing a particular action. So how does this look like in a snippet of code? Once again, snippet from post service, where we've created a subject where it looks at the ID of that subject. And this ID is based on the selection of the user. So once the user selects it, the subject usually offers a method as observable that converts the variation into an observable that can be subscribed to. And this observable is the one that would pass through would pipe it with the switch map and now call the HTTP GET to get the post URL and the specific ID that we want. And as you can see now, it also offers the next method, which now just gives the next value, because in in other observable that are external, the next value is provided by the data source. But this one, we are reacting to the user's observable, or the user's action rather. So this user's action, we are passing it on to the next value, and now we are getting a new value in the observable that we're going to use. Inside, so reading this observable is now just using the declarative way, where we're just getting it as a pipeable operation with a single post, just as I had declared inside the post service operator. So it is important to note that now we're using the else keyword so that in case the observable does not have anything, when there's no selection, it doesn't trigger any changes. But now this allows that if the user changes the mind, maybe you're choosing the single post 1, then changes mind, no, I want to, you can change, just the same way that I had put in the example of having a waiter, you can call the waiter and change the order that you wanted. So Another way that we can look at working with RxJ, another pattern that you can look at is working with multiple streams. It is almost inevitable that you'd find yourself that, or you will need to work with multiple streams. So multiple streams of information can have different informations, but now we want to combine them to get information that is valuable to a particular user. So how do we work with multiple operations? We use combination operators. And once again, just like using the previous one, the previous higher order mapping, these were the operators that I found that we use the mostly. And for purposes of this talk, we'll also just be looking at combined latest. So combined latest can be looked at, like having a group. We're having a group. So in this group, we have a group leader. So the group leader and 3 members. So for the 3 for the group, they have to give out a report. But the 3 members have topic 1, topic 2, and topic 3. And we would want that for the report to be given out, all topics must be submitted at that particular time. So we would wait for the group leader would now wait for the first person to come with topic 1, wait topic 2, then topic 3, then combine them. Once this is combined, now we can give the value. So this is so the group leader in this case now acts like the combined latest. The combiner combines these multiple streams of information, i.e. now the people giving the topic 1, topic 2, and topic 3, and then would give it and they will only emit once at least the stream have emitted at least once. So this means that if the first group member does not bring and the other 2 have brought, there'll be no value. So how does this look like in code? We have this piece of code in a component file that maybe we're getting a post observable and a user's observable. In the posts observable, we have the user ID. This is based on the types for JSON type code. You can just look at them. We had put an examples using them. So in the posts, we have the user ID, but we want the username to be set on the post name. So how would we do this? We would combine the post observable and the user's observable, and inside the subscription callback, we can ignore that the double for loops. It was just being written to show the point. We would get the user's name for after looping through the posts and looping through the users and getting to see if the post user ID is equal to the user ID. And that's how this combined latest can be used to show the pattern. So there's also a pattern that not usually obvious to many, probably obvious to the very important people that are on this call and they're making the presentations with us. The ones that actually made the Angular, but we are just the users in this. I'm just the user at this point. Looking at reactive forms. So reactive forms usually take advantage of observable streams in that they provide real-time data by subscribing to value changes. And now in the value changes, you can do operations based on the real-time information that has been provided by the user. If the user enters A, you have the A inside the template file, and now you can work with it. Another part that works with observable streams in Angular is the event emitter, which takes custom actions done by a child component and passes it to the parent component. And finally, we have the HTTP client, which can be seen in most of our examples, where we make HTTP calls and return those values as observables. And I think without further ado, this was our very short talk today. Yeah, thank you.
No, thank you. I think now Jason and everybody in the Angular community know where I get my metaphors from. I mean the amount of metaphor power that was packed in this talk is amazing. The way and I tell people here, this is how we learn in Africa. We make this mental model, we put these metaphors, and that's how we go, that when people can see it or can put that mental model, then everything else makes sense. And I really like that how you went to the metaphor first, then went to the code. I think that's a natural way for us to process like this type of like complex information. Do you guys agree?
Totally agree. This was awesome.
For sure. This was great.
And I still hate you for showing us the beauty of Kenya when we are like stuck here, but that's fine. That's fine. I'll get you back one day. Now I want to go to Kenya.
Exactly.
We hope they agree.
Thank you so much. So now we have a very packed schedule today. So I'm gonna run into
so sorry. So
yeah. I'm gonna he's rubbing it in. So I'm gonna jump into like Jordan, who's next. And guys, Joy and Paul, very important. Click on Leave Studio, not close the tab, because we are recording your video like locally, and then that's gonna be high quality when we release it. So please click on Leave Studio and leave your tab open, okay? All right. I think they're gonna get that. There's a little delay.
That was awesome, Adi.
No, that was great, man. So, and I think like when we're gonna enjoy the replay, there was so many like very well crafted like things in there. So I think like people are gonna enjoy that. So, Mr. P, go for it, man.
Well, I was just gonna say that's what I like about the way you set up Angular TinyConf. Is that we're starting with different international, right? And we're moving, we're kind of following the sun.
Yeah, exactly.
So
you got that. You got awesome. That. Yeah. And look at this guy who's like looking like, you know, sunny and like all bright and, you know.
It's fake sun, don't worry. It's not that African sun, I can guarantee you that.
Oh man, it looks good though, man. The one and only JP is in the house, man. If you don't know who Jordan Powell is, I'm sorry about like, you know, whatever your life is doing. Oh man, I'm sorry about. I mean, we really need to take care of you, man. But JP is in the house. Let me make sure that I get the right banner for him, because his name is definitely not Paul or Joy.
No,
so
it's definitely.
I took
Jordan.
the time yesterday of like making a banner for everybody, and I was just like, why did I do that?
Because you're awesome, Adi.
Oh man,
that's why you did it.
No, man.
The amount of love
that's JP right there.
The amount of love that Adi puts into this conference, you guys have no idea.
Oh man, I'm just having a lot of fun, man. That's all it is at the end of the day.
It's awesome.
So, Mr. P, you know the ropes. I mean, we're just gonna get out of your way, man. That's all we're gonna do right now.
Perfect.
I'm excited for this talk.
Well, thank you guys. Yeah, so I'll just jump right into it. I think we're a little bit behind on schedule, but wanted to thank you guys for having me. I love these TinyConfs. I think they're really awesome. It's a great opportunity for the entire community from all over the world to get together and talk about the things we love, like Angular. So yeah, today I'm going to talk about refactoring made easy with component testing. And for those of you who don't know who I am, who the stranger is talking, my name is Jordan Powell. I'm a Google developer expert in Angular, and I am a developer experience engineer at Cypress.io. And you can follow me on Twitter at JordanPowell88. Today, the agenda is going to be pretty straightforward. We're going to just kind of talk high level why refactoring and like what is the value in it? Why do we do it? Why don't we do it? That type of thing. And then going to give a practical example of refactoring and how it pertains to testing, so you can kind of see the sort of do's and don'ts when it comes to that. So before we get started, I always like to answer the why, like why is this important, and sort of do a definition of what exactly it is we're talking about. So what is refactoring, right? It's something we've probably heard of. It's probably something we've all done, but sometimes taking a step back to understand truly what it is really important. I found this definition I really enjoyed. And basically, it was saying that refactoring is the process of restructuring your code while not changing the original functionality. And that's the important part here, is that when we make changes during refactoring, we don't want to cause any sort of side effects or regression in our actual functionality of the code. And so then the goal of refactoring is to improve the internal code of our application by making some small changes without altering the code's external behavior. And this is the important thing I want to highlight here, is that we're changing internal code without affecting the external behavior. And that is really the main crux of refactoring and really the challenge. And that's where we're going to talk about how testing can, when done right, can really benefit for this type of refactoring. Refactoring helps improve your code by making it more efficient. That's because, like, when we refactor, you make your code more efficient, right? And so maybe there's performance issues, maybe there is just some general compilation things going on. When you refactor, one of the goals is you want to try to make your code be more efficient. We also want to make it more maintainable, right? So oftentimes we write code and it makes sense when we first build it. We get this sort of, we don't want to have code that's unmaintainable, right? And so refactoring is sort of the mechanism that we sort of can use to make our code more and more maintainable as time progresses and more reusable. I've certainly have been guilty of sort of over architecting or maybe prematurely abstracting code in the past. And I like to generally try to stick to the Agni principle. You ain't going to need it. So I try not to make things reusable unless I think there's a definite need to make it reusable. But oftentimes if we follow that principle, what doesn't need to be reusable today may change over time as requirements change, as new features get requested. Code that wasn't reusable initially may need to be reusable in the future. And so that's where refactoring is a great mechanism for going about making code reusable. And we'll talk about sort of in a practical standpoint what that means in a second. And more cleaner, right? Like, no one wants to live in a dirty house. And we certainly don't want to work in dirty code bases. So the cleaner we can get our code, the more just generally happier it is to work in the code base, and it can really improve velocity of your code base as you progress and keep working on it. So when should code be refactored? This is an important question. And it does depend, but these are dependent upon your team and various factors. But these are some of the things that I like to recommend. So when to refactor, one sort of approach is to do it after deployment. And this may seem strange at first, but one approach you can take is basically after you deliver a feature, before you move on to the next, maybe the next sprint or the next feature or the next task, basically revisit the code you just shipped. And at that point, it's a great opportunity to see, is there any sort of way we can make this code cleaner? Can we refactor it in any way that would maybe add some quality of life to the code base? And the important thing about this is that if you do it after deployment, you not only get to ship the feature and get the super you can ship, the quicker you can ship a feature, then the sooner you can get feedback from users about the value it delivers, or any feedback you may see that may be valuable to the product itself. And then if you refactor after the fact, it then gives you the ability to while you haven't switched context to the next thing, you can still think about, okay, now that I've shipped this, I'm getting feedback. How can I then take that and while I'm still have the sort of general mental model and context of the problem, I can then think about refactoring before I move on to the next thing. So that is definitely one approach you can take when to refactor. Another one I like to do is before new features or bugs. So as new features get requested, new bugs get filed, and you go to work on them, oftentimes refactoring before you begin the work can be a very valuable approach to taking. And testing is important to really all of these, but this is definitely a strategy if your teams are not necessarily bought in or really bought into the value that refactoring gives. Doing refactoring of the code that's part of delivering the feature or a bug can be a way you can sort of kind of sneak it in without and you just kind of maybe allocate that as part of the budget for the actual issue or the bug. And that's a great way you can sort of do refactoring without sort of getting not necessarily permission, but sort of this big bought-in buy-in to doing refactoring. And then the other thing is just make it a part of your regular part of your software lifecycle. What I mean by that is, I've worked on teams before where it was, at the end of every sprint, maybe there was a day or two where it was dedicated to do any sort of quality of life improvements, refactoring, anything like that. As well as I've been on teams where basically a certain percentage of sprint work was allocated to doing sort of quality of life refactoring and things like that. So I guess no matter what it is, or maybe it's every quarter, or I've been on teams where every December at the end of the year when the business was kind of slow, they use that time to do refactoring. I think that just having a plan for how to implement refactoring is important. And I would say then beyond that, the more you can do it on a regular basis in a smaller incremental way, the more value it's going to deliver, because the longer you wait to refactor, the bigger the mess it's going to be. And it's generally going to work better if you can do it in smaller instances. So let's talk about best practices when it comes to refactoring. So like I said, let's plan for it. So having a plan for when you plan to actually do refactoring is important, whether it's at the end of every year, or if it's maybe every sprint, or before every ticket, or after you deliver a feature. No matter what the plan is, have a plan, because if you don't plan for it, at some point you're going to have to pay the cost of technical debt, and you're going to have to actually go in and you're going to have to actually pay that cost at some point. So it's much easier to pay in little incremental bits along the way, instead of pushing it off into one massive refactor later down the road. Another best practice is to refactor first, like I talked about, doing refactoring before you implement new features, things like that. That's definitely can be a best practice. Small steps. So like I said, the smaller refactors, the better. No one likes massive PRs that they have to review. So the smaller steps you can take, the better. And the larger the refactor you take or you make, the more you increase the chances that you're going to cause regression into your project. And so that's where smaller steps is always better. And my favorite thing is test often, right? Testing is a very, very important part of refactoring. And maybe it's the part where really it shines the most. And so having good tests is and testing often when refactoring is really, really important. And we'll talk about that in a second. But then and fix defects separately. So oftentimes when you're refactoring, you actually find code that's maybe unnecessary, or even code that's or defective parts of your application. I generally try to refrain from fixing those things alongside the refactor. Remember, refactoring is not intended to change any of the external behaviors. It's only meant to change the internal implementation. And so fixing those in separate PRs and separate, maybe even separate issues or something is something I would definitely recommend. So that way you're not causing regression, and then you can then rely upon your test for fixing things like that. Okay, so to recap, the goal of refactoring is to improve the internal code by making small changes without altering the code's external behavior. And again, external behavior is really the important thing here. And I'm gonna get into what I mean by this right now. So last week I was on the NX live stream, and we were talking about Cypress component testing and their new feature testing. And this guy, Mr. Leg Squats himself, Zach DeRosa, he had said something that I thought was really it was really, really profound. And I don't even know if most people caught it, but he said that the only interface that matters is the DOM. And it was meant to be a little bit of a hot take, but the cool thing is that it's actually really, really relevant, especially when it comes to refactoring. And what I mean by that is how we traditionally have tested our application, especially when it comes to components, is we would basically take a component and then we would unit test the methods of that component using Jest or using Karma or something like that. And then that component would then get compiled and then shipped into the DOM. And then we'd ask ourselves, like, okay, do we feel confident that the changes we made to our methods that we unit tested still work? The problem is that if we change the internal implementation of those methods, our tests then break. So then we have to change our test to accommodate those changes. And then it's very easy to lose confidence that the actual changes in the DOM don't have a side effect for our users. And so the thing that I love about Cypress component testing is that I believe it's a better way to test your components, because it takes the DOM and it puts the component inside of it. And then what you end up doing is you end up testing the actual DOM itself. So then it doesn't matter the internal changes that you make to the component itself, because you're testing the external part of the external behaviors and sort of the interface that users have with your application via the DOM. And so that's why I think when he said that the only interface that matters is the DOM, I think there's really value in that. So sort of in summary, test type and test quality are really important when it comes to refactoring. And let me just show a real quick example here of what I mean. So let's go here. Okay, cool. So here I have an application. Let me just serve it real quick. Actually, I'm not going to serve it. I'm going to run Cypress and on one tab, and then we're going to use component testing, and we'll launch it in, let's do Electron. Ignore this error. It's because the Angular 16 isn't fully landed yet. So we have this application that basically is a login component, and we have this login form that does lots of various different handles, validations, and so forth like this. Then we have something simple like a button, and then we have like this welcome screen. So it's pretty straightforward. But as you can see, it's basically just like a sign-in welcome like a welcome screen, right? And so then I also have in the same exact application the Angular Karma tests, and this is basically doing that the type of testing I was telling you how we normally do, where we unit test the internals of our component. And so the thing that I wanted to highlight is, so we have here the sort of the top is the new way, the bottom is sort of the old way of doing it. And let me zoom in here and let's take one of these examples. So let's start with something. Let's go to our app component, right? And let's go here and let's actually refactor it to use signals. And so if we go to here, we will see we have a couple of properties: is auth, username, and error message. So let's change those to refactor it to use signals. And the important thing is we have tests that are testing up top. We have the external behavior. Here we're testing the internal implementation. And so here, if I were to change this to signal of false and signal of an empty string, and let's do single signal of an empty string. We're then going to have to change a few of the internal things where we set the properties. We're going to have to, instead of assigning this, we're going to set the message here. We're going to do the same thing here and same thing here where we're setting these. Live typing, and one last one down here where we have this, right? So if I save this now and rerun this my new one is failing because, well, because my template is broken. you'll notice down here, this is still says it's passing. If I look at the output, it's actually erroring, but the visual, like the actual test runner itself is saying it's still passing. So it's sort of like a false negative, which or a false positive, which is like the worst thing you want in testing. And then if I go to here, if I go in, you'll see I need to change the implementation of these. So I invoke these and do this. And then here, so basically I'm just calling the signals instead of those public properties. If I now press save, my test now passed, right? Which is the important thing is that I refactor this component, the internals of it, and I didn't have to change any of my tests, which is really, really important when it comes to refactoring. We could do this for other parts of our application. Let's see, we have a login form here. Ooh, not that. Let's do the same thing where we have a couple of values. Let's change this to signal. And same thing. Can't type signal today. I don't know if that's some type of signal that I need to. Been a long week or something, maybe. But okay, so then here, let's do both of these together. We're gonna oops. Dot set. Do this. And then we need to invoke both of these, and same thing here. I think that is all this. Again, let me go to the actual login form test so we can see this. And most of them are passing except for, looks like there's probably something in our template that needs fixed. And that's because these error messages are not working because this is not set. So now if we rerun these tests are all passing. And again, this still like says it still says it's like working. I refresh this, it says it's working. I could then restart the test runner here, and it will then just give me this. So again, we're not getting valuable feedback from this type of testing. And that's what I love about, again, component testing, because it's in the DOM and because we can test the behaviors of it, the external behaviors, the internal implementation doesn't really matter. So I think that I am right at 20 minutes, I believe. But yeah, so that is the spiel. I hope this was valuable for you guys. Here is a little feedback thing. If you guys want to give me some feedback how I did, and Cypress will send you some swag, I believe, which is pretty cool. And then that's it. Thank you guys.
I'll let the others like comment. I have so much, and then I have a very mature community on the back too, like, you know, having some very cool comments going on. So Jason, I'll let you take it away for like the initial comments. Is Jason here? Are you on mute, man? There you go.
You know, here I am saying all this cool stuff, and some of the most profound stuff I've ever said, and I'm on mute. No, one of the things I did want to call out, Cypress has some amazing swag. The hats they gave out last year at NG-Conf were awesome. I still wear mine all the time.
Yeah, I have it upstairs, yeah. But
the thing I wanted to call out, and somebody in the comments was talking about end-to-end testing, right? The component testing is different than end-to-end testing. How would you say? Because the comment was, so basically to do this we have to have end-to-end testing. How would you answer that?
Yeah, well, I would say historically that was the answer. But with component testing, it's you go about testing in the same mindset where you test it from the DOM. You're doing UI testing. But the nice thing is with component testing is you can be very focused and isolated with your test. So it doesn't take away the need for end-to-end testing. But like when you're refactoring one component, it's very difficult to trust that your end-to-end tests maybe are specific enough to really test the actual side effects that refactoring a component may have. And so that's where, like, you know, component testing is really valuable. And the fact that you can basically swap out the state of your component without changing a single test is like, to me, is really, really valuable, especially where Angular is right now, where signals, in a lot of cases, people are going to be refactoring and taking advantage of them. So to be able to, for me, like, if you're in that place, I definitely recommend adding a UI test. I would love it if it was Cypress. I think it's a way better use case for this type of testing. But if you add tests like that before you begin refactoring, you're going to have way less chance that regression enters your system when you do it like that. So.
Yeah, well, and I've added it to my workflows kind of to help me develop my components. I kind of stole that idea from you from a talk I saw. And it's super simple. All you do is you just add your component name.cy.ts and then start developing code there. And you've got a live view of your component as you're not having to rebuild the entire application. So
totally.
Yeah. So guys, I want to just really quickly do a couple announcements. The first thing is, hey Shao, no worries, it's going to be a replay. So don't worry about it. And that's a cool tip from Brandon, who said, basically, you can start back from the beginning at 2x. But Shao was just like, worried about, no, there's no way I'm just going to leave when, like, Jordan is live. Of course, and but I think the highlight moment for me was definitely to have Zach Wokout feature in the talk. That to me is just like, I think like that's going to be my we have to make a meme out of that one somehow, some way, and give Zach some more love.
He did a really fun, like, I think I'm not sure if he streamed. He did like a video. Like TypeScript fans and leg press enthusiasts, and it was like a Venn diagram, and it had like a tiny overlap, and that's like his niche. That was my favorite tweet of the month. That was so good.
I am telling you. So let's see how AI is doing, and like we're gonna have JP grade AI for this one, since we were talking about refactoring. So AI is saying refactoring code is like decluttering and reorganizing your home. You start by going through your belongings code, identifying what's no longer needed, and removing or replacing items to improve the overall layout and functionality. The goal is to make your living space, the code base, cleaner, more efficient, and easier to navigate, all without changing the essence, I like that, of the home program behavior. So how do you rate that one from like 0 to 10?
I would say that's pretty good. That's probably like an 8. I like to say, like, for someone who travels a lot, I always feel like refactoring is like packing a suitcase. It's like, I know you need the same amount of clothes, but it's like sometimes you have to, shift it a certain way or roll up, your socks, or you got to repack it right, and then you pack it one way to get to your place, and then by the time you leave, like, who knows what happens? You got 10 t-shirts at that conference, or, your shoes got muddy or something. So then you have to pack it back into the suitcase in a completely different way. So I always think of refactoring like that.
AI got an 8 from like JP himself. Now, let's see what about the humor here. Why did the developer break up with their partner after refactoring their code? Why would you date a developer? I would never date a developer. I need somebody to help me out. I don't need somebody. Why did the developer break up with their partner after refactoring their code? Because they realized they had too many code dependencies. Somebody got jealous.
I'm beginning to think ChatGPT was trained on dad jokes.
I trained it on dad jokes. That's the secret. Right? Nice.
Literally for the last 10 years, there's been people just like data entry jobs, just entering in dad jokes into some AI model. Yeah.
Oh man, JP, I know that like you're on the road today, so thank you so much for like taking the time to make this happen, and as always, like just knocking it out of the park. Thanks, man, and safe travels. I'll talk to you soon.
See you.
I've got to agree with Chris Perko there, man. I am convinced that Marcus does not sleep.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I am. I do. I know that. I mean, I know it for a fact. Let's not even worry about that part. And I think Tam, hailing from like
Hey.
Vietnam, is
Welcome.
next. Welcome, Tam.
Hello, guys. I've been here for ages.
I know you've been here. Like, I think you were the number 3 who came after Trung. You were right there. So yeah.
That's
Did you get to
awesome.
sleep at least? Did you get
No,
a good
it's
night's sleep?
only it's like 9 p.m. here. Not my time to sleep.
Ah, okay, no worries. So Tam is part of Angular. I'll let you present yourself. So we're gonna get out of your way. Oh, a quick announcement. Since like we had a little delay, kind of like a bittersweet thing. There's one speaker too who is not gonna make it today, so that will allow us to kind of get back on track. That's not a bad. That's a bad thing, but it ended up being a good thing. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
We'll make sure that will be done like by 7 p.m. tonight. So and then Marcus can go back and try to find some time to sleep because I don't want to have him here. But anyways, Tam, we're gonna get out of the way and we'll let you go with your and are you sharing your screen so I can put it on the stage?
Yeah, sure. But before that, I would like to check if my sound sounds good.
You
Yes.
sound very good, loud and clear.
Okay, that's nice. I'm gonna share my screen right now.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
There
Let me. I'm sure that you are looking at the first page in my.
So
Okay.
there you go, and make sure that you hide that. I hate seeing that like it's sharing
Yeah.
this. There you go.
Thank you.
All right, bye. Have fun.
All right. Okay, so hey guys, I am hoping that you are having a good time in the Angola Type Conf. I'm so excited to be here to give you the 5 minute section of my. All right, so let me introduce myself for a little bit. My name is Tam. I am actually a part of Vietnam Angola group. And I was born and live in Vietnam, a country in the Southeast Asia. Yeah, beautiful country with lots of food and coffee. And I am actually right now I'm working for KMS Technology, and these are the technology that I have been working with. So I have been with Angola for a while, so I have so many chance to learn some tips to make my code better in Angular. So that's why I am here today, because I would like to share with you one of my favorite topics, which is componentless comfort more, but in Angular router. I know that up until this part, it will pops up in your mind is that how can the componentless thing can make our code more comfortable, right? So yeah, that's what we're gonna find out right now. I'm gonna jump to my code right here. So I'm gonna explain real quick the use case here. I am having an array of routes, and which is called the dog page, the cat page, and the panda. But the panda route only have the path and the component panda component. However, looking at the dog route and the cat route here, they both have the data which needs to be resolved. This data is the same, okay, and this data will be read from the auth service inside of each component, and then it could be rendered in the components view right here. All right, let's back to our routing module. So in addition to the resolved data, the dog route and the cat route also have the GAR, which is can activate. So it means that the users need to be authenticated first before they can see these two routes, right? So what is the problem of this use case? What is the problem of this code? I think you can guess it, because both the dog route and the cat route is when like when I try to navigate between the dog and the cat page, I'm building a console log right here, and that can activate. So when I'm gonna zoom out for a little bit. When I try to navigate between the dog route and the cat route, the can activate execute many times. So this is not what we want in our code, right? If they are sharing the same data, the data should be fetched only one time, and then it should be shared to the all the routes, right? So how can we solve this problem? So the solution that we will think of is that we're gonna create a common parent route, and we will move all of the resolved data and the guards into this route. I'm gonna delete this one here, and we're gonna introduce a new path. I'm sorry, we're gonna introduce a new property here, which is called children, and I'm gonna put the dog route and the cat route into the children. Then, all right, this is not yet. We are having a common parent route, but the key of this solution is that we gonna introduce a property which is path empty. All right, so this is called componentless route. When it is empty, it means that it does not render any component. Instead, it will have the property children here, and it will contain the child components right here. But I mentioned before, all right, so I'm going to tell you that the componentless route gives us so many benefits. First of all, the first benefit is that with the empty string, it will not, if we refactor the code from the first code that I've shared with you and the present code right here, is that the empty string will not break any Angular URL tree structure. It means that inside, if the Angular want to activate the route for a certain URL, which is the dog URL right here, it will read the string from the path property. In our case, it would be the dog, and up to the path right here is the empty. Dog plus empty is the dog. So it matches the URL dog, and the route is activated. That's why we can load the page right here. So it still works as usual, right? And the second benefit of using componentless, the second benefit of using componentless route right here is that we do not have to execute the guards here many times, like I've shown you before. Okay, so I'm putting a console log right here. I'm gonna show you the can activate will only run one time on I'm going to start from the outside route panda page, and then when I navigate through the tools page, the two pages, the dog route and the cat route, the guard can activate run only one time, and then the data will be shared to its children components. Okay, the third benefits of using the componentless route is that all of the resolved data and the guards and the route parameters will be merged into the children components, which means that inside of each child component right here, we can get the data directly from the activated route. In our case, that could be a dog route, it could be a cat route. Okay, so if it wasn't the componentless route, we will have to adjust this part for a little bit, like dog parent, dog data, to actually access the data from the parent. But with the componentless route, we can only need dog data to directly get the data from the activated child route. Yeah, so I think the three of the benefits of that I have just mentioned about componentless route is what I would like you to keep in as a takeaway right now. So when you use the componentless route as an empty string, it does not only not break any Angular URL tree structure, but it can also help you to like fetch data only one time, like the data that needs to be resolved, and it will share the data between the child routes. Yeah, I'm sure, I know that not all of the empty routes. I'm sure that you cannot apply these patterns to all of your use case in your real project, but I think it would be one of the recommended best practice Angular in the Angular routing. So I would put my Twitter name here at the right side of the slide. If you like to have further discussion with me about this topic, feel free to reach me. Yeah, I think that's the end for my 5 minute section talk, and I guess I'll see you soon then.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for your listening.
Thank you so much. That was a very packed 5 minutes. You packed a lot. I wish I could give. I wish I just like gave you the 20 minutes. Like that's a lot of good information.
Oh,
and routing. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of that. I'm gonna remove this. So
yeah. Thank
we're
you
good
so much.
now. There you go. There we go. Nice. The whole crew is there. Go ahead, Jason.
I hadn't even thought of this use case.
Really?
This talk was amazing. I'm just like, yes.
My heart melts.
And that's the thing. That's the versatility that we have with this framework. There are so many things in there, and like this is why these conferences are so important. You know, you never know when you're gonna run into something that was just that's just amazing, and that just like takes care of a use case. And like props to Tam, that was her first ever conference speak, and I know that's not gonna be like the last one.
No
you did
way.
Very good.
Not after a talk like this. She's gonna be
all
over the place.
So let's see. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm actually nervous at first, but now I think that I will have a passion in presenting all of this stuff to you guys.
We can see that. We can
it's very
already see that.
Yep.
So let's see what AI, since like we live in the time of AI, is saying about componentless application. So they're saying componentless Angular application, you can do it with structural directive. It's like building with Lego bricks instead of needing to craft a custom individual pieces. And then you use a versatile set of building blocks directive to create various structure and design quickly and efficiently. This approach allows you to focus on assembling the overall structure without getting, it's really verbose, this AI, getting bogged down in the minutiae of crafting specific pieces. I think it's right, but not really like in the context of what we were talking about. But that's a very good take. But let's go to the joke real quick. Here it says, why do Angular developers love playing with Legos?
I am a developer, but I'm not really like Legos.
So Angular, because they are experts.
That's funny.
Come on, come back. Why is it hiding?
It is funny.
Somebody hide it?
No, no.
It went okay. I don't know. Something is like because they are expert at building structure without components. Okay,
I love this.
That is awesome.
Perfect. Cool stuff. So Tam, thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for putting this together. And I'm sure we'll hear more about you as we go. Thank you so much. And next we have Thomas from I think from Warsaw, Poland. Let me make sure that I get him on the stage first. My I think my mouse is not being responsive right now, so bear with me.
So when I was trying to unmute, I would click mute and then it would unmute and mute me. So we were having a lot of fun there.
Hello.
Hey
Tomas.
Yeah, and you're pretty right. Yeah, I'm from Poland, from not Warsaw, but small city near to Warsaw.
Okay. I got the Poland part, so I'm 50% right. So
Yeah, that's right. That's
all
right.
right. So, and we had a lot of comments too going on. I mean, Chris, good to see you. Steve Woodman, front end, everybody's who's like manning the chat right now, and Jay the Bell is here. So very good to see you guys. So let me make sure I put. Without further ado, we're gonna have to kind of pick the pace here. Let me see, Thomas. I think I did make a banner for you, so you are probably. Let me see.
I have a banner.
Yes, and I got it right. Wow, cool.
Yay!
I got it right. Look
awesome.
at that. Look at that. So, and then like we're gonna add this to the stream. And I think you're going to be talking to us about the component and type reactive form. Did I get that right too?
I hope so.
All right.
I hope so.
All right. Take it away, bro.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So, first of all, I was thinking if I should mention something about the signals because I guess they stole the market. So, I was thinking about that. But of course, I love the other features that are smaller or bigger regarding the Angular. And one of the features that I was waiting on for the most of the time was about that the reactive forms are finally typed. And going further, maybe I will start from presenting myself. So, who I am? My name is Tomasz. You can find me on the internet by looking for that nickname, which is Tom Walker. And the history behind that nickname is that I'm big fan of Star Wars universe, everything related to that. And I was thinking about my nickname for some time, and I noticed that okay, if my name is Tomasz, in short it is Tom, then I just combine that. Okay, we have Luke Skywalker, so I use just Tom, but not Skywalker, but Walker. Yay. Okay. Yeah, but straight to the topic, I have 10 years of experience in the industry. I just prefer to work on the front end, and I started working on the Angular version 1, so it was Angular.js, and when then the TypeScript was introduced, I was really surprised, and I was just yeah, let's do that, let's use that. It was really surprising. And when they introduced the topic of my presentation, then I was finally. So yeah, okay. So the contents. I will mention how it was before the Angular version 14, because with that version it was the reactive typed forms were introduced. And then, of course, I will elaborate how we can use them, what are the features are, and the perfect duo with components, how I'm just using them with Angular, with my projects, with my applications. So, so before the typed forms, it was something like that up to version 13 of the Angular, the reactive forms weren't typed. And I made a pure, simple example of the form that, as you can see, we have a name, we have account enabled config with nested two properties, two controls, line and entry. And what I'm doing, I'm assuming that from the HTML part, I'm calling the form submit handler on the form submission, and then I'm taking that value, these form values of the value of that form, and then passing him to this API call, which is representing, let's say, for example, some kind of API endpoint. And up to that version of with Angular version 13, before the typed forms, that won't throw an error, because as you can see, I'm, for example, sending the name property from the form, but on the API call, I'm expecting that would be a nick. So, and similar to the count, it is typed, the name is okay for that, that's fine, but the form is producing the integer, but I'm expecting that count would be a string of type of string. So yeah, and of course, similar to the enabled, that on the enabled, I'm expecting the yes or no value, string values, but the enabled on my form is a Boolean value. So that is something that wouldn't be okay from the endpoint perspective, but Angular won't throw an error on that. And so the type forms were finally introduced to the Angular version 14, and as far as I remember, it was year something around October, as far as I remember. And the typed forms and the change with that is that this is the example how it was combined, how it was explained during the previous version. So as you can see, we are having abstract control dot value, and that value is set to the type of any. So it's old approach, just an any, so we don't know what is actually there. And going to the version from version 15, from version 14, this is the type of that same form which I just showed you before, and that is actually even an error during from the Visual Studio Code, for example, that I'm expecting a nick property, but it's not there. I mean, it's just declared, but the form is just throwing something else. And as you can see, of course, there are types on the controls, on the properties. So yeah, so right now the life, if that is much more easier. And if we are talking about the features and what actually you can, how we can use those components, those type forms. First of all, like I showed you, we have that the type, the value is typed. So for example, that name, it has string or null. I will come back to that in a second about that null. And of course, the form groups, form arrays are typed as well. And other properties related to the reactive forms, as for example, value changes. It of course it's emitting. There is a subscription behind that, and that subscription has of course the value typed as well. So then we can of course see easily if we have issue, for example, with the backend or not, if there is a typo, let's say, in the name, or it's a different type of that property, specific property from the form. And talking about that null, all of the controls, form groups, and so on has that null. It could be nullable, so it could be set to as a null by the default. And whenever we don't want that feature, we don't want that it could be set as a null, then in the reactive typed reactive forms, there is a property which you can set on the control, for example, that it cannot be nullable. So the property is called non-nullable, and whenever we set that to true, then it will be then it will just the type will be just set to string. So then we are sure that okay, there is a value. There should be, of course, a value. And another feature, of course, when the Angular team introduced the typed reactive forms, many applications that we are developing had a lot of forms, and those forms, okay, were not typed. So how we can just proceed from one step to the another without breaking the whole of the application, whole of the code base. And when we are just migrating from the Angular version from 13 to version 14, then the CLI during the migration process is just changing all of the form controls, all of the form groups and form arrays to the untyped form. So everything works as it is, but right now we have that, we are safe that we can use that untyped form group, and then eventually step by step, control by control, form group by form group, and so on, we can just change it to the specific type, just use the typing which is just provided, which is just set to the specific form. And by meaning that perfect duo with components, what actually I mean behind that is that whenever I'm working on the component on the which has form, I'm trying to achieve the situation that my component is only responsible for that form. So, for example, in that situation, as you can see, I added a dedicated file with the form definition. I will show you in a second. But that form is used only in that component, app component in the situation, and that component is responsible only for that form, nothing much. It just emits the data. And we are talking about the content. This is the content of that form. So I will just move that the definition which you could saw earlier. That right now there is a form group and it contains all of the properties, all of the controls, and one additional thing which I love to use is that I don't have to export the whole form to achieve to get the type of that form, but instead of I'm using the type from the TypeScript and I'm using a return type util that it takes just a type of that config form and then it just returns the whole type of that form. So then I can just easily use that on the specific component. So as you can see, for example, in here, I move the component that I move that form to that file, and then I'm just calling that form, and it is we have to know that we should call it because whenever we won't call it, we just store it as a just static constant. Then there could be a situation that whenever the components reloads, then we will have the same values as just in the, let's say, previous session, because there will be exactly the same instance of that specific form. So it is nice just to call that instead of just using a simple constant in that situation. And how I'm using that the type, that config form type, I'm just extracting from that type, from the config form type, I'm extracting a value property, which is just on the form level. And that value, that type of that value, I'm just set it on the API call property value property for that. And then right now, I'm finally sure that in this situation, in this particular situation, everything will be okay. So I am sure that there won't be any issues regarding the typing or regarding the type by itself, and then I can just easily proceed with the rest of the features that I should do in this situation. So yeah, pretty much I guess that's it. Short topic, but I really love those. Let's say maybe it's not a tiny feature, but during those signals and all of the changes that I just love to keep mention about those tiny features, tiny changes, and smaller, let's say, parts of the Angular. Thanks.
Nice. Way to go. That was, I agree. This is one of my favorite features that was added in Angular 14. And you hit all the important parts.
Yeah, totally agree.
Nice,
I'm just
man. Yeah.
pushing that current company.
It was that Jay who was talking about. I think I'm gonna ask him when he gets like on the stage. I wish I could build software, but never had to deal with form. Forms are just like this thing where we, at the end of the day, I would say that's one of the most important piece of interaction or data collection that you can have with a user. But they seem so deceivably simple. And then when you get into it, you get to play with like all the complexity that it can have. So I'm very happy that Angular has a whole dedicated API for it. Mm-hmm. And then now it's even like adding like this type safety and then giving us like more of our sanity at the end of the day, you know. Don't get me started with all the input types, all the buttons, all the things, all the use. I mean, it's just a form is a beast. If you really have
That's
like
true.
somebody that you wanna give a hard time when they're just starting, tell them to make like a form, like a proper form, like in any language that you want. But
Yep.
like, thank you so much, Thomas, for like putting this together. And we have a very special comment from Mini Bati, who said here, I love this color team. So you're gonna have to share with us what color team like this is, because this is cool, man. I was like, it's very easy to follow with this.
Yeah. I can of course share the presentation. No worries. So yeah.
Alrighty, so we'll put it in the notes and see like what team it was. But now that we have you here, we're gonna need your expertise in like what AI is saying. So this has become like for some reason a little like check on AI and what it says, because a lot of people are gonna talk about it and sometimes rely on that information. For a metaphor, AI is saying that typed reactive form in Angular are like well-organized filing cabinets. Each drawer form group contains precisely labeled folder form controls, which hold various documents, which is the data. And the type aspect ensure that only specific types of documents are allowed in each folder, maintaining a clean and organized structure. This way you can quickly and easily access or update the information you need without any confusion or mess. Thomas,
Totally
really
agree.
expert. Totally agree.
Yeah.
So we have like
Totally agree. Yeah, totally agree.
nice.
I mean, the clear structure is just what I love. Just to have everything properly organized. Yeah, totally agree.
So I think I'm gonna share this chat like conversation at the end of the conf, and people, you can go and grade it yourself. But the experts are saying that they're agreeing. I think JP gave an 8, so AI is doing a good job. But let's see like if it has a good sense of humor. Why do Angular developers never have a hard time filling out? Do we see filling out or filing out?
Filling out.
Okay, there's 2 L's. Yes.
Mhm.
Filling out paperwork. It's so silly, saying because they are always in form control.
Cricket
Okay,
sound.
that one's good.
Please, cricket sound.
That one's good. That one's good.
Oh man, thank you, Thomas. That was very good. And guys,
Thank you so
that's one of
much.
the coolest feature
Thanks.
coming in. I mean, really, there's a lot to unpack there. And find Thomas online, Tom Web Walker on Twitter, and let's keep the conversation going there. And right next, after that, we have the one and only Debbie O'Brien, who just is hiding from the camera right now. There
Hi,
you
Debbie.
go. And Debbie, who was having a few internet problems, is it fixed now? They're not still there?
No.
That's what you get for living in such a paradise place called like La Mallorca. So that's
I've
what
got
it
a
is.
hotspot.
You have a hotspot. But what we did this time, we were able to pre-record it. I have it like ready for you guys. And we will play that recording, and then she's gonna be here. And so guys, be nice in the comments because she's gonna be seeing everything. So
they're brutal today, Eddie. Such a brutal comment section today.
So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna switch first off. Let me make sure that we have the proper branding. And since we had you as a pre-recorded one, the brand is in the recording. So I'm gonna get rid of, I'm just need to know, I was at number 7. Okay. All right. So we're gonna start with a blank space. And I'm gonna switch to my other computer, but there's so much magic happening here. You guys have no idea. So I'm gonna switch, and I'm gonna put your video on, and it's gonna literally just start playing. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get everybody off the stage, and I'll get you all guys back, in a minute. Okay.
Playing your tests right. My name is Debbie O'Brien, Senior Program Manager at Microsoft. And yes, I am all those things, speaker, teacher, YouTuber, open source contributor. And if you follow me on Twitter, Debs_O'Brien, you will see me literally cycling and running around the island of Mallorca in Spain, where I live. But yes, seriously, do sport. I do a lot of sport a day, and I really like to encourage developers to take time out of their day sitting in front of a computer all day and actually just get out there and do some sport. So yes, do sport. Okay, but we're here today to talk about playwright testing. So for those of you who've never heard of playwright, playwright is reliable end-to-end testing for modern web apps. It runs your tests on any browser, on any platform, one API, tests run in full isolation and are really, really fast. So it means no more like running your test, going for coffee and coming back and the tests are still running. Powerful tooling, which we'll show you a little bit about today, and it's also multi-language. Now, I want to first of all talk to you a little bit about testing philosophy. So before we dive into the demo and show you the cool stuff, I want to take you back and just kind of show you a little bit about what you should be thinking of, especially if you're new to testing, you know, where you should be looking at some tips and tricks to get you started. So here we go. Test user visible behavior. Now this is really, really, really important. We want to test what the user sees and does, and especially in end-to-end testing, this is what the user's going to do. They're going to, you know, click on a button and buy something. We want to test that whole process. So we don't want to test the implementation details. Now, what does that mean? It means don't test the names of functions. The user doesn't care. They don't see it. Not important. Don't test if something is an array. You've got TypeScript for that, so don't write a test for it. Don't test the CSS class of some element. Again, not important. You can use the CSS class if you want to assert and make sure that, you know, the class of dark is on the page for dark mode. Totally fine. But you don't really want to test that it's actually called dark or darker or darkest. So yes, test user visible behavior. Make your tests as isolated as possible. Now, with Playwright, tests come, you know, fully isolated out of the box. So basically, if you have a test here, they've got two tests on one page. And the first test, the example test, it basically has a context. And the context is an isolated browser context created for that specific test, and the page belongs to that context. Now, the second test underneath it, another test, has a different context and page, and it's that one in the second test is completely isolated from the first test. And that's how you should be writing your tests and making sure you're enforcing that isolation. Now, if you want things to be shared between tests, you can do before each and before all. And you can also do things like fixtures, etc. But overall, make sure everything is as isolated as possible. You can write fewer tests, but longer tests. So for example, you might have a really, really long process, and it's totally fine to test that long process. What happens if something fails, especially on forms and stuff? Well, you can use soft assertions. So you can use expect.soft, and then, that one, even if it fails, it's going to continue running that test. And then it'll get to the bottom and say test failed, but you'll note that it didn't just fail there, it might have also failed somewhere else as well, and you'll be able to work on that test easier. Avoid testing third-party dependencies. Now this is really, really important because we're always hitting third-party APIs. We don't want to be testing the third-party APIs. For example, with a button that clicks and goes to GitHub, we don't need to test that GitHub works. GitHub's going to work. GitHub's amazing. But what we do want to do is make sure that that button is clickable, that it's not covered by a cookie banner or it's not hidden by some pop-up. So we want to make sure the button's clickable. We're going to intercept that route, and then we'll just make a dummy page there. As you can see, I've just a HTML body, H1 GitHub Playwright or whatever. And then it's going to go to that route and come back, and then you'll be able to easily see that that actually works. And here's an example of what that would look like. So just on my website, I've got a GitHub link in my header, and I'm going to click on play, and it's going to open up my website. Playwright's going to click on that GitHub button, and instead of going to GitHub, it's actually like intercepted. It's gone to that dummy page that I've created with that just that GitHub word. So yes, totally make sure you're not testing the third-party APIs, but intercepting those routes instead. So some best practices to write better tests with Playwright. First of all, do not throw your veggies away. Okay, use locators. So seriously, use locators. Locators are a way to find an element on a page. So when you want to find a specific element, such as a button, you use a locator. And we have testing library inspired locators. So you've got things like get by role, get by placeholder, get by label, get by test ID, etc. So you want to use those locators because they come with auto weighting and retriability. You never have to set timeouts in Playwright. Well, you shouldn't ever, unless your JavaScript is really bad and then you need to, right? But then you should fix your JavaScript. But yes, you have auto weighting already built in and retriability. So it's going to wait for that button to be ready. And it's going to retry it until it is. And then it's going to click it and it's all going to be happy days. Use chaining and filtering. So, you know, make sure that your locators are really, really good. So if you have more than one, like add to cart button on a page, then you can use chaining and filtering. So you can get by the role, say list item, you can filter by the has text product to, and then you can get by the role button inside that product to product card with the name of add to cart, and then click on that specific button inside that specific product. Now, prefer user-facing attributes to XPath or CSS selectors. This is really, really, really important. And I know a lot of people come from, you know, other worlds where they have been using XPath before or CSS selectors. But really, the reason why this is bad, at least in my opinion, is because you're changing often the CSS, you're changing often the DOM, and the user doesn't know about the CSS or the DOM structure. So why should they care, and why should you write your test based on that? Now, what happens if you change the CSS of your website? You update things. You move it to Tailwind, for example. Now, all of a sudden, you're going to have to rewrite every single test. Can you imagine how painful that would be? You don't want to do that. So make sure you're using user-facing attributes, get by role, button, name, submit. Now, if that button changes, the test fails, you want to know about it, and that's a good thing. So yes, user-facing attributes, do not use XPath or CSS unless for some reason there is no other way. You can generate locators. So if you're kind of thinking like, yeah, but how do I know which get by role to use, etc.? I mean, you can totally learn accessibility, and I highly recommend you do. But if you don't worry. There is a way using the Playwright Inspector. You can click on Pick Locator, then you hover over your browser page, and it's going to highlight that locator underneath. It's going to show you which is the right one. And like imagine if I was to write the test for this website. Looking with my eyes, I would come along here and I'd see a button and I would have said get by role button, but you can see that actually it's get by role link because the HTML under the hood is just an A tag and the styling has made it look like a button. So we're actually getting the better locators, the correct ones, based on role by using the pick locator. So make sure you're doing that. You can also do it straight in VS Code using the VS Code extension. You can click on the sidebar, the testing sidebar, click on pick locator, hover over your browser page, and then it will add that once you click on one of them, it's going to add it to the pick locator box, and then you can copy it right into your test. Generate tests. So I highly recommend you generate tests. It's really easy to get started with Playwright and also just saves you time from having to manually, do all that kind of writing. And also, as you saw with the pick locator, it's going to pick the right locators for you. So you don't have to think about, oh, is this a button? Is this a link? I'm not sure. Which role is it? So totally you should use CodeGen to generate your tests. And let me show you a little demo of how CodeGen works. I love CodeGen. So I'm going to show you inside the VS Code extension. And we basically just come along here, click on the testing sidebar, and then we're going to click on record new. And it's opened up a browser window for me, right? But you can also see in VS Code, as I'm typing, it's like writing into that test. So we've already got a test file set up. We're going to that page. And now as we're clicking in this to do, I'm going to feed the cat, and you can see it's typing in there all those actions for me. So this makes it super quick to get started, right? Get by placeholder, what needs to be done, press enter. I didn't even have to think about, is it press, is it whatever? I can write another to do here. What are the plans? I'm going to do another one, do the shopping. And let's see, we can then click on the active ones. We can, highlight one, click this one is done, then filter by active, filter by all, filter by completed. And every one of my user actions that I'm doing is being recorded right in VS Code itself. And I've got my whole test here. So this is amazing, right? Because look how quickly it was for me to actually just get a test up and started. I can run that test, right? And obviously, it's going to pass because it's just going through the user actions. So now I can come along and start adding my assertions and kind of say right now I want to make sure that, active has 2 elements, completed has 1 element, etc., etc. So just once you've generated everything, then go through and add those assertions. Web first assertions. You need to use web first assertions. So basically you can see the first because that's not the Playwright assertions. So you want to use Playwright assertions because you're going to have less flaky tests. They're going to auto-weighting all highlighted in the browser window. So it's really, really nice developer experience. Now, what happens if you need to debug on CI? Then you can use the trace viewer. So the trace viewer is a really, really cool tool, and it records a trace of your tests. So when the tests run in CI, you can just go to artifacts, download that, and then open it up. And it's like a a PWA. So this is kind of like an example of my website here with it in the trace viewer, and you've got a timeline, you've got the actions, the metadata. Across all browsers.
All right, people. That's just like the things when you have like a live thing, and then I got the video. I put it together yesterday. It was about 3 in the morning. I'm not giving myself some excuses, but do not blame Debbie. Put it on me. So what we're gonna do, since we have her here, we're gonna have her maybe take a quick 5 minutes and then like summarize the end of the talk. And what we're gonna do, what we can promise to, is that we're gonna have like a very good quality recording of this when we're gonna do the replay. But I really apologize for the issues we have doing this live right now. And she put her heart and soul into this, like, with such a short notice. So thank you so much for doing that. And let me get the crew back. I'm sure we're gonna have a few questions around it. Let's have a Q&A, if you don't mind, since we have you here.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You can't blame my internet this time. Like, pre-record to save the internet, and then fine, the pre-recording doesn't work. What?
I'm telling you, I think I should have not spent time on banners and worked on the. Don't worry about it. We'll make it work. We'll make it work. And hello, Pankaj. Good to see you, man. We'll get you on the stage pretty soon.
Yeah. So at the end, you were walking through an amazing feature where it would generate code for you, and I'm not 100% sure when the audio cut out, but I guess. Do you want to
start at the top of the feature? What was the feature called, Jason?
It was the code generation, code gen, right?
Yes, CodeGen is the name of the test generator built into Playwright, and you can run it using the CLI or directly in VS Code itself. So if you're using the VS Code extension, just click Record New, and then it will actually create the test file for you in VS Code. You don't even have to create a file. It does that for you. It imports Playwright. It starts the test block. So it's all like ready for you. And then you just go to the browser, put in a URL, click around, and it will record your user actions. So it's really nice.
Yeah, that is incredible. And the comments were so excited around that feature.
Yeah, and I want to reassure Fun and here, like, very nice talk, yes, and but didn't for the sound, don't worry about it. We'll have the replay on the Angular TinyConf channel, and believe me, it's gonna be the most perfect audio you ever heard. That I can promise. No worries there. No worries there at all. Any other comments before I go to my AI friend here?
I was going to say as well, at the end of the video, the part you're not seeing, which is the best part, is the UI mode. I know, and it's like, that's the best demo. It's like a 5-minute demo, and it's the new UI mode that got released literally a month ago. And when you run your test in the CLI npx playwright test, you put --UI, and it's going to open this like trace of all your tests. And you'll be able to then go through each test, press the play button, and just
and
then
like
visually
a slash when you're going.
I know we got double
I'm saying that
me.
we have you here.
We're
we don't have
Debbie.
we have you here. We don't have the sound, but we have you as a commentator. So
it's so funny.
There you go. Let me know. So where's that magic so people can kind of see it?
Yeah, keep going. There
you go. You
see? This
yes.
is it, right? So you can filter the tests by skip tests and all kind of tests. So say you only want to work on your failed test, for example. I think you press pause, just play the video, and then the video will play. And you'll see, look at Double Debbie. This is pretty cool. Oh, it's playing. It's just, oh, right. So here's the trace of the test. You go back and forward in time. So you can see what happened before each moment, what happened after. And then you can click on actually look before, that's what happened, but after it was feed the cat, right? So you can really understand what was going on in your test. And it's down in the source code is highlighted underneath. You can use a timeline as well to do an image snapshots to kind of see like animations are really fast. And then you've got like the log, the network, the console, the source below. And then you can use watch mode. So yeah, this video is running really, really bad. It's kind of like jumping.
Yeah.
But
anyways, I'm not gonna torture you with that because I know that like
Yeah.
yeah. So don't worry about it. But does she know her stuff? She knows her stuff. So
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Cool.
I definitely test it out, like install Playwright, and then there's a demo test in the test example folder. Put it into the test folder, and then run in UI mode and just play around with what I just showed in that demo. And you'll play around with yourself. You kind of like click on buttons and go wow, and just yeah, it's really, really cool. So it's worth checking out.
Where can we follow you on Twitter? They were at the bottom of your slides, but we're not seeing them right now.
Yeah, Debs_O'Brien. So DEBS_O'Brien. And I'm now on Blue Sky because, you know, the sky is blue.
Nice.
Don't
And
get me started.
I'm on Blue Sky with my own URL of debbie.codes, which is my website where you can actually also get all my social links and find more kind of cool stuff about me and that I've done.
We're not cool enough yet to have an invite, so don't rub it on us. You know, don't worry about it.
I'm not cool enough to get the invites yet, but you know.
All right, what's your take on this from my G, the P, the T, who's saying that Playwright is like a movie director for web applications? The director, Playwright, gives instruction to the actors, the web browsers, and oversees their performance, automated browser tests across different scenes, which are the web pages. Just as a movie director, I'm gonna go into like history like mode here. Just as a movie director, I don't have Morgan Freeman's voice, so I'm spoiling it. Just as a movie director, ensure that all aspects of the production run smoothly and the final movie meets the audience's expectation. Playwright ensure that your web application works flawlessly across different browsers and environments. What you say?
I love it. But it is a theater rather than a movie because the playwright is the person in charge of the plays in the theater. So, you know, people are in Netflix world, so they don't understand that theater exists. I get that.
Yeah, so I don't know then if that joke is going to be in context because it asks, why did the playwright developer get nominated for an Oscar? Drum roll. I got to find a way to make it up. Because they always know how to direct a flawless browser performance.
I love it. I love it. Who is this? Who's posting that? That's amazing. That is so cool.
That's my friend, the G. You know, the chat GPT guy
I love it.
that works with me all the time. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah,
Debbie, thank you so much for being here. And sorry again for the technical difficulties. Once again, I do apologize for that. That's on me. We'll make sure that we're gonna right that wrong, and like all the replay is gonna be available as soon as next week on like Angular TinyConf. But I'm gonna let you go and tell that internet person to come and fix it before we come and talk to him. You know.
I know.
Yeah. It was a pleasure having you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day, everyone. Bye.
All right. Bye. And we have Mr. Pankaj. How you doing, man? Welcome to the Angular party. It's been called the Angular Marathon. Somebody told me we cannot call it TinyConf anymore because we have too many great speakers, you know, and we just have one of them like who just joined us. Pankaj is going to talk to us today about unpopular features of Angular. I am so excited about this talk. I cannot wait to see what you have for us. So, Pankaj, if you want, just share your screen so I can get you on the stage. And I'm going to make sure that we have your banner here. I think you were... No, that was Debbie. Pankaj, there you go. And we don't need to see that banner anymore.
Yeah, I'm sharing. I was on mute, sorry.
All right,
okay, I'm sharing.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So we're gonna leave Pankaj with the stage, and we'll get back to him after his session. So just give us a second to get out of your way, and take it from there as soon as I leave.
Okay, so yeah. So today in this session we will be focusing on, or I will be talking on unpopular features of Angular. So mainly, Angular is vast in terms of learning, because it has many things, but I don't think so most of the things have been completely utilized by a developer up to its extent. So I will be in this session, I will be pointing to those things which you may not be touching up, or you may not be utilizing up to it, up to its greatest power. So a little bit about myself. I'm Pankaj Parkar, currently working at Aeon as a principal application developer. I was MVP and also pretty much active on Stack Overflow. And yeah, I do run. I like to run. I try to run 100 km per month, and I have one OSS library ngx lib, so I do maintain it as well. If you want to follow me, you can follow me on handle Pankaj Parkar on GitHub and Twitter. So let's get back to the session. So in this session, what I try to do is I try to map use cases with the feature, so that we can able to link them properly, and we can understand that feature in better way. So first thing is, it's a very simple thing, or maybe not simple thing, but the complicated thing, route based dialogues. If you are into implementing this feature, there are multiple ways to do it. But do you know Angular has some feature by using which you can utilize this route based dialogues, implement the right route based dialogue feature. So mainly, what the thing is, your dialog should be navigatable, meaning if I give you an URL and you just paste it in the browser, it should open up a dialog. Okay, so how would we do that using Angular feature? So any guess? Okay, so auxiliary routes is the feature that came to a rescue. So this is kind of thing that has been introduced, baked in inside Angular router itself, API, Angular router API. And let's see how we can implement this. So suppose this is my app component HTML. It has few things, like I have a navbar at the top. So this is main layout page you can think of. Then the content, which is router outlet. And you will see some different kind of element, which is router outlet with name attribute. Some people call it name router outlet. Okay, so what to do with this? So I say that the name of the router outlet is model. Okay, so what will happen and how we can utilize this? So let's look at a configuration of our routing, how we have done it. So the REST routing can be same as what you used to do, but I can utilize the feature of auxiliary route, or the named router outlet, is by specifying configuration like this. I will specify what is the path, then component name, and then something else which is outlet, where it will be target to. So I want two models basically. One is login and the other one is details. So those has been specified as an extra parameter in the route configuration outlet model. Okay, pretty much we are close to implementation. Then how to use this, how this will work? Okay, so we will get to that. But first thing, about router configuration, whenever it comes to any route, we have to navigate to them, right? Generally on UI, we use router link directive. So how we can navigate to this model? Simply, we are going to use router link directive, but we are not going to pass a string, which is a URL. But over here, we can pass a outlets parameter. There are some more parameter like query parameters, segments, and whatnot. We are going to target this outlet, and then we will say which outlet we are targeting to. So I'm going to target an outlet which is model. And then what is the route that we want to open? So when I want to navigate to login, I will just say login. So basically somehow internally Angular will scan and will help us to open this login component in the pop-up, something like that. Okay, so that was the whole idea, how things got simplified with Angular baked in functionality. This can be done in multiple ways as well, but I feel this is bit easier than the other approaches. Okay, so how it will happen. So once the login component is loaded, we have to open a model from it. So basically what would happen is a login component will open a login dialog pop-up, and that will be simple, a standalone component, and it will open up. Okay, so I have a demo running just beside in other Chrome window. So let me zoom in a little bit and let me close all the files. And so this is simple app, and I created few pages, and once we visit it, we will see each feature and what's the feature of Angular API we have used. So first one is um, how we have implemented the login. So I have kept one login button at the top in the nav bar. So once I click it, see what happens. It opens a model, and the very good thing about this is if I sorry, yeah, if I copy this URL and open it into the new browser, let me zoom it a little bit, maybe. Okay, yeah, see, it opened the pop-up. Okay, so what happened? How Angular kept a track of a particular route and how this has opened? So basically, if you look at route closely, did you see something else? Like it added some parameter. Like let me copy this route and see what happened here. In the URL itself, it become like this: a dashboard, then question in parenthesis it's a model. Model is what? Model is outlet, and then a login path. And that is how the combination worked, and somehow Angular router get to know what things of route has to be targeted and opened up. So this is how the auxiliary route feature will help you to make your dialog linkable or navigatable, so people can basically bookmark the dialog as well. Yeah, so that was one of the feature that we just looked at. So let me close this tab and this one as well quickly. Don't save. Let's navigate back to the slides. Okay, so what else? Now access parent component from the child component. Have you came across such use case? I think ideally we should not access the parent component details from the child component, but you can come across some situation or edge cases where you need a information from some third party component or a third party library or a service, where I mean, yeah, technically it is not a good approach to do it, but in some cases we may have to do it. So how we can do that? And suppose, let's take one example to visualize it better. Suppose I have one component and it has a HTML. Okay, and what that HTML has is it has mat card, and of course header, content, and at the footer, meaning mat card actions, there is one component called as child component, which is situated. And the child component looks like this. Now for some edge case reason, the child component wants to access data of a parent component, which could be a card, which is a publicly accessible property. Okay, so how would we do that? Any guesses? So yeah, so the thing is, you can easily do this with two approaches. One approach is, of course, it is going to achieve by DI. So one quick approach could be a host decorator. Okay, so what would happen is, inside your child component, you can add or inject a parent component class itself. And what would happen is, after specifying host meaning, it's we know host, right? Host is a if any component is rendered, the selector that HTML has a selector, sorry, the component has a selector, we call them as a host. So over here the host has a little different meaning. So if we go back a little bit and look at the HTML of this, so this child component is hosted inside what? The child to parent access, meaning some parent component basically. So for child component, the host will be this. So whenever we see @host decorator, it will try to scan the dependency exactly one step up, or exactly up to the parent of its a parent injector, and it will try to find uh, dependency inside that context only. If it is not found, since I wrote optional, it will fail silently. If you don't write this, it will throw an error. And once it get that property, it will you can access the public properties out of it. So this is one of the way. Yeah, we are going to look at the demo in few minutes, but what is the other way to do this? Other way can be a normal DI injection. You just have to inject a parent component property inside your component, and you can get access to it. But in this case, when we say @host, we were specifically targeting to the parent context only. But when you do this only just injection, it can go up to the root. You can also specify app component here as well, which is not good ideally. So I would recommend, if you want to specifically do something, do this DUI with @host. You will be specifically targeting to specific context. I just show this approach just to just to visualize what exactly could be happening if you do that. But yeah, this is the recommended approach. So basically, mainly @host has been used internally in Angular in different forms API to deal with parent form and all those stuff. So let's see this action in a demo. Okay, let me close this, and okay, dashboard. And so basically I have oh sorry, child to parent, yeah. So basically I have this component, and I told you, right, I placed one component at the footer of the card. So this is the component. Okay, let's look at a code little bit. The code is here, and this is the parent component, okay, that we looked into the slide, and we just added a line @host and this thing. And as soon as we have it there, we can see that the console log will be printing the parent component itself, and which is already here. So by this way you can get access to the parent component public properties. Generally this is not recommended, but in some edge cases you might need to do that. So this feature you can utilize also. Let's move on to the slide again, and let's see what's next. So this is very general thing. This is kind of related to the what we have done in the last point. So extend existing third-party directive or component. So for example, if you are using PrimeNG component or AG-Grid or whatnot, generally what people used to do is they write a wrapper around that directive. And again, what we do in that case, we again write all the input properties, all the output properties, and we add two level, I would say in that way we added two level kind of maintenance, like we are maintaining it ourselves, though the things are already there inside the third party API. So what could be the good way? So over here, let's take an example of mat paginator. I just want to display the mat paginator, and I need to at least provide this attribute in my project. So mainly page length and page size and whatnot, and it display like this. But I need to use this at multiple places, but over the time what I have observed is these three properties are kind of repetitive. Each time whoever is using this, they have to repeat it multiple times. You can write a wrapper directive and do that, but what could be the better way? So yeah, directive can come into the rescue for you. So this is the I mean, maybe you know how directive can help, but this is the other power of directive. Like you can write one directive with the same name called as mat paginator. Okay, and interestingly, you can just inject paginator dependency inside your component. So you know what we just looked at, you just inject a mat since you inject mat paginator, it will look up for dependency from current context all the way up to root. So this will find mat paginator, and the next thing will be, what we will be doing, we will be adding the default properties from ourselves, like the mat paginator show first and last button true, and again whatnot, the page size option, those two things. And the third one was kind of attribute. So for that, we just refer to element ref property, di injection, and then we host binding, and we manipulated the property value. And this way you got the benefit of not wrapping up the directive, but you just wrote an extension of directive, and whenever you want to use it, you just import it inside your component wherever you want to use it. If you want the the exact behavior or the original behavior of your mat paginator, then don't include this. That's it. So that is the way you can opt in and opt out the functionality. So let's look at the demo of this. So let me go back to the dashboard, and so this is the example. Okay, let me open the code. Extend. So this is the simple code which we just saw. Okay, and I'm just going to I'm just going to do this, and let's see. Can you see the difference between two components? Right now I specify mat paginator like this with 3 properties, and the other one does not have 3 properties. As soon as I opt in for a directive, which I wrote just now, they both will look similar. Correct. So this is how you can, go about overriding the behavior of directive or component of third-party library. Okay. Moving on to the next point. Okay, so this is quite interesting. Template variable, what exactly it is? So let's take a look at this example. So this is a button, simple button, and when I say hash button on that template, it refers to that element. Okay. So the main thing is, since mad button has been applied on the element, what happens? When we try to pass this button element or button template variable inside any event, what will happen? It will point to mad button object of the of the element, and you won't be, and in some situation we are not interested in accessing the original class instance, but we are interested in DOM really. So the way to access the DOM, what we have to do, we have to go to the component, do view child, and then maybe using view child we can target to mad button or a hash button and just say take out element ref out of it. But yeah, is there any other way to do that, or that can simplify the thing? Again, the directive export as feature can come to the rescue for this. So how to do that, how we can achieve that? To do that simply, like what we can do, we can just define one directive called as use ref, and that directive will be standalone. Sorry, I forgot to mention export as property here, export as true. So export as uf use ref, and inside the component it will be very simple. It will just inject the property. I will show you into the code what exactly this code is. So basically we will inject the element ref and just focus on the native element. So what will happen on the HTML? In HTML, mainly we will say the directive name, and when we want to extract the DOM of it, we just say button is equal to uf user ref. So whatever this directive instance says, we can access that. And when it comes to passing it, we can use that DOM. So let's look at the demo directly. I have some mistake on the slide, so sorry about that. Let's go back to the dashboard, and I'm clicking on this link. So mainly, if we go to the component code template, okay, so template variable. So we use useref and useref as a directive. When we click on the DOM, we get button. Okay, so let's see what's exactly inside a button. When I click on it, can you see the button is now having a DOM property? Okay, so in case if you want to pass a DOM, you just need to write, you can just write a DOM itself, and you can directly get access to the DOM, and you can pass it wherever you need it. You don't need to do view child and whatnot. So export as is really good feature. You might have used it for a validation while dealing with the forms errors to export ng model, ng form, and whatnot. The similar thing can be utilized at different places. So that was the example. And let me show you the directive code which I have added here. So the line that was missing here was export as, and I'm exporting this directive itself, which will expose the public property of the instance of directive. That's why we were able to access DOM property. Okay, moving on to the last thing, which is uh, the related to, wait a minute, okay, ng destroy hook in Angular service. So I'm not going to, maybe this is the known feature, but I have seen in multiple code reviews that people are not utilizing this feature. So thought of sharing that as well. So in some cases, our services are not provided in root. They will be provided on particular level of hierarchy. Okay, in that case, suppose your service is doing some asynchronous operation. Suppose in interval it is trying to do something. So for example, here on line number 8, service is doing something as soon as it instantiated, and it tries to print a count again, count after 1 second each time. And what happens is, once you leave that component that you have injected you have inside a provider's array, you will see that this service will be still active, and that is where you got memory leak or you got some problem to deal with. So how to deal with this this kind of scenario? In component we have ng destroy hook. So similarly, Angular service also have a ng destroy hook, where you can just keep a reference of that interval, and as soon as you are moving away from that page, the providers the component where you wrote a providers and register the log service, it will make sure that the things are cleaned up or tear down on the instance of moving away. So I think these are the main things that I have jotted down, and I want to share with you. I hope you will dig through this and you will see where you can apply these features inside your project itself. So thank you for listening, and yeah, thanks for having me, Addy.
That was a great talk.
Thank you.
Went over some features that are very, I won't say very, I don't even want to say unpopular, but not used as often, right? Some of the stuff in there, some of the stuff in there is definitely used more than others, but it was a good reminder, especially the modal stuff, because you could use that to lazy inject your modals, right? Which is a cool idea.
I really want to put the Angular team, or like my favorite target, Brandon Roberts, about the decision about name template, name outlet, or whatever that thing is called. It is the most unintuitive thing, and it's so powerful. And I like the way that Pankaj brought it. But when you just go and dig into the documentation and you're like, what in the, and there's so many good use case for it. I mean, I think the most obvious one is like the model, and a lot of people using it rightly so for that. But you can even think about when you have child routes and then certain like conditions, like let's say you are putting together 2 or 3 conditions, and only when those 3 conditions are Boolean, then you go and you show something. There's so many use cases. And then what you end up seeing is people butchering the code and trying to do something that they just cannot get the router outlet templates like right. So thank you for putting that together. But, I don't know if we can find like even some way to have this as part of the documentation, or if we did, because I think it's one of the hidden gem in there, honestly.
I agree.
The UI route library that was back in Angular JS days.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
They have this concept. They have this concept, but that was little bit theoretically it was working differently than how Angular does. But Angular uses the parenthesis and key value pair of outlet name and the route path. But yeah, the UI route has also a good way of handling it. That library. I don't know this that disappear once Angular JS gone, but
Yeah, that
it's a
was
good
the
library
coolest.
that
Like,
was.
yeah, the UI router was something
Yep.
else, man. That was, I mean, pardon my French, that was some sexy code right there.
Nice. Well, it was, and if I remember correctly, back when they were making the switch, right? Angular, I can't even remember. Was it like 1.15, 1.6 when Angular 2 was announced?
Angular 3, maybe?
Angular,
Three?
Angular
Not
3, 3JS.
No,
Ciao.
no. I'm just trying to see if you're gonna take my bait on Angular 3 version.
Oh no. But I remember there being discussion around wanting to make it work like the UI router instead of the original Angular JS router. Because I agree with you that Angular UI router was sexy.
Yeah.
I was kind of, I know, I am the gentle one today. Jay is going like, it's so bad, and he's talking about name outlet, Yeah. So Christopher, who's saying he's interested to check out the modal route stuff, and when we are talking about the UI router, of course everybody got nostalgic. Midi is talking about the good old days. But let's get like a little fun here, because I was like, AI is gonna have a field day with unpopular feature. Like, let's see. And what did Jay just say? Hold on. He said dynamic component for the win instead of auxiliary right for sure. All right. To each, yeah, okay. I'll take that anytime, man. So let's see like what AI is saying about unpopular feature. I just said unpopular feature to it. And so just a quick announcement. Joy, who you guys saw a little earlier, had a second talk, but she won't be able to join us. Unfortunately, there was some technical issues there. But we'll capture her talk and we'll have it in the replay section. We have Maina, who's like a GDE from Kenya, from like Angular NG Kenya, who joined us and who's going to do the next talk. If you want to up your TypeScript game, talk to this guy. If you want to up your Angular game, talk to this guy. If you want to be a millionaire, well, talk to this guy still.
Sweet. I need to talk to Maina.
Talk to Maina, man. He'll have something for you, man. But definitely don't talk to me, man. So let's go about the unpopular features. So let's start here. It's going to give us a metaphor. Unpopular features in a software application are like the extra button on a TV remote control that no one ever uses. Okay? I'm watching the playoff now, so that's true. They are included for specific purposes or niche functionality, but most users don't find them necessary for their everyday experience. These features can sometimes lead to confusion or clutter, making it harder to find and use the functions that are actually popular and widely used. The only thing that I'm not agreeing with is like that they are not necessary. I think they are just not rightly documented, or like don't have the right example. But the use case is there for a reason. You know, but I'll let the expert there, Pankaj. What do you think? What do you think about that take?
Yeah, it seems right, but I think it is not the AI answer is not in terms of software. I think
It's just in general for unpopular features. Yes, yeah. And now we're gonna go to the jokes, and hopefully everything is politically correct here. So, why do developers avoid adding unpopular feature to their apps?
They may not know it first place.
Because they don't want to push the wrong buttons. That's a dry one.
That one's a callback. You have to understand the remote control remote control metaphor that it used before that joke even makes sense. Right?
Exactly. Yeah, from that perspective, yeah. Now, next one. Why did the software developer become a minimalist?
I don't know.
Because they couldn't stand unpopular feature cluttering up their code. And this one is high school / college, if you have been in America, and life in general. Why do developers treat unpopular feature like they are playing hide and seek?
I don't know.
And it says because they are always trying to find ways to keep them out of sight.
Ooh.
And last, but definitely the least one, what do unpopular features and a bad party guest have in common?
Did you try to get rid of them?
They both stick around even when nobody wants them to.
Nice.
I don't know if I like that one, but I understand it. Anyways.
So here's the funny thing, right? You're using ChatGPT. I went on Bard and I said, what are some unpopular features in Angular? And Bard went out and listed some unpopular features for us. The first one it listed was Angular's template syntax. The second one, dependency injection.
What?
The third one, TypeScript. The fourth one, the Angular CLI. And the fifth one is the Angular documentation.
I thought like if the CLI was not there, I would say that it might have messed it up between like unpopular and unloved features. Because like the hard ones, I mean like dependency injection, a lot of us like, yes, we have to deal with it, but that doesn't mean that we are in love with it. Because developers, I'm gonna tell you guys how developers work. When we understand something, it's the best thing that was ever created. When we don't understand it, we hate it. So most of us who don't understand dependency injection with that, but the Angular CLI, that thing is genius, man. Come on, why? Okay, Bard needs to reset right now. I think. Sorry, Google, but it really does.
I think it got confused. I would list those as the most popular features of Angular.
Maybe not the most understood one. Maybe not the most understood one, or maybe like having a learning curve, like when it says TypeScript, but unpopular.
Yeah. Well, Miko did a poll recently where they asked, what's your favorite feature of Angular, and the number one feature was the DI. So.
Okay. All right. GPT 8 Bart some improvement. Let's All right, Pankaj. So we can find you on Twitter at Pankaj Pakar. I hope I'm saying your name right.
Yes.
And thank you so much for being a part of Angular Tiny Conf, and we'll be seeing you, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And then make sure that you just press on Leave Studio when you are leaving the studio, so we can make sure we get like high quality recording for the replay. All right.
Sure.
Now, without further ado, Mr. Maina. Am I saying your name right? Is that Maina? Maina?
Maina.
Yeah. Maina. There you go.
That right from the beginning.
All right.
Nice.
I've been practicing, man. Hailing from. Are you actually in Kenya right now, or?
Yeah, Kenya.
What
Nairobi.
part? In Nairobi too. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So hopefully you're not on the same grid as Joy, because Joy is just going through some technical difficulties right now. But that's what she gets from teasing us in showing us the beautiful Kenya
She's on the
sky and
beach.
outside. Yeah, she's on the beach, so I'm not feeling bad for her. I'm not feeling bad for her at all. That's what she get for teasing us. But Maina is here today, and you're gonna be talking about our journey to fine grained reactivity in Angular. Guys, I'm gonna get my coffee. I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna enjoy this one.
Yeah.
I just cannot wait for this one. So let's get to yours. Let me add this to the stream. Let's make sure
wait.
you are there, and let's make sure we get out of your way.
Okay, no pressure on my side, I guess. So can I get started? Hi everyone. So today this is a topic since the Angular team decided to.
Hold on one second. Hold on.
Okay.
You take it from, because I have your name is saying Pankaj, and I don't think your name is Pankaj. So let me make sure we get your right name there. There you go. So there you go. That makes sense now.
Yeah. Okay, let's do this again. So when the Angular team a few months ago decided to sort of like introduce RFCs for signals, so I thought it would be rather interesting as an Angular developer for years now to sort of like take us through a journey on how we got to this point, or how we are getting to this point, because version 16 is not yet out unless it was out today, and I haven't checked. But I wanted us to sort of like go to a journey. So a little bit of background on my side. So I started out with AngularJS, and then I jumped into Angular as we know it at version 4.0. Actually, to be more specific, version 4.3. And have been with Angular since then. When I should remember the exact version of Angular that was introduced, because that's when they introduced interceptors, if I'm not mistaken. And I played with them, and I think I wrote some of the first articles around that. So a little bit unnecessary information for you, I guess. So today, let us look at reactivity and how we got there, or where we are going to be with version 16 and with signals. So, so a little bit about me. So I am Maina Wycliffe. So I'm a software engineer at FrankSource and a Google developer expert for Angular. I also author our weekly newsletter, All Things TypeScript. Please subscribe if you can. And also, those are my two social media handles on LinkedIn and Twitter. Please feel free to follow me. Also, apart from Twitter, everywhere else, I am Maina Wycliffe. So feel free to follow me on GitHub, and everywhere else you can find me. So without further ado, let's have a look at what reactivity is. And I did this introduction over the weekend in Angular, Kenya. And I had a sort of like a very beginner-friendly crowd, so I didn't go into details. And I wanted to sort of like teach what reactivity is before we can talk about fine-grained reactivity in Angular. So one of the ways I really like to look about reactivity is when we sync the state of things behind the scenes with what the user sees. So sort of like trying to say, if someone clicks on the most popular application out there that you can build is the count application, and you have this plus button and minus button, and whenever someone clicks plus or minus, you want the UI to update to show the latest count. And that's the essence of reactivity. So you update the state, and then the view updates. So the reactivity is how does the framework, how does your website display the latest information about the user? So one of the things that was popularized by React was view equals the function of state. So if you want to have a specific view, you need to take the state and pass it through a function. In this case, it could be a template, and then you get to the current view. So whatever states we have and the function we have, we use to transform that into sort of like a template or HTML file, we will always get the same view. So reactivity is all about change detection or detecting changes where they happen. And these changes can come from a number of sources. This could be button clicks, could be async operations, there could be browser APIs whenever someone resizes the browser or something like that. And these are all sources for changes or possible sources of changes. And you need to be able to consume this within your application, and then the framework needs to synchronize whatever these sources of information and then present this to the user in a way that makes sense to them, which is why we build websites in the first place. So I have talked about change detection, and change detection is the ability for the framework to detect changes whenever they happen. So let's say go back to the count application, whereby we say increase this counter by 1 or decrement by 1. And you want the framework to detect a change has happened and then do rerun. In this case, update the view so that the user can see the latest information. So this means that we have, so popularly, so these are not the only ones, but the most popular ones are pull-based change detection and push-based change detection. So what do I mean by pull-based change detection and push-based change detection? So for pull-based, the framework checks for changes. The framework goes through the component hierarchy or the component tree from top to bottom or whichever model it uses, and it's going to be checking whether a component has any changes and then updates the view. So this is what Angular has been using for a very long time. And on the other side, we have push-based change detection, and this is where whenever something changes, you inform the framework that something has changed. As you can see in the diagram, whenever something changes in one of the components, for instance, when you're using something like React, you can say set state, and then that is going to sort of like tell the framework something changed related this component. And that's going to read the component and all the child components in it. This is different from what we are used to in Angular, because in Angular we don't really think about our state variables. We only think about them from the context of a class variable, whereby we say this dot x or this dot counter dot plus plus. We don't really care. We don't really care about how does that work behind the scenes. How does the framework do the update? No, Angular does that for us and uses Zone.js for this. So I don't really know how this is to be honest, but to expound a little bit. So in Angular, we don't really have set state or similar, or at least until now. If you're watching this in the future, whereby we have zones, remember we are talking about Angular 15 behind, not Angular 16, and it's pull based, so which means the Angular is going to be checking for frameworks, and this is done by Zone.js. And even when you're doing on push change detection, that is the optimization done by Angular on push, that still does the Angular framework has still to check the component for changes, only that this time it allows you to sort of like tell it, do not check the component unless it's marked for dirty, do not do CD unless it has been marked as dirty, otherwise skip it. So that doesn't change the overall framework change detection model, just allows you to optimize and prevent the framework from doing this for performance reasons, so that if you have like a very large application, you don't have go into details of checking all components and doing in your performance, because that takes a little bit time. So the title of this talk talks about fine-grained reactivity. It talks about our journey to it. So the question is, what is fine-grained reactivity? So when you talk about reactivity, we talked about reacting to changes. What about fine-grained? What do we mean by that? So imagine this: if a change could be detected, when we detect a change, we will know specifically parts of our application, specific parts of our component, our view, that detected, that relied on that change, that were affected by that change, and we only need to read those parts. It's very targeted in that we're able to focus on very specific areas. We can go all the way to fine-grained completed, whereby you could say per element or per node, but we could go all the way per common. But what this means is that we track our dependencies, and whenever you rely on a state variable, we know who is using it and who to inform. Sort of like subscription in ArcJS, whereby we tell them who to inform, who to tell whenever something changes. So whenever someone scores .update or set state, we know who is relying on that, and we only inform them, and then the reactivity is only on that specific area rather than the whole application. So let's talk about signals, because I think we have all heard about this noise that has been coming through the Angular community recently. We have the LFC. I think they are closed now, if I'm not mistaken, but it's a good reading, and I have seen a lot of comments from other people. So I'll try to put this as simple as possible, because it's not a deep dive into signals and how they work under the hood. I'm just trying to go over the hood, over everything over on top, so that I can make sure everyone who is new to Angular who doesn't have a good understanding of Angular is able to look at this and understand what they mean. So what's a signal? A signal is essentially a wrapper around a value. So if we refer back to our count example, whereby we had a count variable which would increment and increment. So if we wanted to make a signal, we would wrap around a signal around that value. And then within our template, we would subscribe to that value by calling the getter so that we can add a dependency. So what this means is that whenever something changes, that those dependencies or those people who have sort of like subscribed, and I know using subscribe here is sort of like taking us through back to, well, that sounds like correct, yes. Maybe not, but to get back to the why not Alex.js later. So for now, let's focus on signals. So if you look at the diagram on your left, you'll be able to see that I have a sort of like an intersection, load intersection, with a for lights, so that we have traffic lights. So if you're approaching from the bottom up and you get to that junction, you only depend on that single light, that is the single traffic light in front of you. You don't care. So in this case, in our case, it's light B. You don't really care what happens at A, D, or C. Your only point of concern is B. So if B tells you to stop, you stop. If it tells you to go, you go. You don't care. You don't do anything if like C, D, or A changes. And that's the whole idea behind signals. You are now subscribed, or you are now listening to only the signal in front of you, in this case B, and only going to change or going to react if we use our title of the topic for that. So with signals, we are able to do manipulation of the wrapped value. So we have updates, we have getters. This allows us to have very fine-grained reactivity. We also have effects. For those of you who are familiar with React, this sounds like use effect, but this allows us to listen to changes and do something based on those reactions. And then we have computer signals, whereby you can derive signals from other signals. So whenever like we can compose multiple signals into a different signal, and whenever one changes value, then everything changes. One of the beauty about signals is that, okay, not beauty, but advantages of signal is that it automatically tracks its own dependencies. And this is why we need the getter. So signal, then the function. And this allows us to know who exactly to inform whenever something changes. So we have talked about signals. What about signals in Angular? So I want to first state these things are not going to be coming immediately in version 16, not everything. This is a possible future that I really like to think about where Angular is going to be, maybe at some point in the future, maybe version 17, maybe version 18. We don't really know, because as the team is going to be collecting a lot of feedback from the community, things are going to change and things are going to be updated here and there. But a few things to keep in mind: we are going to start at some point in the future, we're going to have signal-based components, and this will allow us to sort of like disable the on-put change detection. And if you had like all your components were converted into signal-based components, you'd have like you'd be able to have options on JS. You'd be able to have like you'd have like a fully on push direction rather than the hybrid, whereby when you have mixed signals. Something else is we have components change detection. Whenever something happens within the component and someone is not using it elsewhere, that change detection is very localized to that area, and this can be localized through per view. And in Angular, views views are not just templates. It means that views could template could have multiple views. When you have things like ng template, ng containers, those are different views. Even if you have multiple of them within the container, within a template, so you're able to have local change detection per view within the template, so that change detection is even more organized. So other things to keep in mind is at inputs, so component inputs, view child queries, models with signals, and change detection will only run if you read those signals. If you don't read those inputs and then those values, and you have passed them into a component, then change detection is not going to be running because you don't have dependency within that component. So earlier, before I talked about why not RxJS, so I kept referring subscribe, and maybe it's the wrong word. Someone will probably correct me somewhere if I'm wrong, but in the gist of it, that's how it's. So the first thing is that observables are asynchronous by nature. So one of the biggest area where observables or RxJS really shines is when you're doing operations like HTTP GET, when you're doing like listening to event stream coming in. And this means that observables don't have an initial value. And when you're using it within the template, or whenever you're using observable within the template, you need to either subscribe within the component, either within the component lifecycle, or using a sync pipe, which does the subscribing for you. Also, the other thing you have to keep in mind is if you've subscribed to something, you also have to unsubscribe, and so on and so on. So these are the kind of things observables need. But with RxJS, with signals, you don't need that. The whole code becomes synchronous. You don't have to worry about when something will happen. You just need to know react to values as they come. So for instance, if you're talking about a call to the database, if it's undefined, show this. If it's defined, show this. If there is a loader, so this is sort of like more of a synchronous top-down approach, more like instead of the approach you're used to, whereby you have to deal with the synchronicity of the front end. So other things to keep in mind about observables is they have side effects. That means mostly they are not just, you can't, when you're dealing with an observable on your on your template or within your component, it may be a pure function, it may not be. It could be going to the database to do something, it could be manipulating something else. But with signals, that's not the case. So in order to do side effects, you need to use effects, which is more explicit as compared to observables. So this doesn't mean that we don't have a place for observables. And this is something I'm emphasizing to everyone who I meet. That's because RxJS is going to be still great at doing what it does very well. And then signals are going to improve the framework from a performance perspective. And then if you marry the two, you're going to be getting this very nice marriage whereby you are able to sort of like rely on signals for state management, RxJS for async operations. If you're using something like ngrx for side effects, and then you are sort of like able to provide to subscribe to observables and convert them to signals, and vice versa, and so on. And this also brings me to the point, maybe this is going to be the end of async pipe as we know it, not immediately, but in the future. I don't know. We'll see how that goes out. So this slide is something I usually included because I included it because it's more of like an idea, or sort of like thinking, what about the future? How does signals impact Angular? How does signals change Angular? So the first one obviously is going to be improved performance in large application because change detection changes. So, but we need to focus about other possible future benefits. So let's talk about SSI and hydration. So we have currently we have modern hydration techniques that have been progressed by frameworks such as Quick and so on. But with signals and with its own fine-grained reactivity, we might be able to get to a point whereby Angular knows how exactly the state of your application is during build time, and it's able to sort of like create sort of like automatic alerts things like that. We're also going to get improved DX, whereby we can get hot module reloading, which is really annoying in Angular because you have to load the whole application and fill up the form. So this is something I'm probably looking forward to a lot. Something else that's going to change is mental model switching in Angular. So changes life cycles, effects, RxJS, signal, interoperability. Functions interprets are going to be now a thing. So those are the kind of things that we need to start thinking about. So the next time you see functions in an Angular application, probably won't frown at first. You're probably going to be, let me first figure out what they are doing here. And that's it for resources. That's it for the talk. If you want the slides, scan the QR code on your right. Most of those are RFCs, and also a very nice article by Quick. I usually butcher his name, so I'm not going to try and pronounce it.
That's usually the other way around, but yeah, that's all good, man. We know, don't worry. And thank you for putting this together. We're gonna share like of course the
awesome.
resources. We're gonna have the replay and everything. And that is a very in-depth like summary of where we were and where we're going. So thank you for putting this together. I mean, I kind of got you to do it almost. I mean, you did it for Angular Kenya, but I kind of almost got you to do it last minute because at some point I was like, we don't have any signals talk, for this conference. Now we have 3. You were the first one, and I'm glad we were able to make sure that we got that in. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, I'm glad you're able to accommodate me, and you pushed me to doing this stuff because I wasn't sure.
Oh, man. I just feel like you have so much to share. I don't think there's no pushing needed there. I need 3 more talks from you by tomorrow. Okay, I'm waiting.
Yeah.
Okay.
No pressure on my side.
Oh man, and I'm gonna add like Mr. Robin to the stream to come join the party. If you don't know who Robin is, you're gonna know who Robin is. But I'm gonna reserve that for a little bit. Let me go through our traditional. We just found a new tradition now in Angular TinyConf. I just made that up this morning. We're gonna do metaphors and jokes. So let's see. And that's what I need. Jay Bell just like disappeared on me right now, but he'll come back. So let's see here. I asked GPT about fine-grained reactivity. So Maina, you're gonna tell me what do you think about this? And Robin, am I saying it right? Man, English is my 3rd language. So if I butcher your name, blame it on I don't know who. Robin on me. Yes. Robin is right. Okay, cool. So feel free to chime in. So it says that fine-grained reactivity in a software application is like a well-tuned orchestra. Oh, dun, 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 dun. Okay, whatever orchestra you're listening to. Each musician, which is a component in this metaphor, plays their instrument in perfect harmony and responds to the conductors. I should let Jason read this stuff, man. And respond to the conductor's reactive system cues with precision. This level of synchronization allows the orchestra to create beautiful music, smooth user experience, with minimal delays as each musician adjusts their performance based on the subset or subtlest. Oh,
subtlest.
What?
Subtlest.
Okay. Subtlest. Okay, you finish, man. That's your language.
Based on the subtlest changes in the conductor's direction.
Okay, all of that. Does it make sense, sir?
Yeah, I think so. Apart from subtlest, what does that mean?
I have no idea. Subtlest. I mean, like the word subtle like, and the subtlest. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
In the
just like the tiniest change.
The tiniest change, and it will just react to it. And to that, I mean, like Jason himself was having a field day with Signal, and I think he says that's from our own Jason Warner. Signals are like your 3-year-old on a Saturday morning. If you don't have kids, you don't know what the Saturday morning with a 3-year-old is. So, they make sure you are aware of their changes even at 6 a.m. Yes, they do. And then he went again. Signals are like your phone during a Zoom meeting, letting you know you have messages all the time. And Jason is still like on it. He says, you are like a signal to your partner. They are always waiting for you to change. I love
Yeah,
oh my lord.
I love it too.
I got a bit of
inspiration. And of course, man, Lars is giving you a lot of love, Maina, for being here, man. You know, I mean, he's doing something huge in the community. If you don't follow this dude, you know, you're missing out. So,
Absolutely.
and of course, we have a few jokes, and then we'll go to Robin. I'm sure this is a serious conference, man. You know, guys, please.
We're having a good time.
Why?
That's why we
Why
come
do
here.
why do developers with fine-grained reactivity make great conductors? If you remember, it's because they always know how to orchestrate a flawless performance with minimal delays.
I was thinking electrical conductor.
Yeah. It just depends wherever your mind is at this very
Exactly.
moment in time, you know. Oh man, but Maina, I'm gonna let you go, man. But thank you so much, and we'll get the slides up, and the replay will be on like by next week on Angular Tiny Conf. Thank you again, buddy. And please just do leave studio. Don't close your tab. Just leave the studio, okay?
Okay.
Got you. But man, I got Robin the Goat Guts.
Yep.
Oh my lord. I cannot.
Yep.
I got him last minute, man. Last minute. And he was like, yeah, I'm going to do it. And, you know, and I'm like, you got to do it. And I cannot resist. I have to do this, man. Sorry, man. You have nothing to do with this. It's on me. So I'm going to share a screen real quick.
Okay, I'm
You
holding
know
on.
that this was going to come. You know.
I was just going to make this joke.
This is Sparta!
Yes!
It's definitely how we should say it, man. And if you don't know it already, we do have the Spartan. We're going to be talking about the Spartan stack today by your own and only Robin. And what's your last name? I don't want to butcher it.
It's hard. It's German. It's Götz.
Götz?
But you can say goats. You can do whatever you want.
No, let's just do Götz. Götz.
Yeah, Götz. That's good.
Götz. Yeah, let's go. Sprachen Sie Deutsch? Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm getting there. Yeah. And let me just make sure that we're gonna look at this logo, man. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Can we get a better logo than this, man? Come on.
A spearhead with the angular A. That's awesome.
I am getting too excited. So let's make sure we change the brand first. And then I have your name right. And let's get out of your way before Lars tell me to get out of your way. There you go. Take it away, sir.
Well, thanks so much for having me. As you guys seen, we're going to talk about Spartan today. And it's pretty much an experiment I started to give you guys a glimpse of what the future of Angular development could look like. Yeah, so let's just dive right into it. What is Spartan? Well, it's actually a collection of full stack technologies that provide end-to-end type safety. And I mean, we're at Angular TinyConf, so of course it's built around Angular. So let's see. Well, let's just look right at it. What does Angular have to do with like old Greek warriors? Like not that much, but if you don't look too closely, you actually see that Spartan is actually an acronym for all the technologies I used in this little experiment. Starts with Supabase as the database provider, Prisma as the integration between the database and our server, Angular, the front-end development we all love so much, and then to integrate between Angular and the server, we're actually going to use something called TRPC. We're going to style our website with Tailwind, which I also love, and then very excited. This is all powered by Analog, which is an amazing meta framework, and I think Brandon's actually going to talk about it later. And then if you're serious about developing TypeScript application, of course, you're going to put everything into an NX workspace. So before I dive into each of these technologies and kind of give you my reasoning of why I think they deserve to be part of the Spartan stack, I want to share quickly the motivation of like why I started this project and started playing around with it. And it's actually a twofold answer. So one big question is server-side rendering, and it's all the hype right now. In 2023, you can't think about like application development without server-side rendering anymore. And if we look at the React, which in the React world, Next.js is so popular, it pretty much goes hand in hand. If you look at the React documentation, they actually suggest using Next as like the meta framework of your choice if you want to build a production ready application. So I went to the Next.js website, and of course, right there on the website, it's client and server rendering as one of the core features of it. But I didn't stop there. I also checked out the Vue documentation, and Vue actually recommends to use Nuxt to take your app from their example to a production-ready SSR application. So looked on the Nuxt website, and right there, on-demand rendering, one of the core features of Nuxt. So I went to the Angular website, and we all know Angular has Angular Universal. Angular has Angular Universal right now. They support server-side rendering for a long time, actually. But as you'll see, well, it's a little hidden on the Angular website. There is no standalone website for Angular Universal. And if you go to the Angular website, you have to search a little bit. You can actually see it on the bottom left of my picture here, that there is server-side rendering. And it's not, yeah, it's just not, it doesn't feel like it's front and center of Angular right now. But what if we had Nuxt for Angular? Well, spoiler, we actually do. With Analog, which is an amazing meta framework that Brandon Roberts created, we have something like Nuxt, something like Next for Angular right now. So this is where Spartan kind of like comes in and says, okay, so we have something like Nuxt and Next, and something that fuses like Angular development with server-side development. So what if we took it one step further and made this like experience of developing and took it all the way to end-to-end type safety? So seems like it's not playing the gifts here, but pretty much if you see here, it's from the TRPC website, which pretty much if you make a change on the server side in TRPC without even saving your file, those changes are going to propagate to your client, and you're actually going to get a compile time error, like telling you, okay, for example, you're changing your input from message to name. In your client, you're going to have to change your API call and provide message as the name as the input instead of message. So that's kind of like what I wanted for Angular too. And that's kind of like where this whole like experiment started. And then I just like got my hands dirty and started developing. That's ultimately the stack I came up with. Is this. So as I said before, if you're serious about TypeScript development, you start with an NX workspace. Exactly what I did. I love working with NX. It's super powerful. I'm going to go into more detail later, but everything is inside of an NX workspace. Then on the left side, we have the client, which is powered by Angular, which is like definitely my favorite framework, and all you guys here probably share that view in some sort of way. And then in the middle, we have the server, which is actually powered by analog. I think Brandon's probably going to go into more detail on what actually powers it, like under the hood. And then you see that little arrow on the bottom going from the server to the client. Actually, analog is server-side rendering your Angular application. And then how do you fetch data? How do you exchange data? Like once you actually interact with the client, well, that's where TRPC comes in. And yeah, you actually see you're gonna get your data through TRPC. You're gonna fetch your data through TRPC. Same integration we want from our server to our database. I actually decided to go with Supabase as a database. I'm a big fan of SQL or SQL or however you want to call it. Kind of like my bread and butter in my daily work too. I love just actually writing the queries too. But what if it could be type safe? That was kind of like the thinking. Imagine you have a database interaction that's type safe. And again, the TypeScript ecosystem is absolutely amazing. There's tools like that. And the one I picked for this stack is Prisma. And I'm going to dive into that later too. But as you see, from the database all the way to the client, we're going to have a type safe experience. So let's look a little closer at all the tools I picked. And as I said, start with NX. It's a monorepo tooling. It has powerful plugins. We actually wrote a little NX plugin for analog that lets you set up an analog application in your NX workspace. And pretty much gives you everything you need. And on top of that, it's also smart enough to figure out if you run different commands or if you run a build and you haven't changed anything, it's going to cache that and you get you get that cache restored back instantly, which just saves so much time. If you think about continuous integration or continuous deployment, like it's super powerful tool. And even better, it supports VS Code and WebStorm. I think they just released their their NX console version that's for WebStorm, which is my IDE of choice. That's actually has the same features as the VS Code one, and it's a huge productivity boost. So yeah, pretty much if you're serious about an application in the TypeScript world, you're going to start with NX. So as I said before, that's exactly what I did. Then obviously Angular, its batteries included. I love that it comes with HTTP client, it comes with the router, it comes with, well, my favorite thing, dependency injection. It's so amazing to me having the dependency injection system that Angular provides you. Like, I love it. I think it's incredibly powerful, and I wouldn't want to develop without it. And then another thing, if you think about developing, something you often forget is accessibility, and Angular it's just baked into the framework. I don't know if any of you, I'm sure a lot of you have actually worked with the component development kit that is part of Angular, powers Angular material too. It's amazing how it supports accessibility and all the tools it gives you. If you ever build your custom components, make sure to check out the CDK. It's literally incredible. And that's the thing with Angular. If you build for everyone, you build for everyone with Angular, but you also build with everyone. I think the Angular team has shown over the last couple of weeks the amazing job they do, giving people a space to actually be part of this Angular ecosystem. They listen to us, they give us feedback, they take out the time to really make sure that everyone understands the changes that are going to happen to Angular and V16, which are great. But they just enable us to do our jobs better and build incredible community projects. So yeah, I think for me, Angular is the framework of choice. So
cool, man.
Wait, what's Angular?
Yeah, and who is Brandon Roberts? You're saying all these things, man, and you're speaking Chinese to us right now, or you're speaking like some other very old school language. Who is Brandon Roberts? Is there a book name? I mean, is there a reference to that? What is Angular? No, we're playing with you, man.
Exactly.
Of course.
Spartan is a cool name, but it isn't a good descriptor for your tech stack, man. It is definitely not Spartan. It's got everything you need.
It's got everything you need. Wow,
Yeah.
that's cool.
Right?
And a lot of people are saying that, like, you are, I mean, Robin, like, I like the humility. You can see it coming out of like whatever he's saying. But right there, somebody is calling you out that you're underselling your OSS contribution, you know. And we are really excited to see what you're doing now, and we are really excited about the future, you know. And Lars, who's never going to be, like, you know, left behind, is saying that it's batteries included. Is it batteries included full stack development? You know, I think, like, you scared Brandon. Brandon said that he got to go and rewrite all his slides. Oh man, so this is gonna be something. But this time around, what I did with our GPT friend, I asked it a different question. I mean, because since Spartan is so new, I asked GPT, why would a Spartan warrior use Angular as their go-to framework?
Ooh.
It gave me 5 answers. I'm gonna need water for this. Jason, you're reading the first one.
Okay, battle tested. Like a Spartan warrior, Angular is a battle tested framework, having been around for years and proven its reliability and performance in many high profile applications. I like that.
Who want to take the next one?
I'll do the next one, unless Marcus wants to do it.
Sorry, I just grabbed my.
You have to take. You have to say it as a Spartan, though. Discipline and structure. Angular is known for its strict architecture and emphasis on modularity and organization, which aligns with the disciplined nature of Spartan warriors.
Yeah,
perfect.
Take the next one, Jason. I need to drink something, man.
Powerful tooling. Angular provides a powerful arsenal of tools and features, such as the Angular CLI, to help developers create and maintain applications effectively, much like a Spartan warrior's expert knowledge of his weaponry.
Wow, that's so cool, man. And we have more of that, but I'm gonna just finish it with, like, the Spartan joke. Why do Spartan Angular developers make great campers?
I don't know.
Because they always know how to pack light and build with the essentials.
Nice.
I don't know if that's packing light. If they're packing a punch, actually.
Well, that's like the English definition of Spartan, right? Is like the bare minimum needed.
Yeah, the bare minimum needed. It's just like knowing how to play with the different parts.
Yep.
But a full stack application needs all of that, and being able to orchestrate it that way, you know, thanks to Master Robin here, would be, like, you know, an added bonus. So thank you so much. We're not gonna bug you with our dad jokes and our crude humor and everything like that.
No, thanks so much for having me.
But this is under the radar. Everybody's looking at this and the evolution of it, like, you know, and hopefully, if we can even try to contribute to it at some point.
Yeah,
so thank you so much, and
I-
for doing this under such short notice. So looking forward to more. All right.
No,
Ian.
thanks so much for having me.
Of
The
course.
Spartan stack is definitely on my list of things to check out on stream.
All right.
Because-
let's
Yeah,
do that.
I'm happy
Yeah.
to join you if you want me
Awesome.
to, like, walk you through it and, like,
Awesome.
like,
We're,
you know,
I'll be reaching
go-
out. Thank you.
Of course, yeah, excited.
Do we
No,
have
thanks
a
again.
do we have a break, or do we have Santosh right away? I don't
Oh,
see.
man.
I see him on YouTube, but I don't see him on the stage yet. So, and he's gonna, yeah. So I think we're gonna go for a 15-minute break. We've
Sounds awesome.
somehow, some way got back on track. So great stuff, guys. Thank you so much.
Exactly.
So 12:30. So give yourself 15 minutes. I don't want you to miss anything, like some guy named Shao you know. So give yourself 15 minutes, go to the bathroom, take a cup of coffee. We're gonna go back at 12:30 Eastern. Okay. Thank you
Sounds
so
good.
much. Bye.
Perfect.
Sweet. Good thing I wasn't eating anything when that happened.
Never know. You never know.
Yep. Santosh.
Santosh.
Hey, Jason. Hey, Eddie. Marcus.
Hey, good to
How are
see
you?
you.
Great to see you, Santosh.
I'm here.
Yeah, we're excited for your talk. How are you? How are you doing, Santosh?
I'm here. Doing great.
Is that me or I'm having an echo?
Is it?
I'm not getting an
Yeah,
echo.
yeah. I think there is an echo from somewhere.
Well, are you watching on YouTube, Santosh?
So I guess while he figures that out, Adi.
Yeah, it was me.
Red-handed.
Oh my God!
Caught in
Really
action.
sorry.
Yeah.
You're good.
How about you guys? Sorry.
I'm doing really well. It's been an amazing conference today.
I mean, I was at work, so I have to finish some work before I could go for a holiday. So I'm flying on Monday. So I'll be in Athens for a week. Let's see.
Nice. No, that was like one of the best stories recently was you being reunited with your family. That was just.
Hold on, guys. Everybody go silent for a second. There you go. Because I was having like a lot of things that were coming back to the mic.
Really?
Now I think we're good. No, there was a sound loop going on because of the echo, and then there was some delay.
Yeah. Just to get back to that thought, Santosh, that's following you on Twitter, being reunited with your family was just an amazing story.
Thank you, Jason.
So yeah, I'm taking a look. We're doing an NX talk next.
Yep.
Awesome.
So where do you guys want to start this? I mean, I know that we're gonna have NX, and I'm not gonna find a good way for the AI to handle NX. I did not prime it for that. But if I was to ask this question, should we start here or should we end there? Santos should tell us. Let's do the talk first, and I mean, in the meantime, everybody can think about this. Focus on the talk first, and then we'll get back. Work hard, then play hard. Okay, not the other way around. But that's an interesting question. If a narwhal was an an actual narwhal, I'm talking the real narwhal. You see, there's an A in there, not like WL.
Yeah.
There's an A in there. So
wait,
why would I choose Angular? Oh yeah, you don't tell me that I missed the H. It's already gone.
No, you're good.
Yeah.
You're good.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So why would I choose Angular as my go-to framework if I wanted to become a web developer? In the meantime, what we're gonna have is we have the luxury of having Mr. Santosh Yadav himself, GitHub superstar. Do you see the star, like the
I do.
The GitHub like star right there? Yeah, disco, cool, man.
The compression's making it look like he's got a hologram in his room.
Yeah, man. Angular GDE and Voyager extraordinaire. So we're gonna stay out of your way. I'm gonna get to your background slide here. I mean, not slide, but just like for your talk. I think you are number what is I need, hold on guys, I need to make sure no, this way. So we are still here. That was Pankaj. So there you go, Santosh. So Santosh, I'm gonna put your slides up, and we're gonna quietly but surely leave the stage and let you take it away.
Thank you. So you can hear me, right? Probably yes. Everyone can. So hey everyone, excited to be here and giving a talk on NX after like long time, probably. Yeah. And really excited about it. I mean, I missed the last conference which Eddie had, and I was like, oh my god, I should be there. And once like they had CFP for this one Angular Tiny Conf, I was like, oh okay, I have to apply for a talk. And so what we'll be doing today is I'll walk you through planning and migrating your apps to NX. This can be applied to any framework. I mean, it doesn't matter if you have Angular or if you have React or if you have your own other frameworks as part of NX. But yeah, it can be applied to any framework which you have been using. And we will go through like why should you choose NX first before we come to the migration part. And yeah, let's see. So why should we do that? Of course, let's make the life easier for your teams. I mean, that's the best. I would say the best point to choose when you are migrating to NX. So yeah, let's see. So a little bit about myself. I'm Santosh Yadav. I'm in Hamburg right now. Not Hamburg, but yeah, nearby Hamburg in Germany. And I work as a senior software engineer at Celonis. I'm a GD for Angular, a GitHub Star Auth0 ambassador, and I am a co-founder of This Is Learning community. I uh, just had Lars on the chat, my co-founder and a great friend, and we also had my co-host for This Is Tech Talks, Jay and Lars, both on the chat as well. So we do this Tech Talks, This Is Tech Talks podcast as well, which we haven't done any episodes so few months because of course everyone is busy a little bit right now. But yeah, once we get time, we'll be back with the show. And in case you want to become part of the community or you want to reach out to me, you can do that. I'm available on Twitter. I'm on a break for 2 weeks, but yeah, if you have any questions, just drop me a DM. I'll probably reply once I'm back, or just feel free to message me on LinkedIn. And I do some stuff at, on my GitHub profile. So if you want to go ahead and check out what I do, just go there and see Santosha Dev. And yeah, Jason was there. So thanks, Jason. So let's see how why first of all why you should choose NX. So let's go ahead and see. And this is a story which you will find at every organization. Doesn't matter it's a startup or a big organization. I think it's something which is in cycle, which happens every year or every quarter. I mean, depends upon how big your organization is and how many apps they create. So for every organization to exist, this is how they start, right? I mean, they start with a single app. So someone comes in with some idea and says, hey, let's build this app, and then this is how your organization works. Then to support that app, probably you'll build some other apps. Then it keeps growing, right? Your number of apps in your organization will keep increasing, and some will like reach end of life, someone will be discontinued. But it's a cycle, right? I mean, the creation of apps will never stop, and that's why we have a job, right? So let's see. So this is first step. This is where everything starts. Once your organization is there and you have multiple apps, so probably there will be multiple teams working in the organization, or there will be few people who may like people will come and go, new people will join, and everyone thinks, okay, when I have to start a new app, let's choose a framework, right? Of course, that's something which is required. So what you need, if that's like customer facing application, you need a front end, you need some back end to save your data, you need a database. So someone comes in and says, hey, let's choose Angular because yeah, Angular is cool and everything. Someone comes and then says, hey, what about backend? Let's choose Nest.js for our Angular apps. Then someone new comes, hey, React is cool, I love React, and let's choose React. And someone comes back and says, hey, let's choose React plus Node.js, or let's choose Solid.js, Quick.js, Svelte. I mean, this will never stop, right? I mean, new people will always come with new idea, and it depends upon the app, right? I mean, there is no better framework. It's always depends. It always depends upon the teams, how comfortable the teams are, and how big app is. Probably if you don't want to use any complex framework, if it's a very easy app, I mean, this is where something you can just use something which is already giving you a lot of options. And then you can just like, for example, Spartan. I really love the framework by Robin, he's working on it, and it's a full stack framework, right? So you can probably choose that, or analog.js is amazing. You can probably do that. But yeah, but don't underestimate Astro as well, right? Because if you have a simple website with some blogs and everything, of course, Astro is also a cool choice. So it will always like repeat, right? The cycles will repeat. There will be new frameworks which will be added to your organization. There will be new apps which will be coming. And then what happens once you have a lot of apps flying around your applications? You will say, hey, what about code sharing? Let's go ahead and build some libraries, right? I mean, because we need this shared code in our like 3 to 4 apps. So why not to just like move it to shared library, publish it on some artifactory, and then use it? And I'm not talking about the Angular libraries, right? I mean, of course, this is an Angular framework, Angular conference, but still, right? So you can create or publish libraries using JavaScript as well, TypeScript. So it doesn't matter. I mean, I'm just talking about the shared libraries. And what happens? So you have app one. What happens in this case, right? You create a shared library. Team one creates a shared library which says, okay, we created it using Angular 11. Someone comes in and says, hey, we are on Angular 10. We need the backward compatibility support. Someone says, hey, we are on Angular 8. We cannot use IV, so we need backward compatibility support. Someone says, hey, we want to upgrade to 13. And at the end, you just leave your job, right? I mean, you resign. You're saying, what the hell? I'm not going to support all these things. And at the end, of course, the team who is managing the shared libraries, they're like, okay, what the hell, why we did this? So this is never going to stop, right? I mean, you will keep, of course, you have to, at the end, you have to feed in the teams or the team's requirement in case you are handling the shared libraries. So you will, of course, publish multiple versions as we do. So v4, v5, and then always keep supporting them with bug fixes and everything, features, requests. Bug fixes are still fine. If they need a feature which is like not backward compatible, that's a mess. And design system, right? Now in today's world, everyone loves design system. Everyone wants their own design system. But what in this case? I mean, you have multiple applications flying around, and then someone says, hey, we don't have time to actually upgrade to the latest design system. So we need we are still going to be on the old design system. And someone says, hey, we'll be doing this in this quarter, or we'll be doing this next year. As a design system, it's a pain, right? Because you have to always go ahead and adopt to the new changes, new user experience which you have to implement, new user interactions which you have to implement, and then it becomes really difficult to actually support all these different applications. And then we again do the same stuff. We publish multiple versions, and then people are like, okay, this is v1, v2, and then you get a bug which is not related to your latest fix, but latest version, but very old version which probably you cannot support anymore, right? And then again, as a design system, it becomes very difficult. And what happens? And one more thing which I have seen, custom scripts. I'm sure, I mean, everyone listening to this talk, they have some custom scripts in their repository. And don't lie, please. I mean, of course, I had a lot of custom scripts in my own application as well. I have seen like people love writing custom scripts. So what we do, once we have to use this custom script in the another app, what we do, just copy paste, and then even though you don't need it, it's still fine. It's still lying around your repository because, of course, it was copied from somewhere, right? So this is what happens. And then another issue, as a developer, of course, you are working on multiple applications, and what you do npm install, yarn install, whatever. Of course, if you're doing pnpm, it caches a lot of packages for you, but still, right, you download all those packages multiple times. So what you have is actually you have multiple heaviest objects in the universe on your laptop. It's not single. I mean, I'm saying you have multiple applications. All those node modules are actually on your local machine, and you are in mess. And what you do is actually now you are in the multiverse of madness on your. I mean, it's a mess, right? I mean, managing multiple node modules and then probably node versions. I mean, I know NVM is there, but why should we care about it, right? I mean, it's shuffling between multiple node version is a pain. Sometimes you are not in your full energy, and then you forget about, okay, if I'm using NVM Node.js 14 or 16, and then you mess up your node modules and still not working, and then you end up wasting your entire day. So okay, but yeah, this is node modules. Now what about builds? So you have multiple apps. Now what you have to do, you have to, of course, build them. What you will use, of course, probably you will use Circle CI, GitHub Actions, whatever you choose. And What in case you make a change to a shared library, which is shared between multiple apps? So as you see in this diagram, the first occur is actually, let's say, your design system, and then second layer is your libraries, and then there are apps, right? So you make some changes to the first library or like shared code which you have, which like let's say is used into two different libraries which are used in app 2 and 3. But what you do, this is the impacted code, right? But do we have any option to just build them? Of course, probably in case you have a shared code, you have to go ahead and build everything, right? I mean, you have to go ahead and build the other applications where you will be probably increasing your version, which does not impact them, but as they're part of the shared code, I mean, you end up building everything. So for different applications, for libraries, for design system, whatever you have, everything will be rebuilt again and again. And it's not cheap. I mean, believe me, GitHub Actions, and of course you can use them, but they are not cheap, right? I mean, of course, for the open source projects, they are free, and then you don't care about it. But if you're working for an organization, it matters. It matters. Every dollar matters. I mean, so these are some issues, right? But what about the app? So of course, your app size will keep increasing, right? Because somehow your product manager have a lot of money, and they want features. They want features now. Why? I mean, of course, no one knows why they need the features now. So what you will do is you will keep adding all those features in your code base, and your code base will increase. And if your code base increases, of course, it means you need more time to build those applications. And what happens again? Of course, it will cost a lot of money to your organization, right? Of course, they are investing money, and then you are burning money. Somehow it is related. And then what happens next? So your application is huge, you have a lot of dependencies, you raise a PR, and now you are blocked. And what you do next? I mean, of course, I'll go for a coffee break and come back again to see if my PR is done or not. Otherwise, just wait again, right? I mean, I don't have any options. Another issue. So let's say if you have applications, I mean, this can be true for monorepos as well. This doesn't matter. I mean, you can mess up everywhere. I mean, as a developer, you have to be really careful how you're like architecting your application, right? I mean, otherwise you can mess up anything. For example, this diagram, of course, I'm sure you won't be, you are not able to understand what is this, because I even don't understand what is this. I mean, there is dependencies between multiple libraries and your applications, and they're going everywhere, right? And someone who joins the team and says, hey, what is this mess? Why this dependencies are going everywhere? Why someone is using app? I mean, apps should not go to data access. I mean, data access should come to app. But yeah, this is the mess we have. And then on first day, you decide to like, what the hell? Where am I? And you decide, okay, this is the worst application I have ever seen. This is true for many applications, right? I mean, no one cares about those. But of course, they impact in some ways. They impact like your developer experience. They impact your build times, and a lot of other things. They cause you frustration. So let's see how you can move to NX. So if you have an existing Angular application, you can just do ng-add narwhal Angular, and you can just move to NX. Cool, right? I mean, just a single command. Let's see what else. But in case someone is from not Angular, they are from React, don't worry. I still have content for you. But in case you want to move to NX, yes, there are two options. You can do yarn NX init, or you can do npx CRE to NX. In case you already have a CRA, create React app, you can move to NX. And what best? What else? What else we have? So you have Vite support. So once you migrate your application from CRA to NX, you get Vite out of the box. You don't have to do anything. I mean, it will 90% of the migration will be done for you. Probably some breaking changes may be there, but last I spoke to Yuri and he said, yeah, 90% of the migration will be done for you. So yep. But are we done yet? I mean, is that it? Running those commands and then are you migrated to the NX? The answer is no. So this is where actually journey starts. So now you are inside the NX monorepo. So the migration journey for you starts here. So what you have to do next? So I actually split the migration journey into 3 iterations. the first iteration, what I will be doing is, what I suggest to do is, start moving codes to libraries. Start making your app smaller, right? I mean, there will be many code bases, which is, of course, there are small features. They are actually small features. So what you can do is you can move to them to libraries. Now, NX supports the nested folder structure as well. So you don't have to actually move them like outside the libs folder, which we generally used to do. Now you don't need to do that. You have nested folder structure support, so you can keep inside your app only. So your app should be shell. This is what I suggest everyone who wants to migrate to NX, that your app should be shell, and it will just contain the smallest code possible. In iteration 1, this is what I suggest everyone to do is disable lint errors. I mean, it will cause a lot of iterations before you actually are able to fix all those lint errors. So disable lint errors in your first iteration. First iteration should be like moving code, splitting them into smaller chunks, libraries. Another thing which I suggest in iteration 1 is disable your circular dependency check. It's okay, leave them aside, fix them in future, because if you try to eat everything at once, it will be a mess. I mean, you will take more time, and then you'll be frustrated, and you will leave the migration in between, and then move to production. This is iteration 1, move to production. Remember, progress, not perfection. We are not looking at perfection here. We are looking for progress, that okay, we are slowly moving on to the NX. Then what I suggest in iteration 2 is, now pick up the lint errors, move to production, and repeat this for every library, and do this for app and library. Don't like try to fix all the lint errors for entire monorepo at once, because once you split your code, you will end up with multiple libraries or probably multiple apps. Repeat and move to production. Repeat, fix it, move to production, repeat. That's what you should be doing in iteration 2. In iteration 3, now this is the time to fix your circular dependencies. So again, this is what I suggest. Pick one circular dependency, fix it, move to production, pick up another library or probably app, and then keep fixing your circular dependency and keep moving to production. So you are not blocked anywhere. And this can be splitted into multiple teams, right? So not only one person has to do it. So you can, if you have multiple libraries, circular dependency, you can say, hey, choose, like, take care of library 1, I'll take care of library 2, and then everyone wins, right, at the end. So what should be the end goal after you have done this? So the end goal should be your your app should have a minimum code possible. And then most of your code resides in your library. So it can be your UI, like UI components, it can be a state, it can be a feature 1, feature 2. So split them into those smaller chunks, right? But what about the, let me show you an example, right? But why not? I mean, so this is a monorepo which I have created for Angular. I mean, this is, let me show you a few examples how you can do that. For example, if I have to add React into my code base, or let's say I have to add Nest.js, right? So I can just go ahead and say, okay, go ahead and add a dependency. And I'm using NX console. NX console is amazing. Go ahead and use it. You don't have to remember all those commands, because there are so many different plugins which are available, and it becomes hard sometimes to remember all those. Of course, you have CLI, choose whatever works best for you. So let's say if I want to add Nest, I can just say, okay, go ahead and add Nest dependency, and then I can keep adding. I can go ahead and add new applications or new Nest applications into my project. NX also gives you, as I said, you will be able to, you should not build everything which is available, right? You should not build in the entire code. You have affected commands, so you can say, okay, let's run affected builds only, affected lanes only, affected serve. So it saves your time. And yeah, it saves your time on local, because if you're working on multiple libraries, because after migration you will end up with many number of libraries, right? So what you can do is, in case you update library 1, you can just say affected build, and it will just build the affected application. So it will not build other 10 libraries which are not related. So these are affected commands. And then of course you have migrate, which is very amazing, right? I mean, you can choose the dependency which you want to update. So by default, of course, NX has Angular migration. It has, I think, Nest.js, Nest.js, Next.js, and then you have React as well. So you can, they are already built in. So you can go ahead and update or migrate your application from one version to another version by just using the nx migrate command. And if anyone has anyone has plugin, for example, let's say there is a plugin for Solid and they have a migration support, you can actually upgrade your Solid application as well. There is a quick plugin for NX as well. If you want to try it out, Sty did a great job introducing the NX plugin for Quick, and yeah, it's available as of now. I mean, you can go ahead and use it. So these are few commands which you can run from here. And you can also check the dependency, which is really important when you are working on migrating your application, because your dependency should be like apps should not be consumed in libs, right? I mean, libs should be consumed in app. So using dependency graph, where is that? Yeah, affected graph. So you can see, okay, what is affected, but you have NX graph as well. So to run, so you can say yarn NX graph, and it will show you all the dependency tree for your application and that tree. So always keep looking at it if you have any issues in or any dependencies which should not be there. But you can also stop it. Like, let's say this family store has dependency on E2E, E2 has dependency on family store, and then of course there are a few libraries. User is actually dependent on family store. So this is my dependency tree, and you can actually visualize it using an xgraph command. So utilize them in case you are splitting your code base, so you know, okay, what is getting consumed where. But as I said, you can also capture it before or someone by mistake actually introduces these dependencies. You can also do this thing, which is really cool about NX, that NX has this dependency constants. So you can go to ESLint RC and you can define your dependency constants here. For example, family store should only depend on orders and it should not depend on anything else. And how you can define is just, of course, you have to say source tag and only depend on libs with tags. And this tags, which I'm referring here, is actually available in individual project.json. So this is, as a lead of your project, this is something which you should do. You should define all these dependencies so no one is breaking those dependencies and no one is actually consuming the libs which they are not supposed to do. So yeah, this is a little bit about NX. And if you want to actually utilize all these features like affected builds on your CI, you can also use NX Cloud, which is a very cool product. So you can, it's free for open source projects. If you want to just try it out, create an open source project and just try it out, and it will you will see the advantage of NX Cloud. You can actually connect to NX Cloud by using yarn NX Connect. Just run this command on your workspace, NX workspace, and you will be the NX Cloud will be configured for you. So this is it. And I have a free code camp course on YouTube, so it's free. It's available on free code. As I said, it's available on free code camp. It's a 17 hours course for Angular, and it was created using Angular 13. I have to upgrade it. A new version will be available in future, but right now, yeah, this is the code which this is the course which I have. If you want to learn more how we migrated to NX from Angular CLI, there is a blog post which I have written, and there is a video from Yuri how you can migrate multiple Angular apps to NX. And thank you. So
wow.
No, thank you. That's the other way around.
Very much.
Yeah.
My only piece of feedback is you should have put a jump scare warning on the beginning. I wasn't prepared for some of those slides, man.
Oh man. Yeah, definitely, man. So I cannot. I mean, all the use cases and all, like, if you think about architecture in general and all the use cases, and no matter what you throw at it, at the end of the day, either NX themselves already, Narwhal, that team, like, you know, one of my fave in the Angular ecosystem, has already put something together for you, you know, or the community has stepped up and put a plugin together for you. So, you know, it's a beautiful time to be an Angular developer, man. So
absolutely,
for sure.
And then on top of that, when Santosh like comes and share his take on it, and then of course the 17-hour Angular course that is absolutely free.
Yeah.
So guys, you know, jump on it.
Yeah, from the man himself. I mean, Santosh.
Yeah,
it's awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, man.
I learned a ton That was
So,
an
thank you so much.
amazing
Thank you.
presentation.
Means a
So
lot.
thank you
Yeah.
for sharing.
Thank you.
And now
Yeah,
we
no,
do have
definitely.
like the narwhal trivia. I know you've been like waiting for that too.
Yep.
But like NX is never gonna be complete without narwhal. They kind of go together. But what if we ask the narwhal themselves? I mean, the actual ones that are under the ocean. What would they do? You know, if they were to choose, why would they have to choose Angular as a go-to framework? You know, if they wanted to become a web developer. So, according to Mr. G, he says the number one reason why a narwhal, like, you know, would choose Angular, it has streamlined navigation. Oh, I like that.
Nice.
Angular built-in routing system makes it easy to create seamless navigation within your application, much like a narwhal navigating, and it corrected with the H in between the W. Thank you, Jason. Much like a narwhal navigating through the ocean depth. And I'll let you, don't make any ocean sound, just take the number 2.
Oh, I shouldn't talk like a salty pirate.
No.
Reactive currents. Angular's reactive programming approach with RxJS is like the ocean currents, allowing you to efficiently manage and respond to user interactions and data flow, leading to smooth and responsive web applications.
Are you in
Nice.
agreement, Marcus? You're the
Nice.
RxJS guy here. You like that? And it's not done. It says like number 3, modular coral reefs. Angular modular architecture. I don't know if you checked on standalone lately. Okay, let's just say it's still current. Angular's modular architecture, we still need modules. Don't ever come and say Adi said like we don't need modules. We still need them. Anyways, I'm not going to go in that debate. Angular module architecture, which is component and services, is akin. Or is that akin?
Akin, yeah.
Akin.
Okay. Why I do have to run into these words when it's my turn? Okay, back from the top. Modular coral reefs. Angular's modular architectures, which is component and services, is akin to coral reefs, providing a structured and organized environment that fosters, no, that's not this one, that fosters the growth of rich ecosystem, scalable application. So yeah, it will be fun for a narwhal to be a developer. So there's some more, and I'll post all of this as like some of the notes. I'm sure some people are gonna like really hate us for this, and some are gonna really love us for this. If we get a 50-50, I'm happy.
You didn't say anything as a person with an amazing beard and a pig named Cheddar. What framework would I choose?
I'm gonna ask that question next. I'll definitely do that. If the ocean is not smooth on your side, Shao, I don't know what to tell you, man. You know, stay home. Don't go out there. All right, we're gonna Santos. Sorry, we get silly sometimes, so
that's
we're
okay.
we're gonna liberate you. Thank you so much, and safe travels.
you.
You are off to Greece
Athens.
tomorrow. Athens?
Not tomorrow, Monday. So I'll fly
Monday. Okay. Safe travels, man, and hope to see you in real life pretty soon, man. Take care, my good friend. All right.
Bye-bye,
Thank you, Santosh.
Bye-bye. And we have our very own Marcus next, who has who's gonna be talking about web workers. Oh, I'm gonna have a field day with web workers with AI, but let's hear like what Marcus has to say first. And I'm sure you will appreciate if I make sure that it says Marcus. Is that this one?
Yep.
Reaping benefits. Yep, that's this
Reaping
one.
the benefits. Yes.
There you go.
Let me
So
see.
do you have your screen ready?
Share my screen. Let's see.
How do
Can
you
you
say
see it?
narwhal in Swedish? What is the Swedish tongue? Finnish? No?
Yeah, we speak Swedish. Yeah.
Swedish. Okay, how do you say narwhal in Swedish? You just say narwhal?
Oh no. I think
You don't know how to say narwhal in Swedish?
I think pigval.
You think? Okay, we'll take it.
But
Who's gonna tell you no?
Right.
I'm not gonna say. I don't even know how to say it in my own language. So man,
Yeah. I might.
All right.
I think so.
Let's get out of your
I will
way,
look that up.
man. Sorry, I'm being silly right now.
Okay.
Take
Perfect.
it away.
All right. So welcome to this talk on reaping benefits with web workers in Angular. Did you ever, as an early dev, write something like this? That is, you notice that your heavy task method took some time to complete, and the web page kind of froze. And as an attempt to save something of the situation, you thought, well, I'll just add a loading screen before I perform my heavy task, but quickly realized that the loading component didn't even show up. So early on, myself working in .NET and Angular, I figured that we should just delegate the resource-intensive tasks to the backend, allowing the front end to deal with the lighter tasks. But there are some reasons why you might not have this as a go-to solution. So what if you need to do a task, but on a large set of data? It can become problematic if data transfer is costly and you have to send over megabytes or even gigabytes over the internet. Also, offloading tasks to the backend introduces network latency, as the client needs to send a request and wait for the response. Finally, what if we don't have a backend? Given the accessible cloud infrastructure nowadays, it's possible that we might not even have a backend at all. So what could we do about it? Well, you might already have guessed it. Today we'll reap the benefits with web workers, and after this talk, you will be well versed in understanding what a web worker is and its potential benefits, integrating web workers within the Angular framework, and examining real-world examples of how web workers can be utilized in Angular applications. So web workers are fantastic, but they're not new. At the World Wide Web Consortium, we can see that the first draft dates back to 2009, so 14 years ago. But given the limited content I thought about them in an Angular context, I figured that this could be a useful talk. So if you want to write some sleek, smooth, and snappy web apps, well then web workers might just be for you. The reason why the first example did not work is because JavaScript is single-threaded. In a single-threaded environment, the JavaScript code is executed in a single sequence, meaning that while the browser is executing a piece of JavaScript code, it can't do anything else, like updating the UI or responding to user events. So what are web workers? It's a specification that defines an API for running scripts in the background independently of any UI scripts. Web workers run in a separate execution context, isolated from the main thread. This means that they don't have access to the DOM or the main JavaScript context. Instead, they run in their own dedicated environment, which allows them to perform tasks without interfering with the main thread's responsiveness. Each web worker is executed in its own thread, which means they can take full advantage of multi-core processors, improving the overall performance of web applications and the experience of your users. So let's take a look at a first example. A prime number is a number greater than 1 that is only divisible by itself or 1. The first prime number is 2, followed by 3, 5, 7. The fifth prime number is 11. And computing the nth prime number can take some heavy computation. So here we see the loading bar, but it's not moving. We can see from the spinning loading indicator in our tab that the browser is loading and that the millionth prime number eventually pops up, but that's it. We can't see the progress bar moving because the UI is frozen during the computation phase. So yeah, I think we can do better. Let's use a web worker. So in this example, in comparison to the previous one, we'll delegate the heavy computing to our web worker thread, allowing the UI, our main thread, to use its resources to render the progress bar instead. So let's try to build this. First off, we start off with a CLI. The Angular CLI has excellent support to generate web workers. It's as easy as writing ng-generate web worker followed by the location and the name of the worker. This will generate a web worker and help us register it in our Angular project. To be more specific, it looks something like this as of Angular version 15. A web worker will be added. It's a TypeScript file. with a few lines of code that includes an event listener that listens for incoming messages. Web workers and the main thread communicate through a message passaging system. They use the post message method to send messages, and they can use event handlers for the on message event to receive them. On the other end, we have our app component, which, just like the web worker, can receive and post messages to its counterpart. So here we instantiate a new web worker by providing the URL path. We can then use the reference of the spawned web worker to listen to incoming messages and to send messages. It's recommended to always have a fallback if web workers are not supported, so your app behaves correctly in any environment. But like previously mentioned, though, web workers has been around for a while, so it's supported in most modern browsers. Finally, a tsconfig worker JSON file is added, to which will be used in the build step. The configuration is used to make sure that we have our web worker file in the generated list folder after we have built our application and are ready to ship it. And similar to other configuration files, we register our web worker tsconfig file in our Angular JSON file. So where does web workers fit in Angular? The short and easy answer is nobody really knows. However, Angular has one great building block when it comes to integrating web workers into your application, and that is through services. We can create a web worker service and handle the communication in a more Angular-esque way, which makes our lives way easier. So here we can see that we have created a web worker service, which is provided in root. When the service is instantiated, we will create a web worker, and now we can communicate with our web worker through our web worker service. So today, this is the contract that we are going to adhere to when we are communicating with our service. As the task name implies, it's the name of the task that the response is related to. We currently only have one task, find env prime, but we could theoretically have more. Task event is the type of event represented by the response. So it helps the main thread understand the purpose of the response. For example, whether the response contains the final result of the task or an intermediate progress update. ID is the task ID for a particularly spawned task. Payload is the original payload sent to us from the main thread as part of the task message. This field is useful for associating the response with the original request. So in our case, it could be like the 10th or the millionth prime number. And then result, the data associated with the response. So for a result event, this field will contain the final result of the task. And for a progress event, this field will contain intermediate progress information, such as the percentage of completion. So here we can see how we are going to expose the post message method in the web worker service to the rest of our app in more detail. So we create a method in our service called post message, which returns a newly created observable. The observable posts the message to the web worker with also the post message method, but for the web worker, we can see it on line 37, as well as setting up event handlers on the message and on error event. Given a message, we simply pass the value to any observer through the next method, provided that the message has the same ID as the ID of the spawn task. And if we, on message, receive a task event of result, we conclude that the observable stream has completed, and we notify our observers by calling the observer complete method. And on an error, we notify the observers through the error method. And as a reminder, the return statement in an observable is the cleanup function that will run upon completion. So here we remove any event listeners when the task is completed or when we unsubscribe. And then we have our app worker, which has one job, and that is to handle incoming messages. It checks the task name if it is find env prime, and if it is, then it calls the find env prime function. And if not, it just throws an error. And as soon as we have the result, we post a message to our web worker service, which requested the job. And in the find prime method, we also send intermediate states to allow the subscribers to plot out a loading bar. The important part here is not really the implementation details, but just the fact that this is possible, and it allows us to deliver more improved user experience to our users, since they will be informed on what's going on during computation time. So now we only have to hook up our component. We call the post message method from our web worker service and subscribe to the return observable. We listen to the incoming messages and set the result and progress bar depending on what task event is emitted. We add some HTML, some classes to it, and voila, we have our snappy calculate the million prime number app ready to go. Some notes to take, which we need to remember when we send data between our threads. First and foremost, it's a requirement that the data is serializable. We can serialize primitive types, such as strings, numbers, booleans, objects, such as plain objects and arrays, but also dates, regex, blob, and file objects, which are serializable through structured clone. That means that we can't serialize things such as functions, classes, and DOM elements. So there are a couple of situations where web workers can be really beneficial. Image filtering, video editing, audio processing, data transformation, searching and indexing, they all share the same resource-intensive nature. So to demonstrate, we can check out this image filter where we use a web worker in the background. Every time we drag the slider and we iterate over each pixel and calculate the new color of the image. So the larger the image, the more pixels we have to visit and modify. So in this example, we do not use a web worker. And we can see that the drop-down menu opens as soon as the image filter has been applied. So that is, the image filter is blocking the drop-down menu from appearing for a brief moment. Another situation where web workers can be are really important are when we try to build apps that run smoothly on devices with lower processing power. If we look at the smartphone market, it's worth mentioning that flagship phones that many of us are using today is not necessarily what everyone else in the rest of the world are using. The number of smartphones have increased significantly during recent years, and although many of these phones uses modern browsers, they have far less processing power, and this will naturally result in a more burnt out main thread, which is a great reason why you might want to consider adopting web workers. Now, there are naturally some drawbacks to web workers. One that many has noticed probably is that web workers add complexity to our code base. You will need to manage communication between the main thread and the worker thread, handle error scenarios, and deal with synchronization issues. So that doesn't come for free. And we're also quite restricted on what we can send between our worker thread and the main thread. So this reduces the strong need of them for some applications where these are really important. Web workers are not always a slam dunk. Finally, web workers do not necessarily make the app faster. It's sometimes the opposite. It can become slower, but the improved responsiveness and feedback will often make the application appear significantly more performant and fast. So, in the beginning of the talk, I mentioned my early hypothesis on how we should delegate the resource-intensive tasks to the backend and allow the front end to deal with the lighter tasks. This does not have to be the case, as web workers can do a lot of the heavy lifting in the front end. But what still holds is that the main thread that bootstraps our application, handles the UI, should not focus on having to do all the heavy lifting itself. Angular has great support for web workers today, and services are a great way to encapsulate your web workers and integrate them into your existing front-end architecture. Adopting web workers can often improve the perceived performance, not because the task finishes more quickly, but because the UI is freed up from resource-intensive tasks, allowing it to respond to to the user events. And finally, a performant app is a more accessible app, and web workers can play a significant role in achieving that performance. It might lead to an improved bottom line, but it will always result in a happier user base. So remember to always prioritize your user and explore how web workers can contribute to a better experience for them. I highly recommend Surma's blog article, When Should You Be Using Web Workers, for those interested in learning more about web workers. Additionally, the Angular documentation features a concise chapter on web workers that is worth exploring. And lastly, don't forget to visit the Mozilla Developer Network, which always provides great resources on web topics. Feel free to connect with me if you would like to continue discussing web workers or Angular. Special thanks to Adi, who keeps making these fantastic conferences, to all the excellent speakers who I'm fortunate to be accompanied by, and for everyone who attended. Thank you.
All right, buddy. Let's add Jason back to the stream. And thank you for putting this together. I really like the way that you put that. Necessarily performance doesn't mean speed. It might just be like perceived performance, and in a way that, for example, you are not allocating too much computation resources into the main thread, and you can delegate it to something else, which overall, makes the user experience better. Because I think at the end of the day, we just should focus on the user experience. So that's a very nice take right there. That's a very nice take. Like very well put.
Very place for everything. But the web workers are really cool, and you can make a lot of really cool stuff with them. So I highly encourage everyone who are interested to start or keep investigating, and feel free to reach out to me if you want to join me on the journey.
All right, so let's have some serious questions now. Why do Angular developers make great restaurant managers? Because they know how to delegate tasks to web workers and keep the main thread running smoothly.
Yep.
Yeah. I'll give it a 5. That's good for effort.
Yeah.
Let's give it E for effort.
E for effort. Yep.
What do Angular developers and magicians have in common? They both know how to make heavy tasks disappear. I don't need to be an Angular developer for that. I just trash my task and say like I'm done.
Yep.
No.
Now it went last but not least. It says, why do Angular developers make excellent soccer coaches? Oh man, soccer coaches. And I don't know if it's reaching here. They know the importance of teamwork and always pass the ball to web workers when the main thread is under pressure. That's a good one, actually.
Yeah.
That's kind of smart, but I don't know if that's humor smart. I'm not laughing, but I appreciate the effort.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so human win this one. AI, it's okay for this one. But definitely, you knocked it out of the park. Once again, Marcus, thank you so much. And at the same time, Marcus was the first one to show up on the conference as like somebody who's going to help me with emceeing it for the next, I don't know, we only have 5 hours done. I feel like we're already done.
Yep.
Man, we have about 9 more. I mean, I don't know how many more hours we have. We'll survive this day because it is a fun day at the end of the day. So, and next we have our very own Jason Warner, who almost scared me to death with that rodent that I just saw. But we'll see. He'll tell us about.
I'm sorry about that. I was trying to get set up.
What that whole thing is about. I'm like doubly interested in the talk, and we're gonna see. But let me get the right brand here. Let's make sure you love Marcus, but your name is not
I do
Marcus.
love Marcus. You know what? I'm happy to advertise for Marcus. Marcus has been amazing.
So let's see. Maybe you are right here. Yep, I got you. All right, and let's get the rodent back up.
All right.
And we're gonna get out of your way.
Sounds good. All right. Yeah. So my talk is entitled "And the Component Stands Alone." And you know, when Adi was doing the CFP, it was right around the time of Angular 14 and 15 being released. And I was thinking heavily about Angular 14. And one of the things that really was on my mind was when Angular 14, and I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that Angular 14, 15, and 16 have been kind of the Angular renaissance, where Angular is enjoying this renewed passion, and we're seeing some amazing things that are coming from the Angular team. And so I just lost my speaker notes. Well, that's okay. We'll wing it a bit. Never mind. There they are. Sorry about that. But you know, the Angular team has given us these amazing things, but why was the first thing they gave us standalone components? One of the things that they said, you know, when they released this, were tweets about this was one of the most requested features. You know, it finally landed in Angular, one of the most requested features. And why is that the case? And so I did a little bit of thinking, and I was thinking about a game that we played when I was a kid. And so you guys are going to get a bit of a history lesson. Because as you can tell from, you know, my graying hair, I've been around for a while. And when we were in kindergarten, we played this game called The Farmer in the Dell. And basically all of the kids stood around in the circle. Well, no, all of the kids stood in the middle of the circle. And there was one child that was chosen to be the farmer, right? And the farmer chooses all these different things, right? They choose a partner, they choose some children, they choose different farm animals. And you just play this game, and you know, they're slowly choosing children out of the middle of the, you know, of the group of children, and they're going and standing around, and everybody's singing this song and playing this game. But in the very end of the game, the cheese stands alone, right? And that was kind of where my mind went, right? Standalone components, the cheese stands alone. My mind is a weird place. And sometimes it makes strange connections for me, and I just have to go with it. But, you know, the cheese stands alone. It's by itself. And, you know, in the game, it's a little bit strange to be the cheese because you've got all these children in a circle around you, and they're sitting there singing, and the cheese stands alone, the cheese stands alone, and you're in the center as the cheese, the person that wasn't chosen, standing by yourself. So why did my, you know, this is great, a fun history lesson maybe, but why does this have anything to do with Angular, right? Why are we talking about an old children's game? And I don't even know if kids play this game anymore, but what is the point of talking about and the cheese stands alone? You know, what does that have to do with Angular itself? One of the things about the game that always struck me as kind of funny as a child was the farmer is pretty greedy, right? The farmer's picking all these different things. The farmer's picking a partner. The farmer's picking some kids. The farmer's picking all of the animals and whatever else, you know, they choose to do in the game. But this farmer is very, very greedy and brings this whole huge entourage with them, right? Almost like a modern day rock star or something. So what does this have to do with components? Well, in the olden days of Angular, you know, from the very, very beginning, we've always had, you know, components, we've always had directives, and we've always had pipes, right? But the thing is, we needed a way to group them together and to tell the renderer that these were available to be rendered. And ng model was an elegant solution for that, right? So in the ng model, we could import any of the modules we had, right? But the module takes a component, right? Boom, the module's chosen a component. And then the module takes a directive, right? So now we've added directives. And one of the things to recognize here, and this is often difficult for new developers to understand, is when do I put something in the declarations? When do I put it in the imports? When do I put it in the exports? Why do I have an exports? Why can't I just use a declarations, right? Modules have some things that for new Angular developers, you have to understand these questions to understand our modules. And, you know, in the end, the module takes a pipe. And you know, this is all good and well, and it goes back to our discussion on the farmer in the Dell, right? Because you could be singing, and the module takes a component, and a module takes, right? Just like in the same thing as the song. And this is why my mind made this connection, is that the module tends to be very greedy. And then we have to think about something called tree shaking. Tree shaking is what allows our modules and bundles to be smaller. But if we want to lazy load components in a module-based system, and we want to have good tree shaking, we have to be very, very careful about what we import. We have to be very, very careful about what we add to our declarations, because anything mentioned in our module then becomes part of our bundle. And so now we've got a little bit more complexity, right? We want to lazy load, we want to tree shake, we want our bundles to be small and fast, but now we've got to do even more thinking about it. And this led to one of my favorite named patterns of all time. Well, maybe not of all time, but one of my favorite Angular named patterns, scam, right? You go into a meeting where you're talking with product owners and managers and things like that, and you're talking about performance and how can we improve the performance of our Angular application. And you know, before standalone components, this scam pattern came up. And so here you are in this serious meeting saying, I think we need to do a scam. And then you look around the room and everybody's like, has this person lost it? What's going on? Why are they talking about scams? We're not going to scam any of our customers. What's going on here, right? But scam stands for single component and module. But it can be used in the case of modules or of components, right? So here's a component with a single module for our component. Here's a directive, and our directive module, right? And here again is our pipe and our pipe module. But again, we have to understand the modules. We need to understand that our component should only import the stuff that it needs. It can't import everything that our big giant module imported, right? And our directive's the same way. There's some nice benefits to this, right? But again, our component, you know, our module takes a component. Our module takes a directive. And our module takes a pipe. We're back playing the farmer in the Dell, right? Where we are slowly building up these pieces of code. And the other thing that's a little bit annoying about this pattern is that we get this module proliferation, right? Now we get a whole bunch of boilerplate for every component we create, a whole bunch of boilerplate for every directive we create, and a whole bunch of boilerplate for every pipe that we create. And I'm going to apologize to Brandon. I didn't mean to bring that word up. Don't ban me, please. But you know, we create all this extra stuff. But what's the benefit? The benefit is we get better tree shaking out of it, right? As we break things up into smaller components, then the Webpack, which is what we were using back in the day, and we're still using it, Angular 15. Angular 16 gives us some nice tools that I really can't wait to use. But Webpack can reason better about our modules and understand which dependencies go with our components and which ones go with our directives and which ones go with our pipes. And this is the benefit of the SCAM pattern. It's a much more modular pattern. It builds better bundles, and it allows for better better tree shaking and better lazy loading. So now we're to standalone components. And standalone components are a gimmick, right? And I will admit that when standalone components were first released in the Angular 14 as a preview, I didn't even touch them. I honestly thought, well, they're kind of gimmicky. I don't see the point to them. I'll wait for them to become or get out of developer preview, and then maybe I'll see how the community uses them, and then maybe I'll add them to my application. And I couldn't have been more wrong. Luckily, I had a community member who decided to take it on themselves to convert the application I was working on at the time into complete standalone, and then push a PR for me. And I am forever grateful to that community member. He has asked me not to mention his name, but the work that he did pushed me into standalone components, and he was so right to do it. So let's talk about standalone components and pipes and directives and how they're different. The first thing that you'll notice is that if we want to do standalone, really the only big change is we add the standalone true flag to our directives, our pipes, and our components. That allows us to do things like import. So our standalone component can import our standalone directive straight into it. It can import our standalone pipe straight into it. And it's got its template, and everything we need to know about the component is right here. The same thing for our pipes and our directives. They can also import, but the power that this brings is, well, and there we go. Actually, the component stands alone, right? The component does bring stuff along with it, right? We're adding directives, we're adding pipes, but we don't know anything about modules here, right? We've imported the common module from Angular, but that's because the Angular library bundled that module for us. Everything we've written ourselves are just standalone, and we just add them, right? They stand by themselves. The directive stands by itself. The pipe stands by itself. And I kind of messed that up, right? But that's one of the big differences, is that we don't know anything about modules at this point. We don't have to. And tree shaking, we get the benefits of the SCAM style tree shaking, but we don't have to write all the extra modules, which is huge, right? So that only the components that refer to things will be bundled with the things they refer to, which is a big deal when we're looking at bundle sizes and lazy loading and things like that. This is a picture of my beautiful puppy. She's amazing. Just a loving puppy. But this is kind of the way she sits during my workday. She just hangs out in my office and waits for me to finish work. And as soon as I finish, she's up and with me. But I needed to call that out. She's been joining me off and on today, and she's been excited because I'm allowing her to sit on my lap and things. But I love this picture because is there a point to this? Why can't I just stick with modules? Why should I learn why should I learn this new way? The old stuff works just fine. And that's fair. If you want to stick with modules, there's no reason not to stick with modules. If you understand modules, stick with modules. I would like to present some points to think about as you're making this decision. The first major point that I want to point out, or that I want to bring up, is that module or standalone components, directives, and pipes are way easier for new Angular developers to learn and maintain. They don't have to figure out, okay, I wrote this component, I added the tag in this other component. What do I do? I added this pipe, but it's not working, right? We can bring on new developers and they don't have to know about modules. Eventually, we can teach them about modules because modules have their place and they are still important to the Angular ecosystem. But for new developers, they don't care about them and they don't need to know about them. I wanted to show this slide, right? I should have put a jump scare warning on it. But how many times have we seen this error in a unit test, even in an application as we're developing it? It winds up being a very, very common error in Angular. And it's, when we see this error, we know how to fix it, but it always raises a little bit of anxiety for me. And the reason for that is, do you like playing hide and seek? Oftentimes, it's a matter of seeking out and finding which module holds the place where we need to add our declaration or our export or our imports because we didn't import a module properly, or who knows what it is, right? We're looking all over the place to find where this should be added so that our unit tests run or the new component that we added works in our pages. And this can be frustrating. I've encountered this times where I've struggled to find the module just because of the way the modules have been architected in the system. With standalone components, like we saw before, standalone components specify everything they need. And if you're missing something, you just add it to the imports of the component. No more hide and seek. And here it is, right? Our imports right here show everything we need. There's any modules that we need. There's any components that we need, any pipes that we need. So everything we have or we need is right there in the component. There are a couple of things. How do we bootstrap a standalone component? Well, it's super easy. Here we go. We've got our component. It's named app. All we need to do is call bootstrap application and give it the app. HTTP client, great. Provide HTTP client. Interceptors in my HTTP client with interceptors. Awesome. And there's so much more. Provide client hydration is amazing. It's coming in Angular 16. And this does server-side rendering. And this is, whoops, let's go back. This is all you need to know to do server-side rendering and hydration in Angular 16. Nothing else. You just add this line. We can add our routes and everything too. I asked permission before building this slide from Brandon and Jordan because I wanted to make sure that what I was saying was fair. File-based routing in analog is only possible by standalone components. Brandon was able to add file-based routing because standalone components came along. In Cypress, component testing is so much easier. And I wanted to make sure that I add this, you don't even need this app button anymore. You can just mount the property or mount the button itself and pass any properties that you want to the inputs. So much easier. What aren't we seeing here? We aren't seeing any modules. We aren't seeing any dependencies that we need to set up because the component contains all of them and Cypress understands how to do it. This last little bit, I need to go just a little bit quick, but I've got way too many components in modules, right? We've got millions of components, and I'm exaggerating here, but some of our applications have been doing modules forever, and how do we move over to Angular standalone components? If you're using NX, and again, here's my little dog who loves the snow. If there's any snow outside, she will find it and bring it into the house. But if you're using NX, the NX generators are amazing. NX has the ability to take any SCAM component and turn it into a standalone component. This is guaranteed to work on any Angular version greater than 14.0. One of the things to recognize is that Narwhal is changing their name to NX. And so if you're using NX 15 plus, the generator is at NX Angular SCAM to standalone. If you're using an older version of NX, it's going to be the at Narwhal Angular SCAM to standalone. Just a little bit to be aware of. And then in Angular 15.2, Angular gave us their own generator, the Angular core standalone. And this will analyze every component and every module in your application. It will ask you questions about what you want to convert to standalone, and then it will convert to standalone for you. So the generators are a very cool thing. The component stands alone. It contains everything it needs, and it does that to make other things awesome. I just want to say thank you. I am Jason. I am a senior staff engineer at Bill. If you guys are interested in working at Bill, check out our recruitment page. We are hiring right now. You can find me on Twitter. Come join me on Twitch, and send me an invite on LinkedIn. But thank you very much.
Now we have to figure out how I get a piece of that cheese, man. That's the very first thing we need to figure out.
Exactly. I need to send you something good, right?
So that yellow is just mesmerizing right now. So
absolutely.
And I'm gonna add Anil Kumar to the stream, who's our next speaker. But man, I'm just standing alone and looking at that cheese, and I'm like, I'm a little famished. I've been up since like 7 in the morning, and he's showing me cheese.
Right.
So okay, all right. That's just my little crisis there. But yeah, I mean, I like that where we were with modules, where we going with standalone components, and then and I think library don't chase the cheese, friends. I knew that I exposed myself the moment that I say that. But quick props from Mini. Thanks, Jason. Christopher, great job. And a lot of people are very interested about this topic because I like the part which is like, okay, it's shiny, but why are we doing this in the first place?
Yeah.
And I think you had valid points in there, and that doesn't mean you should not go without module. Now, my question to you, real quick, before we go to the next talk, is modules, and then even in NX like workspace or whatever, we could like expose. If I have a group of components, and most of them, let's say, are just presentational component, I might have a container component at the top, and usually I will have a barrel file, which will just like that will put in the module will kind of allow me to easily put like those related components in that module and use a barrel file to expose like what would be now a public API from that container component. How do we quickly like carry on with that type of model if we run in that use case?
Yeah, so in the Angular docs, you can actually use an array of components or directives. However, and this is an important point to make, as it is right now, that array won't work if you're exposing an Angular library. So if you're a library maintainer or author, you still need to use components. Or not components, modules. You still need to use modules. But within your own application, you can create arrays and expose arrays of components or pipes or directives, much the same way you would do modules. But, modules still have a place. I'm not against modules at all. And I still use modules, but I use them a lot less than I used to. And I think that's kind of the theme of the Angular renaissance, so to speak, right? Is that you can still use the old stuff, but you're probably going to use it less.
Nice. And you snooze, you lose. We cannot help you there, Lazy DK, my man, Larson.
Lars.
You're gonna have to watch the replay, man. And he even talked about scam. And I'm like, Lars is gonna be in heaven. And yeah, he missed it. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, buddy. Our
pool standalone. Nice.
And last but not least, we have a quick metaphor for standalone by AI. And Jason, you're gonna tell us if the AI has it right or not.
Okay.
How's the Angular level? I mean, I don't know how to even. There's not a name for this game. I'm just making it up as I go.
That's awesome.
So, yeah. So let's say it said for this time, and going back to a metaphor, that a standalone component in a software application is like a Swiss Army knife. A standalone is a Swiss Army knife. Okay. It is a self-contained, multifunctional tool component that can be used independently in various situations without relying on other tools, other components. This versatile and adaptable nature of standalone components makes them valuable assets in web development, as they can easily be reused and integrated into different parts of an application. What's your take on AI right there with standalone component?
I'm going to give the AI a 3. This is so if I was interviewing somebody and they didn't know what a standalone component is, this is the answer I would expect them to give me. They don't know what a standalone component is, so they're going to talk about, oh, you know what, a standalone component is probably useful. But yeah, I would
it's very generic. It's not really going into the meat of it. So yeah, AI, sorry, man, you got a 3. Human, 10, AI 3. And that's what it is. But anyways, we go from standalone, and then we're going to get into the next talk. And I'm just getting to my notes here. We have so much cool stuff. So here, we're going to have internationalization. We had an amazing talk about internationalization last time with I-18. So I'm excited to have somebody addressing this again. I think that's one of those many features when you enjoy Angular as a platform. And we have Anil Kumar Krishna Shetty. Did I say the last name right?
Yes. Thank you. You said it right.
All right,
Awesome.
I'm rocking it
Good
today,
job,
man.
Good job.
That's the Jimmy Butler stuff when you do this.
Yep.
Brandon Roberts, you'll get it. If you're watching basketball, I'm getting this today, man. Anyways, so Anil, we're gonna stay out of your way. Get your screen ready, and I'll put it on the stage, and we'll get away from here and let you take it away. So just, I don't see your screen yet. So are you sharing?
Yes, I'm gonna share my screen now.
Okay.
And I'm gonna share the window, so it should be fine.
Cool.
Hope you
there
can.
You go. Now add it to the stream. Make sure. And one second. I need to change the name here because it still says Jason Warner, and I'm sure you've been called a lot of things, but never been called Jason. So let me make sure I get your slide. Marcus, there you go. That's the right one.
Cool.
All right.
Okay, I can start, right?
Yes, go for it.
Okay, thank you very much. Myself, I'm Anil Kumar, and I want to talk about a little bit about more on a experience point of view, and also more on the growth point of view, why the internationalization is important, and what it means for Angular app developers. So let's get started then. I'm Anil Kumar. I'm based in Berlin, Germany. I'm a senior product marketing manager taking care of developer tools at Localize. I worked as a developer and also technical product manager, now more in a community and developer space. So just want to tell you a quick story why. It was 8 years ago. I was traveling in a local public transport with taking a ticket of just think about like what is reduced fare. What is reduced fare? At that time, I was thinking that a reduced fare means is like, hey, maybe it could be a short trip. If I'm taking like just 2 stops, I don't need to pay a standard fare. I was just like paying a smaller one. I was traveling for a couple of times. I was using this ticket, and I got to know that this is a wrong ticket when a police caught me. Hey, you're traveling with a wrong ticket. Reduced fare means it's for kids. You're not a kid. Pay 50 euros. The reason is I was traveling, but I was like, there was no context given. Is this a right wording? There was no information for me. So the amount of text and what context to provide kind of getting to a lot of issues. This is one example. Another one example, again, from Berlin, Germany. During the COVID time, it was in one of the stops. In order to explain people what is the 1.5 meters means, it's kind of a great illustration of like, hey, the 1.5 meters is like a horse distance. And even like in another stop, it's like, hey, 3 small dogs. This is a great illustration of how you can keep user in mind and educate them and provide the right information. Okay, so there are all other examples, more about personalization. I use Notion, and I really like about personalization about how they tell the maintenance time in a more personalized way, where as if somebody is talking to me and informing me the physical experience would give. This is one other example. And this is also from a Stripe, where they're giving me additional text information about why they're using this verification. It gives me more context. And how can we enable, as an Angular developer, it's a job of a translator or maybe a designer or maybe a UX writer. How can we enable this? Let's talk about that challenge. And for example, think about Angular TinyConf. Everything is an experience. For me, I was looking into the website, like this was a perfect thing because as a audience, what is the single most information you need to get? You're going to get this live stream. That's great. It's the center of the thing. And also, what I really liked about the experience is like it says the EST time. Then I know that this is definitely not my timing. So this is a schedule. This is also a great experience. And of course, you can also make it like more detect your location and make your timings assigned to you. But that's kind of a nice to have, kind of brings you. But this already is solving my kind of a problem. I know that this is a EST time. I need to convert into my time. So it's already giving an experience, a great experience. Thank you. Thank you for the organizers and making this great experience. And now let's move into, now I talked a lot about experience. Now let's move into the language. Why I'm talking about the internationalization and the language, why it's important. More than 50% of all queries on Google are in the languages other than English. I'm talking about other than English, 50%. 50%. Look at the other data. 72% of internet users prefer websites on their native language. 72%. And this is from a Stripe. 74% of checkouts were not translated into local languages when customers elsewhere in Europe attempted to make a purchase. You see here, 72% of internet users prefer websites in the native language, and 74% of checkouts were not translated into local languages. This is like a huge growth opportunity missed for all the e-commerce companies in Europe. So looking into the languages, right? The world language, how much globally spoken languages. If you look at here, English is like, there are other languages out there. So how do we provide a great experience for all the users across the globe? And not just only building only English only application. How can we enable our Angular apps to be more ready for global audience? Why global audience? As we saw, like the more the countries your presence is, the more visibility, the more growth opportunity for your business. At the end of the day, you're building a great applications so that you can enhance the experience for wider audience, grow business. And let's take a quick example of how does it feel to a non-English speaking country when you present your Angular app only in English. I just want to give you that analogy, and my mother tongue is not English. My mother tongue is Kannada. I'm from India, so south part of India. It's one of the language where I think more than 44 million people speak this language, and it sounds like Canada, but it's not Canada, it's Kannada. And let me just switch for a couple of seconds. I'm talking about this Angular Tiny conference. So here, Angular Tiny ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಾಗತ. ನಾನು Angular ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಕರಣದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡುತ್ತೇನೆ. So what I said now is welcome to Angular Tiny conference. I will talk about Angular internationalization. I said in my native language. I know that definitely most of you said, hey, what are you talking about? It's the same feeling. It's the same feeling when a non-native English speaker or a non-English like known person who's going to access your application. It's the same feeling they're going to get. So how can we enhance this? How can we make this experience great? As I talked about, the more languages we support in our applications, the better the experiences and better the growth opportunity for the companies we work for the business opportunity we look for. And the question is, okay, I understand the importance of the language and providing all the great experience. I understand this, but how can we do this? How can we do as Angular developers? How can we make Angular apps to provide a great experience globally? The answer is pretty straightforward, right? Internationalization, IIT-NAN, internationalization. So we just have to make our Angular apps or source codes to be internationalized. I have an analogy of what internationalization. Just to give an analogy, if your code is not internationalized, if your code is not internationalized, that means it's like a doll. It's like a doll which is like a fixed. It's not flexible. Like it has the same shoes color. It has the same the clothing. It cannot be changed. It's not reusable. It's fixed. And whereas at this doll on the right side, where you can see here, you can change the clothes of this baby doll. And this is an internationalized Angular app or Angular code. So when your Angular app is internationalized, it's flexible. It can adapt into different regional languages and also localized content. So what, like you say, hey, why I should do internationalization? What if I do? Imagine if you don't do internationalization of your Angular app, if you wanted to create a new same doll, you need to purchase a new doll. And it's a maintenance cost. Imagine we are talking about not 1 or 2 languages. We're talking about more than 10 languages, more than 20 languages. If you wanted to support globally, how does it look like maintaining that? It's a lot of challenge, a lot of maintenance work. So that's where you need to start thinking about internationalizing your code. And thinking about same analogy here, you got to look at the ethnic, different region have a different tradition of clothings. And also same thing applies to our content. The way they look at the content of your application will be different in each region. And just an example, like just saying a hello world means a different way, a different wordings in different languages in different way. And how do you enable this? Luckily, like we have a package, Angular localized, the localized package to the rescue, which really makes you so much easier to build internationalized and localized applications. I'm going to show you some quick coding examples later. So for this, I'm just going to show you the example. Like, for example, this is a single a localized application, Angular app. And you can see here as a locale, I got the two languages. Default one is a source language is in English, and the other one is in Russian. And XLF file as my strings here. And also I have the example application where it's in Russian, and you can see here the source, and a corresponding target content will be here. And at the Angular application, you can see if I go to one of my HTML, or I can go to one of my home screen, for example, in my home component, you could see here that using the Angular localized package, and I can make my code is flexible enough to adapt into a different language, and also have some default fallback. And corresponding, I can create those translations in my local files, as you saw here. And using that toolings, and moving on to the more details, like if you look at here, like why some of the examples, like for example, this is a Twitter in different languages like Arabic or English, and also in other Asian languages. You see here how the layout changes. By also enabling your internationalized code, there's also other challenge. That's one piece of the challenge. How do you manage the design part of it? How do you bring back your designer? You see here there's a layout change. How do you manage that? And also the other example is like you see your Airbnb. Like I'm just switching to a different Airbnb in different languages. Like how the layout changes. How are you preparing your layouts? The design is going to change, and you're going to communicate with the designers, and designers going to have to take care of those things. How are you going to work on this? And how are you going to provide a more context for those UX writers or translators to provide more meaningful content? And this is one simple example about Airbnb. For example, here, it's in a US website. So it's written as a June 6th, whereas here in German website, it's like 6.uni. So how are we going to enable this through internationalized code? And this is another example from Slack. You see here how the layout breaks, how layout changes. So how are we enabling our Angular apps to be more globalized, localized? For that, the answer is collaborating with the designers, translators, and a localization manager, where being an Angular developer, you can provide the keys and the translation keys and translation values to our translators. And at localized provides you more like a screenshots, more context to the translators, so that translators can provide a more useful content. Similarly, a designer can design screen in one language. They can also design and see how that language UI is going to work in other languages using the Localize and Figma plugin. And that way, you already know that how my components I need to take care, and how does it going to work on. That way, you take the translation as important and also delegate a lot of the manual maintenance task of handling the translations, providing right content, and designing to the designers and also to the translators. And this is a typical workflow. You get an app. A designer designs a UI, and you as a developer can pull those translations, keys and values from the localize and apply it, make changes, and the localization managers can also pass and make the pre-translations from the translators, and translators can be reviewed. And once it's approved, the translations are approved, then again merge back to your code repository. And I can highly recommend a deep dive tutorial on the Angular apps internationalization using Angular localize with Vine. And Vine also spoke at last Angular Tiny Conference, went deep dive, and that's why I didn't want to go through the same example. I want to bring more from an experience and why it's important point of view. And these videos are available on YouTube. I would highly encourage you to take a deep dive. And there is also a step-by-step a blog, a tutorial mapping through how you can convert your Angular app into internationalized Angular app, ready to be globalized application. And with that, I'm done with my talk. Thank you very much.
Hey, Anil, that was awesome.
That was so good. That was so good.
I'm the only one in this group right now who's a native English speaker. And I have a ton of respect for everybody who attends these events in their non-native language or presents at these events in their non-native language. And that moment where you were speaking in Canada was truly, it was a wonderful moment for me to experience what a non-native speaker often experiences. Thank you for that.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, I can speak to you that way, Jason, from now on. I mean, I can speak to you in Wolof whenever we do our meetings and everything like that.
Oh,
you
man.
know.
I was hoping at least for French.
Yeah, no. I'm just gonna go totally in Wolof, and then for 5-10 minutes, you get to experience what we've been like suffering, I guess, for the last whatever. No, man, it's beautiful. Languages are beautiful, and to me, when a company, an entity takes the time to really go for like what I don't even want to say translation, but going for like, the cultural meaning of the message. You can just translate something like word to word, and then sometimes it doesn't, if you lose the context, it doesn't mean anything. But when the company take the time to really go for that, because a lot of people will be like, why do we care? Why maybe we have 10 users in Germany, maybe yes, too. You can, because of your resources, and then say, depending on how many users we have, we really need to look into that. But the one thing that I want to ask is, if you're going to look into that, really look into it,
Yeah.
Really go for it. There's nothing more wrong for somebody who speaks a language and somebody translating something that doesn't mean, that's even insulting. So, so thank you for going through that and the pain points. Anil, that was lovely. That was lovely. So,
the layout.
Any other context, Marcus? I mean, you know this from experience. How many language do you speak, Marcus?
I mean, I think, I guess I don't know how good Spanish you speak, Jason. I like to say I speak like somewhat. Yeah, I would say I think I would say free, but yeah, I mean, a huge respect to people who really pay attention to using internationalization and localizing their website, because it really shows it shows that they really care about the user, and they are compassionate with all of them. So definitely,
Yeah.
It's easy that everyone just do English because that's the easiest way to make a good amount of money. it's always something else when you come to a place and you get spoken to your native language.
Oh yeah, that hits different. That
And
really hits different.
Marcus is so kind that when we do like video calls, he makes sure to internationalize all the signs he sits in front of, so everything's in English for me.
That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. Let's see now what like GPT has to say about all of this. Since like we live in an I mean, it's gonna be funny to see like what is your take on like AI and localization? Where are we going with it? Do you think that there are some of it, and that's for Anil for this question. Do you think some of it can be delegated to AI, or do we need to do a little more? What would be kind of like the balance there?
Yeah, I would say that's a really good question. It's already happening. It's already happening. Even we talk about ChatGPT, it's happening even before. For example, Localize already provides you a Google Translate and DeepL, even other your custom one. You as a developer, you can just feed your translation files and you can set it up automatic translation to using Google Translate. You can translate it to all other 20 languages you want to support in just with one click, or as soon as you put it. It's already happening, and that has been like a huge shift. Like headache, you don't have to take care of all the languages. Of course, those translations are not 100% perfect, and that's where a translators come in, and their life is a lot easier. They don't have to go through your all 10,000s of words. They just have to go through those translated content and just to see what tiny pieces they need to modify it. The translator's life is a lot easier with these automatic translations. So that's already happening. And what we are seeing in a trend, for example, Localize also launched an AI feature where providing a context, providing a guideline. Hey, this could be your title of a blog. This could be your content in this language. This could be so kind of more like a companion. I think you're going to see more and more in coming days, and it's already happening. So we can definitely see impact of AI in localization.
Yeah, and I think that goes along. Like I didn't even see that like Shao had that question, but I think you kind of answered that in that was beautiful. And like the last minute right there, and he's saying that a few years down the road we will get live stream like this, live dub in our native language by AI. Yeah, I think that's sooner than even we expect this. I've seen some applications where it's being done and it's being very very accurate so far. So we'll see. I think that's something that we should embrace. Now, let's see what AI itself has to say about this whole thing. So it says, I asked about localization. So I did ask about localization. So it said that localization, and you'll tell me if you agree with that or not, in software development is like a skill translator at an international conference. We have a international conference today. So the translator localization process ensures that the speaker's message, which is the application content, is accurately conveyed to the audience members in their native language. This helps break down communication barriers and enables the speaker's message to reach a broader audience, resulting in a more inclusive and accessible experience for everyone involved. So I see you going like this, so that means probably that you agree. So like great. And then maybe by next year when we're doing Angular TinyConf again, we'll have like some kind of like closed captioning in people's native languages. That would be awesome.
Would be awesome.
And last but not least, why do developers who work on localization always get invited to parties?
Oh. I have no clue.
Because they know how to speak to everyone's language and make their apps the life of the party.
Nice.
Yeah, that's sucker. Thank you so much for having for joining us, Anil. This was very very educational, and you put like we have your slides and we have your Twitter and everything where people can follow you, and the replay will be available sometime next week. So that I can guarantee you. thank you again. And when you're leaving the studio, just press on Leave Studio so we can have like the high quality recording for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So next, man, you're looking sharp, Danielle. Look at you. Look at you, man.
Wow.
So Danielle was supposed to come a little later, but we're having a few, some of our speakers, some of them had like last minute troubles and everything like that, but which works like pretty good for some of our international speakers because it's getting very late and not everybody is Marcus or Lars. So, people people cannot
Marcus
sustain.
is only one of the kind. Yeah.
So we have Danielle, and Danielle is based in Israel. Are you in Tel Aviv actually, or
No, I'm
or
like
next to
30 minutes from Tel
Okay,
Aviv.
30 minutes from Tel Aviv, and man, that's some nice drink right there. Can you share? Like this, it looks like some tea. Is that
coffee.
tea?
It's just coffee, nothing special.
Coffee. That's what I need, man. That's really what I need. Anyways, Daniel is going to talk about micro front end, and that's just like one of these subjects where somebody like me always want to start with it, but then I get scared. So hopefully you're going to take that fear away today.
No, the other way.
The other way. So go ahead and you can share your screen so we can put it on the stage, and I'll make sure that we get you ready to go. Let's see here. I'm gonna
Do you see my
change
screen?
the.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
there you go. And let me just make sure I change the banner because it still says Anil. So, Daniel, you were a little down.
Yeah, I'm like
So I
the-
need like I think you are right here maybe. There you go.
Here, yeah.
All right, sir. So I'm gonna leave, and the stage is yours.
Thank you. Okay, hello everyone. Today we're going to talk about the micro front-end architecture, module federation, and basically we will talk about making the right choice for our project. Either the choice is to go with the micro frontends, or either the choice to say, hell, this I'm not going to touch it, at least not now, not on this stage of my project. A little disclaimer. This is first time I'm presenting this this talk, and it's a little bit shorter than I expected. So I hope everything will be okay. And also I'm presenting first time on Windows and not on Mac. So I hope that technically also everything will be fine and nice. Okay. And here we go. Can you see this? It shouldn't be here. Okay, about me. I'm a developer more than 20 years. My name is Daniel Ostrowski. I work in Dell as a senior principal engineer. I'm a full cycle evangelist, meaning my belief in that any developer engineer have to understand at least in dev, test, delivery, monitoring, and to be responsible entirely over the application. I'm a public speaker and writer on the multiple languages, English, Hebrew, Ukrainian, and Russian. I'm open source contributor, I'm a mentor, and also I have managing the meetup NG teams. Okay, I will start with the history. Before we'll come into the situation where we right now with the micro frontends, I think we need to look back and see.
Sorry, Danielle. Click on that hide button, please. Click on that hide button. It's just gonna kill all your effort. There you go.
Oh, thank you. You see, on the Mac we don't have it. Okay, so let's start with the 16 million years ago. Okay, the dinosaurs died, and sometime after the internet appears and JavaScript was introduced. In 1995, I will jump a little bit from the dinosaurs to our days. The JavaScript was adopted, or let's say introduced by developers in Netscape. There was nice browser many years ago, In that days, it was initially used to add simple interactivity to the web pages. It's mainly used for the form validation, simple animations, and other basic functionalities, not more than that. The delivery of the websites to the client was fully server-side rendered, meaning it's every page on every navigation, redirection, or anything like this, all the pages was fully rendered on the servers and delivered as a static HTML files, something that's very rarely to see right now. In 2005, Ajax came out. It was introduced a few years before, but widely adopted by developers around 2005. Ajax is a synchronous JavaScript and XML. It's become popular, and basically it's allowed the content to be loaded without reloading the entire page. In 2006, jQuery came out, and jQuery is basically, I believe, first framework or first library, JavaScript library, that was widely adopted. I believe like 90% of the projects used jQuery, and it might sounds weird, but even now jQuery is more downloadable every week than Angular, React, and Vue.js altogether. Okay, we're not using it because it's just part of some other libraries, but it's still out there, and it's a great framework if you want to try to develop without using frameworks like Angular or Vue.js or anything like this. Okay. And most important thing, it's dramatically simplified the Ajax interactions. That allows, to give an additional push to use Ajax. Okay. Large fast. And by the way, about the delivery of the websites to the browsers, this was large files. All JavaScript was built and chunked into the big files. We actually wrote big files. Okay, we didn't have this concept of breaking JavaScript files to the modules or something like this. Okay, we had like to have a JavaScript files with 2,000 rows. That's okay. That's absolutely okay. And the import of this file, delivery of these files was in script and had, the script tag where we have the path to the JavaScript, and it was loaded all together. But still, in that time, the Ajax and the loading the data was used mainly for the piece of data to be loaded, not the entire page. But let's say you're loading the entire page, and you have the kind of news feed on your website that's loaded on commercials, banners, or anything like this. Okay, I'll try to run a bit faster. That day, SaaS came to the market. A lot of companies came out and says, hey, we all will deliver software as a service, okay? And we will create software as a service and subscriptions, and cloud came out. And to deliver a lot of content and scalability and all this stuff become much easier than before. And all this leads us to the big boom of web development and let's say the field of developers, or the market of the developers, the entire world ecosystem of developers required something new to help to develop the SaaS platforms, products, and stuff like this. Okay, and we have the frameworks, less or more type of the frameworks that we have now. Okay, the first frameworks that came out, it was Backbone who actually he presented the concept of MVC, Model View Controller. If someone remember what is this? Okay, I remember that in that days, in each and every job interview, everyone asked, what is MVC? Do you know what is MVC? Can you describe MVC? Now nobody asks what is MVC because it's lost, I believe. It has some, but okay, we're talking about something else. Sorry. And then Backbone, Ember.js, and Angular.js, the previous version came out also in the days. and it's become, let's say, new frameworks era. Okay, in 2013, React by Facebook. Basically, it's component-based and virtual DOM. Bring some new principles into the web development. It's really become like a SPA, single-page application era. Everyone was redeveloping single-page application. It's all about single-page application. A single-page application is the best solution, and etc., 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 etc. The delivery of all these applications is also become a little bit more complicated. Okay, it's interesting is more products, or let's say frameworks and techniques we have to simplify our lives as developers. It's more headache it gives us actually to work with this. Okay, so now we need to work with all these frameworks and to make really the single-page application fast and modular and stuff like this. We need to work with the JavaScript builders and unification and Browserify that allows us to split the big files, entire bulks into the smaller modules and stuff. So yeah, it's everything. The one thing leads to another one. Okay, SaaS leads to development of the frameworks. Frameworks leads to development of the JavaScript builders, etc., etc., etc. 2016, Angular 2 came out, was introduced, and by the way, micro frontends was introduced firstly in 2016. Coincidence? Same year? I don't think so. Micro frontends is not something from yesterday or from past 2 years. I'm talking about it last 7 years. Now it's become widely adopted or widely interested by developers. And let's talk about the future. Okay, is it micro frontends is an answer? Are we going to the micro frontends with all our technologies, or what's going on? We don't know yet. And of course, the delivery of the application also become a little bit more complicated. Webpack, lazy loading, coming back to the server-side rendering one more time with the Next and other frameworks, and the Angular Universal. So it's the history is a circle. So micro frontends. This is a basic set of, let's say, buzzwords or advantages that we're talking about when we're talking about the micro frontends. Okay, but we need to understand that everything that is created by someone, not as a product, because let's face it, yes, micro frontend, it's not a product. Angular or React or Vue.js is not a product. It was developed maybe by some big companies, but the community took it, and actually the community pushing it everywhere. So if it wasn't adopted by community, we couldn't have any framework, right? So basically, community decides either that technology or another one will exist. And micro frontends, it's came because there was a request on the field for solutions for different things. Okay, and this is basically, you can see here the list of solutions, and we will start with root cause, like what exactly was requested for this solution, what are advantages of this solution, and trade-offs. And it's everything based on the previous slide when we talked about the history. So modular, the main cause or the main root cause for having modularity or for requesting the modularity on the web application is one product, multiple teams. The big products that SaaS platforms, okay, and big companies, There might be multiple teams, of course, and sometimes even these multiple teams working on the multiple time zones. Okay, for example, I'm working in the huge company, and we have team in Israel, in Singapore, in US, in other countries, I don't remember where it is, and we all working on the same product. Okay, and having micro front ends and each one of the teams are dedicated to the specific micro front end, it's a great thing. So it allows developers or teams work individually on micro applications independently. The disadvantage of this is, of course, code duplication, testing complexity, and other stuff around it. Now, if you know how to solve the code duplication, text, and testing complexity, so it might be not your trade-off, okay? But you need to understand other modularity is good enough for you or important enough for you that you're ready to handle the trade-off of this. Technology agnostic. Technology agnostic, it's someone can think that companies, when they start a new project, they're saying, hey, I don't want to go with Angular, or I don't want to go with React because I don't want to be tied with this technology forever, so I need something technology agnostic. It's not about it. It's mainly about the long time running products or projects, and meaning that, let's face it, if someone of you worked in company with the same product that ran in more than 5 years, you've definitely seen all outdated versions of the main technology, like main framework, that you're not able to upgrade it right now to the latest one, and you need actually to rewrite step by step. Or you have multiple frameworks on the same product because someone already started to move from React to Angular, from Angular to React. And basically the technology agnostic allows us to have multiple frameworks on the same product and actually deal with migration from one technology to another one. Either it's from the one low version to another version, or from one technology from one framework to another one, React to Angular. The trade-off, having multiple technologies in the same product is not a bad practice, it's a worst practice. Never do it unless you have a deadline and everyone committed to this deadline. If you have a plan how to transfer from A to B, the entire road, not the part, but the entire road, and everyone agreed on this plan, and everyone committed to this plan, only then you can jump into it. Another way, if we will start, let's do only the login page, or let's do only the dashboard, and then we'll go to the next few months, we will keep going to the next section of our product. Trust me, you will stuck forever with the multiple technologies on the same product, and it's nightmare. Independent CI/CD, faster feature delivery. That's the reason. A lot of times, product can come and say, hey, I want to change only the UI to move a button left or right on the login page. Why I need to rebuild the entire application and to retest the entire application. In that cases, of course, if the UI is a micro front end, it's much be easily to be tested and deployed, much faster and delivered. Scalable. Again, now we have some products. I already saw quite few products that have some of the part of the product should be server-side render because it have to support, as search engine optimization. And other of the parts are something that behind the login page, the authorized content, doesn't require meaning that the one part have to be differently scaled, the landing pages or something like this from the commercials. And the other part is only for the logged in users and doesn't require the scaling. So yeah, that allows us to manage different parts of the application, different parts of the product to be differently delivered. Okay, some of them can be fully single page application. Some of them can be server-side rendered, whatever. disadvantage is robust infrastructure management. Okay, you have to have people in your company that will be responsible for this. Okay, it's not easy to manage the entire, all this, how to deliver it, how to deploy all this, how to manage all these roads and load balancers and gateways, and wow, it's a lot of configurations, environment variables, many other things. And I'm finishing. This is the last line. I already see guys joining back to the team. User experience. Okay, it's a performance about the performance KPI. Sometimes, again, the product can come and say, hey, I want this product, this part to be faster than another one. And again, we can change it or adopt it separately by reducing time loads and better performance. The overhead or trade-off is managing all this state between the different micro frontends and stuff like this. Now, the last sentence, you need to understand that with micro frontends, you might be only win one of these advantages, okay, modular, technology agnostic, scalable, whatever. There must be one reason for this, but you will get the entire line of trade-offs, okay? You're going to deal with all these trade-offs, even on only one of the advantages is what you're looking for, okay? So unless you're ready to handle the entire line of the trade-offs, if you're ready to handle it, if you can handle it, run to micro frontends. It's a great technology. You'll enjoy it. And thank you. Follow me on Twitter, Medium, my website. Thank you very much.
Nice, nice. So one thing you should do right away is go back to that slide that has the timeline from like the dinosaurs to the yes, let's go back to that slide. Yeah, right here. The only thing that I didn't that I was not a part of is the dinosaurs. But everything else, man, I feel old, man. Thank you for reminding me my age. You know.
Listen, I saw when I started the research, okay, and I thought about to put here the picture of the Netscape Navigator, okay.
Yeah.
And when I saw it, and I was looking on this page and the HTML side, and I'm like, that's what I saw it. I remember it. That's how it looks like.
That's how it looks like. Yeah, man. I remember that the old days with AOL, with everything. I mean, come on now. Angular community, I'm one of your babies. You know, I have this cute baby face. I'm not one of those old guys, okay? Don't worry about it.
You didn't ride dinos to school like I did?
No, I don't go that far. I'll let you take that one, man. And I'm sure like people are gonna have a field day. I mean, Shao, Shao, where do you fall on this, man? I just want to know where Shao starts, like, you know. And then Silverlight. I remember Silverlight. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah.
Oh my god! I told you, man. When you expose yourself, man.
That's awesome.
I don't know about like the extension of dinosaurs, but I know about Silverlight, and that was some cool stuff, man. Silverlight was cool. I liked it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway,
remember the Flash?
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
of course, of course. And when one billionaire decided he did not like Flash because he did not know how it works with his device, he killed Flash. So, anyways, let's go back to micro front end, and you're gonna tell us, Danielle, what do you think about this AI take on micro front end? Is it too generic, or does it like, you know, does it hit it like, you know, right on the whatever is the reference there? I'm getting tired. Micro front ends are like small modular food stalls within a large food court. Okay. Each stall, micro front end, offers a specific cuisine functionality and operates independently from the others. The food court, which is the web application, assembles these various stalls together, providing customers, which are the users, with a diverse and cohesive dining experience. This approach allows for better scalability, maintenance, and flexibility, as each food stall can be updated, replaced, or added without impacting the overall food court.
And what about the disadvantages that you need entire team to manage the entire food court? Okay, then you need so many vouchers.
Yeah.
And additional
Now the maintenance,
stuff
the
to work
maintenance
around with
overhead.
to make
Exactly.
it work.
The maintenance overhead, but like there's that interdependency. I mean, they are independent, but there's an interdependency onto how to manage all of them. You know, so yeah. Okay, so we're giving a 5 for the metaphor out of 10.
Nah, yeah, 6.
6? Yeah, you are more giving than me, so that's cool. I kind of like some point in there. Now let's go to the humor side. Why do micro front-end developers make great puzzle enthusiasts? And because they are experts at assembling small pieces to create a complete and beautiful picture. A puzzle is a good reference because a puzzle can be, you can be there forever. That's for sure. What's a micro front-end developer's favorite party game? Well, it has to be, I don't know if it's like in the US, in like, yeah, that's where like internationalization makes sense though. So they say that the game would be Jenga. So they love building complex structures with small independent blocks, just like in their applications. Yeah, and I saw the Jenga games. That's like a block game or anything like that. If you have never seen it before.
But isn't Jenga not about making something and more about destroying something? Maybe the
you have to make something to destroy something.
That's fair. Yeah.
Yeah, it's about blocks. Yeah, so you need to build this.
Yeah, make them build all those blocks. Just have to have the pleasure of going and.
And then you build everything. Then you're trying to understand how you can take the part apart and.
I'm telling you. Cool, man. So like, thank you for the diving back in the that history timeline right there. I never thought that I would like have a reference to the dinosaurs in an Angular conf, but man, I'm not going to be surprised anymore. This was like well put together, good research right there. A lot to pick up from here, and then like looking forward to looking at the to seeing the replay and like picking those parts. You know, thank you, man. What time is it there right now?
It's almost 10.
10 p.m.
Yeah.
Oh my! All right, buddy.
Wow.
We're gonna let you go. Thank you so much for the commitment, and like always a pleasure to have you.
Thank you very much, and waiting for the next conference.
All right, man.
Awesome.
Just click on Leave Studio. Don't close your tab, okay? You know the rules now. There you go.
Take care, Daniel.
Oh wow!
I don't know. Why am I getting this kind of introduction?
I mean, you're the only person on earth with a last name that is an icon, and a very iconic icon. So,
True.
Yeah, we cannot just, it's not J something, it's just the Bell, man,
My friends have always called me J Bell or J Cooper Bell. It's never been J. I'm not J to people.
There you go, man.
Yeah.
So let's just go J Bell, I really like that. First and foremost, most important question, how's the dog doing? Is he doing good? Is that a he or she?
She's
good?
She's doing good. Yeah, she's recovering.
She's doing good.
Yeah,
All right.
She thinks she's fully recovered, but she's not because it's only been a couple weeks, and ACLs don't heal that quickly.
That sounds like somebody I know when they broke their somebody I know who did exactly that. So don't blame her for that. So
No.
Jay, we're gonna be talking about the N, the G to the SRC,
That's the one.
There you go, man.
Yeah.
That's one of the most exciting things that happened in 14.2. Everybody's talking about 16. I want to go back to 14.2 and talk about exactly what he's going to talk about today.
Mhm.
So we're going to get out of your way. I'm going to get the stage ready for you. Let's make sure I got a banner for you. I do. I have a banner for everybody. So that's Enea, Stephen Cooper. Come on, tell me. I have a banner for Jay, man. Where's Jay?
I was on
Oh my
all
God.
of the other marketing material, so I
You
was
were.
surprised.
I definitely have you. There you go. And it's missing the bell. So you
missing
see,
the
it
bell.
doesn't know what to do with the bell. And let me put your screen right there. And man, we're gonna get out of your way.
Great. Yeah. It seems like even in 2023, we can't exactly get emojis correct for some reason. So maybe one day though. Hello, everyone. My name is Jay Bell, or Jay Cooper Bell. That's my Twitter handle. I'm an Angular GDE and the CTO and co-founder of a company here in Canada on the West Coast called Trusted.org. We built a fundraising platform for charities and nonprofits, trying to make a positive difference in the world, more than just building software to make people money. So yeah, today we're going to be talking about the new. Well, I guess it's not that new now. There's been so much come out in Angular recently that it's hard to keep up with everything. But as of I think Abby said 14.2, the new image directive, the optimized image directive. The Angular team worked with the Chrome Aurora team on this. I believe they did it with Next.js first, and then they did Angular afterwards. But it's essentially just an Angular directive like we've seen everywhere else, except it helps optimize your images and make sure that you're following the best standards possible. We should be building software. We should be building functional pieces for users and not having to worry about all these implementation details. There's a lot of different things that you can do with images in the browser with all the different options. And like if you ever go to the MDM page, there's just so much stuff there. You shouldn't have to worry about that. You should worry about building software for your customers and then let tooling handle these, say, best practices and stuff for you. So that's kind of what we're going to go over today. I was going to do live coding, which is what I'm going to do. But I was a little worried about that. But after watching all the talks this morning, I think I'm more comfortable because a lot of people are doing live coding. So I'm not the only one. So that's good. Okay, so left IDE, this is the Angular code. Right, we have a browser loaded up with this Angular app. This is just an image I pulled off of our CDN. So if we can see this, the image is currently 1.1 megabytes. So this is just taking the image, loading it directly into the DOM, and rendering the page. As you can imagine, loading a 1.1 megabyte file on every page load, even if it's cached, is a lot, right? There's no need to be loading that large of an image. So what can we do? There's a lot of different methods we can use. Oh, zoom in, Lars is saying, on the dev tools. Can someone tell me how to zoom on the dev tools? Because I don't actually know. I'm watching the comments.
Control plus.
Sorry? Command plus?
Yeah, or I guess command plus.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. I've never actually done that in my life. Someone give me the thumbs up or thumbs down in the chat if that text is good enough, and I'm going to continue talking. So there's a lot of different things that we can do here with optimizing images. Don't load them if they're not in view, resize them, all preload, pre-connect, all of these things. The image directive helps us with all of those things. So how do we do this? Well, the title of my talk is it's easy as source to ng source. And I'm not joking. All we have to do is switch it to that. And now, editor zoom as well. Okay, thanks. Lars helping me real-time update font sizes and stuff like that. Okay, so ng source. We switched this. Now, this doesn't get us literally every feature that it's part of the image directive, but it does get us quite a bit of stuff. So we have our image here. It's still the 1.1 megabyte image because we're not resizing it, we're not compressing it, we're not doing any of that stuff. But what this directive automatically does for us just by changing source to ng source is add this loading lazy tag, fetch priority auto, stuff like that. So now the browser's like, okay, well, I know how to, more optimally than before render this image. It's not completely optimal, but luckily, thanks to the Angular team, when you add this and your setup for the images isn't optimal, Angular's going to tell us. So if we go to the console, we can see these warnings here. We're all pretty used to these warnings. I'll increase that a little bit more. We're all pretty used to these warnings. We've seen them before, like the expression change after check there, stuff like that, right? So it's going to say like, hey, you're doing this thing, but it might not be exactly right, kind of thing, right? So First one, it's going to tell us if the aspect ratio we're loading the image with isn't correct based on the actual size of the image. So you can see that this is the, it's saying that the intrinsic size isn't right. So intrinsic image size 1080 by 607, but the supplied width is 1080 by 720. So let's just change this to 607. It's going to reload. Now that's gone. You don't need to worry about, figuring out what the sizes are, what the correct size is. Just like kind of pick something. Also, one thing that you can do here, this width and height, typically like before this, you would want them to be exact to allow the browser to optimize things as best as possible. But because of all the work that's happening underneath, if you know your image is just 16:9, you can always go 16:9 too, because it looks like the image isn't exactly 16:9 in this case. But what it uses these for is determining if the aspect ratio is correct, so that it's not, squeezing this way or squeezing this way, depending on how you're loading the image, whether it be like, object fit cover or whatever the other object fit one is. So that's the first one. Already our image is better. That's going to improve image loading on our page just inherently. So the next one here is this. The image directive is telling us, hey, you're loading this image and it's in the LCP, the largest contentful paint. So it matters to the initial page load, but the image isn't marked as priority, right? Just by adding this directive, we've actually added the loading lazy flag to it, right? But we don't actually want this specific image to load lazily. We might want one that's down farther down the page or below the fold to load lazily, but we don't want this one to load lazily. So what we can actually do is just add the priority tag. Now, this warning won't show up for images that are farther down. There's an LCP detector built into Angular for this, so that this warning will show up for any image that is part of the LCP that doesn't have this priority tag. So if we save that, now that warning's gone. We have another one we'll get to in a second. But if we inspect it again, we can see that now loading is set to eager. So it says, just do it, get the image right away. And fetch priority is high. So fetch priority is loading says, load this at this point. Fetch priority says, in terms of all the other things that you're doing, do it high. So here we're loading it right away with a priority of high. So it should be one of the first requests based on all of the other legacy reasons of why browsers load scripts and CSS and images and et cetera, et cetera. But by setting these two, by setting the one property, the priority property, we're already improving the image loads. And this will improve your, your LCP scores and stuff like that. When running your Lighthouse test or your web test thing, right? Stuff like that. So which will help your SEO as well. So that's what we can do there. Then we have another warning here. So you can see that they just keep coming, right? It's like, okay, you optimize that. Let's move on to the next thing. Then the next thing, right? So what it's telling us here is, hey, you're loading this image and this image matters, but you're not actually you're not pre-connecting to the domain correctly because you're missing this pre-connect href here. So we can add this this URL as a pre-connect, but into the index.html. So if we add the there we go. If we add this to the index.html, this warning will go away. Although that being said, relation pre-connect, href, and then this. HTTPS. On warning's gone. Now we're pre-connecting, so it knows right away what domain to pre-connect to. Now there's a couple there's some more things that we can do here. This is just optimizing the different directives that are on the image tag itself. But our image is still 1.1 megabytes. So even though we're loading at high priority, and even though, it's fetching and, eagerly and all this kind of stuff, it's still massive. We don't want it to be massive. Now, the Angular image directive allows for these, what are called image loaders. They have some pre-built ones here for ImageX, ImageKit, Cloudinary, Cloudflare image resizing. I actually, there we go. I built a custom one for loading from Cloudflare and S3 using Sharp in a Lambda function, which is what we're going to use here. Won't go into the implementation details of that because it doesn't really matter. We're talking specifically about the fact that we're using a image loader more than anything. So let's go to our app module and provide our custom image loader. You would do the exact same thing if you were using one of the pre-built ones. It would just be, provide Cloudinary image loader or provide whatever. So now what this does is instead of loading the actual image, that like the source that we provided, it'll run it through our image loader and then load that into our source instead, so that you can do things like compress the response or return it in a better format. Some browsers support WebP. Maybe your image is stored in a JPEG format, stuff like that. So now we can see that the image still looks the exact same, right? That's what we want. And then and we're loading at 1080 by 607, right? So our rendered size is still like really big, but if we want to fix this 1.1 megabyte size, we can actually provide image source sets, or we don't provide image source sets. Image source sets are a way for the browser to know, hey, on this screen size, load this, or on this screen size, load, this size of the image kind of thing, right? With the optimized image directive, we can just provide it a list of sizes. So we can say, like 100W, 300W, and 500W. Now the optimized image directive is actually going to automatically create and generate these source sets for us into the DOM, so that we don't need to worry about this. We can just say, here's the 3 sizes, pick the best one possible. And we can see that here in the DOM. Hopefully you guys can read that perfectly fine. I'll increase it a little bit more. So we have our original source, right? 1.1 megabytes. And then we have these different sizes here. And this is automatically being generated for us, right? All these different image source sets. Although it's using the wrong, oh yeah, that's why. So right now it's using the wrong domain, right? Well, we actually wanted to use our CloudFront domain. So this is a very much like Cloudinary or Cloudflare image resizing, stuff like that. It's actually like a CDN that you can request an image from with some parameters, and it'll resize it on the fly and then cache that like resized image for you, so that you don't need to worry about all of the, custom, save the image in all these different formats and different sizes and correctly load the right one, right? So if we look now, this image is still here, still the same size. It still looks great, right? Like we don't need to be loading a 1 megabyte image into our DOM because it's just so big. But if we look in here, now the file size is 61.7 kilobytes just by using an image loader instead. That's wildly smaller, right? So it's just the image directive is deciding what size actually needs to be pulled and then automatically pulling that size of the image for you. So now what we're doing is, instead of lazily loading a 1 megabyte image with an auto priority, we're eagerly loading a 61 kilobyte image at high priority, so it'll be there right away on the page. If we go back to our console, we're going to see now that we need to add a different pre-connect, because now we're actually pre-connecting to the, the CDN is going to auto resize all this stuff for us. So let's just go add this pre-connect and get rid of that warning. There we go. Now it's gone. Now the really cool thing here is that we're using SSR, and there's an additional piece of improvement that you get on SSR. There's a feature in browsers called, where is it now? We can preload images in the head tag, so they're actually available to us during the page rendering time. So if you render your page on SSR and then return it to the client, this link tag that marks this specific image with that format, that sizing, all of the nice things will be in your head tag. So it'll just automatically load it for you right away when the page loads, because it was added via SSR. This is actually one of I helped contribute this to the image directive when I first found out about it last year at NGConf, so that was really cool to see. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's the optimized image directive. We can improve your page loads, your LCP, bandwidth used, all with just a single directive, and let Angular handle all the crazy image stuff for you. So that's it. I'm happy to take questions, chat more about this. The hosts want to rejoin me. We can find a joke about optimized image loading, I'm sure, and ask AI what it thinks about image loading. Now, okay, that being said, when I started working on this, I actually asked ChatGPT about the optimized image directive, but it doesn't have the information about it.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
it doesn't at all. I was trying to get it to do something. So what I went is I asked her about the concept of image lazy loading. That's the thing that I asked about. So I'll let you know about that. But the thing is, let's do some math here. I mean, let's be a little serious for a change and say, going from 1.1 megabytes to 67 kilobytes, what is the reduced, like how much of a freaking, like you Matt Wees are gonna tell me it's like 1 to the 100s, or like, I don't know, man, 10 million, whatever it is. But that is freaking amazing, man.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
6%.
Yeah. 5-point-something% of the size.
Wow. And out of all of this like niceness and craziness, Lars was very impressed about like what is it again? Lars was impressed about the warning error or something like that.
Yeah.
I think you have a special plugin.
No, so it was about the intrinsic size. It's like your aspect ratio that's pulled from the image isn't the exact same as what you're defining in the DOM. So you should probably resize this. And the directive's able to tell you that at runtime, right? And help
That's cool.
Fix your images, right? So it has all of these checks built into the directive that are so cool. And the really cool thing is that they're internally using Angular's like dev mode tree shaking functionality. So all of these errors don't exist in your production bundle, right? All these errors and these warnings don't exist in your production bundle. They're just there during dev time. So the dev can be like, oh, why do I have 5 different warnings in my console telling me the intrinsic size wrong, right? Yeah. And then, the Lars is saying about the LCP warning. So they have like an LCP observer built into it that'll watch for the images kind of thing, and then figure out what ones are part of the LCP. He's like, don't load these lazily. Make sure these are priority.
Wow.
Yeah.
No, I mean, when I went at NGConf, the last session that we had, I technically had to change almost my whole presentation because NGSRC came out. And I did not even get to the part where I showed that change because like my slide, but I was happy that I had to do that. It's like seeing it was mind blowing. I mean, it was something else.
It was so
like
cool.
kudos to them, and I really don't want that feature to be lost into the cracks because we have an exciting V16 coming out. If you're dealing with images, you owe it to yourself and to your users
Absolutely.
to use this directive. Like no jokes right there. This is like a very good piece of like code right there. So let's see what.
One thing I want to add, Abby, is that before I came on here, Marcus and I were chatting. I just want everybody to know this. They actually worked with the Angular team, like the Chrome Aurora team worked with the Angular team to backport this to Angular 13. So even though it was introduced in 14.2, you can use it back to Angular 13 because they backported it to the previous version.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, which is huge because in enterprise, for example, you and I know it takes forever.
Yeah.
For enterprise to catch up to like the latest version. So yeah. And LCP is a real deal for enterprise. I'm emphasizing on that because it costs money if you're not properly indexed by Google. And we have the performance master coming right after this. He's going to confirm all of that, but it is and actually, man, when I see Latke, I just want to add him to the stream right away.
There he is.
Right in the middle of drinking.
Great timing.
Good evening.
And then, man, you're never gonna get disappointed by like the great shirt selection from Latke, and on top of it, you're gonna learn 500 new things about performance. That I can guarantee you. So let's just like do the quick metaphor check that ChatGPT had about, and it had a very bad joke. I'm gonna read it anyway, but I think it's getting it loaded, but it was lazy. Yes.
Lars is asking, what is Shemu?
Oh, Shemu, yeah. So what we have done in this Angular TinyConf, when I started TinyConf, I was like, I'm gonna do Angular is going too fast right now. There's so many changes. So every 3 months, that's me saying like every 3 months we're gonna do a small conference and people are gonna talk about the updates. And we're just gonna follow like the updates, like which is every 6 months for the Angular team, and put it together. So I needed to find kind of like a team around that. And since everybody who follows me know how I love Egypt as an ancient civilization, I took like the Egyptian like season. So Shemu is like one of the, I think it's the harvest season. That will be right now. The one that we did last time was Peret. That was like,
Nice.
So those are the ancient Egypt. You will see that there's a Shemu, Peret, and there's 4 of them, just like ours. And we'll talk more about that. But that's just kind of like, that was just me trying to find a smart way to say like, to not say like summer or spring or whatever.
Love it. Cool. I was also wondering that, but I was too afraid to
know. I'm glad you asked. So GPT is saying image lazy loading in web development is like a magician's trick where items appear only when the audience is ready to see them. As users scroll through a web page, that's when they're watching the magic show. I love, because we prime, for people who are not here, we primed it to do metaphor and joke, okay? So as a user scroll through a web page, watch the magic show, basically, the tricks are revealed on demand rather than all at once. This approach reduces the initial load time and improves the overall performance of the website. Ensuring a smooth and enjoyable experience for the audience. I would give it A for effort. That's kind of like a good way of kind of thinking about it. And then the metaphor, scrolling, and the magic show. Yeah, why not?
A decent analogy, yeah.
That's a decent analogy. Well, but what does Michael like? At the end of the day, it only matters what Latke thinks about it.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
About what exactly?
About nothing, man. That was magic right there. We just went through an entire section, and then like Latke did not see it. That was very good. That's performance right there.
Performance. You ignore the stuff you don't need.
Yes, exactly.
I loaded it lazy.
That's good, man.
Lazy. That's
Man, you guys don't even know how much like I have respect and love for the people who are on the stage right now. When I was doing my very first talk ever at Conf, Latke, when I reached out to him, just like was like, I'm here, and then he kept on asking me about my slides that he never saw, but he was ready to help me. He was right there, taking about his time. That meant a lot for me. And then Jay, of course, the most supportive, like Angular person I know. Maybe that's between you and Shao. Yeah, So yeah, so I'll give you a tie right there.
That's fine.
So,
I'll tie with Shao any day. Of the week. Yeah.
Wow.
So thank you guys, thank you so much, and I'm gonna say that humbly here in front of everybody. We go as far as our community is gonna raise us. We can do a lot by ourselves, but we need that community push. And when I started talking about performance, and I ran into Mr. Performance, and he was very ready to help me out, that meant the wood to me. So Michael, once again, in front of the entire community, thank you, man.
You always overdo it.
Yeah, man. You did not turn red, so you're almost turning red this time. I gotta get you one day, man. Anyways, guys, we just went from NGSRC and we're gonna go to performance at scale. So this is just getting into now like the mere details. So really sit back, enjoy your coffee, enjoy your tea. Jay, we'll connect back pretty soon. So I'm gonna get you later. Yeah.
Where's my joke?
Oh, that joke, man. I don't know.
I want to hear it.
I'm gonna read it out loud.
Let's do it.
I don't even have time to.
How bad could it be?
Yeah, how bad could it be? Come on.
Pretty bad, probably.
It just froze my. It just froze my actual. Yeah, it's so bad it froze my tabs. It cannot even go back to the tab. I'll have to get it back at some point, man. I'm not able to switch tabs for some reason.
Post on Twitter.
So yeah, I'll post it on Twitter. Will do. All right. So Michael, and when you're ready, just share your screen so I can put it on the stage. And we're gonna get out of your way, and I'll make sure I put your name in here too instead of Jay's for the brand. Guys, I'm just having a little freeze here. Hold on a second.
It's good now.
Okay, there you go. Yeah. Yeah, help me out with that, Jason and Marcus. So I'm having a little difficulty, but let me remove myself. And as soon as I'm done, go to the banners, Marcus or Jay, and look for Michael's. So we replace Jay's. So if you go to brand, you go to brand. One of you guys go to brand. Okay, and if you scroll all the way down, you'll see the different backgrounds in there.
Okay. Yep.
And he should be around 12, 13, something like that. But you can just... Do you see it?
Yes. 212.
No, you got Narc there. So Narc is definitely not here today.
No.
Yeah, go down, even further down.
Further down.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Brandon there. Yeah, now you're getting like, yeah. Deborah, go up. Daniel.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
We're just trying to get your name on the stage.
My microphone was also lagging for a second.
Yeah, right there. You got him. There you go. You got him. So we can remove ourselves now. Can you remove me, Jason, if you can hear this?
Oh, okay. Good. With a little bit of friction, we will start. There are a lot of latest performance optimization techniques in Angular 15 and 16. And as Jay already did a very nice in-depth on NGRC, I will also use that a little bit in the talk. But first, let me introduce my, my demo example, the Movies app. The Angular Movies app has a little bit of history. There is the Aurora team. It was also mentioned before, and the Aurora team focuses on, in general, supporting other open source frameworks and tools to get better performance. This tool is led by Eddie Osmani, and Eddie Osmani asked Minko. Minko is responsible for performance in the Angular team, if he could help him to get a version of Angular running. And how destiny goes, he asked me to help him, and so my team and I were able to implement a performance optimization on that app. We basically have that online. That's the Angular Movies repository. You can see it here, and it is a pretty non-trivial application. It has a lot of real-life optimizations. And in this presentation here, I want to show you a couple of those presentations, optimizations that we applied. We went from 49 to 100, or close to 100, depending on where you measure that, but in general, outstanding good, I would say. And here we have a small video that demonstrates how we did that in terms of a video strip. So you see a massive difference of seconds, and the talk is about the most beneficial tricks, how you can get close to that. Let me quickly introduce myself. My name is Michael Latke. I'm trainer and consultant at Pushbased. Good evening, because this conference is mainly targeted in the US. For me, it is a little bit later here than for you, and I'm happy to have you. Let's start in. And I want to take all the LCP improvements because those are extremely quick wins. And you can use them in V15 with the ng source. You can also today with the backport use it in V13, but in V16 landed something for SSR. So let's start to understand how NGSRC and the SSR hydration improvements can help us. If we look at the LCP, we can break that down into 4 different phases. We can have the time to first byte, we have resource load delay, and we have the resource load timing. At the very end, there is the browser render delay, in practice very short. And with our 2 tools, we can basically improve the white areas here. We can improve the time to first byte and the resource load delay dramatically. Let's start with SSR and LCP. So in version 16, we have a new way to basically turn on our browser-side hydration, client-side hydration, and this will heavily help us to impact LCP as well as CLS. We finally have non-destructive hydrations that works with signals and RxJS, whatever you use. And it also has a couple of really cool assertions built in. When we do that, we have to focus more on the time to first byte section, and here we see an opportunity. We could move the resource load delay on into the server side, render the application there, and already served rendered HTML. This would dramatically and will dramatically improve the LCP. And as you can see here, the load time when we use server-side rendering and transfer state is pretty reduced. And if you use transfer state, also the gray boxes, the HTTP requests, are not fired. In version 15, when we use that, and this is a recording from the Angular Movies app in the web page test application, we see this white box here. Before we had the pre-rendered version, then we have the white box, and then we have a re-rendering, rebooting of Angular. And this is called destructive hydration. It basically deleted all the DOM nodes and it redraw the application. In version 16, we have this not anymore. We have really true DOM hydration of the existing DOM nodes. And as you can see, this not only removed that white part, this also moved the LCP quite a while to closer to a very good score. If you want to also get rid of the server render delay, this is a very nice library here from our colleague Enea. He will also give a talk in a couple of hours, I guess, about this library here is ngxisr, and it helps you to basically cache all those things and handle the cache delay and invalidation in a really nice way. You can also find the links here. Okay, so we covered the whole SSR optimizations. This is really an easy plug and play. You don't really have to do a lot. At least my upgrade were really pleasant. Let's look at NG optimized image. You can start little, you can go far with the NG source. Here is just a quick overview. I don't want to go in too much detail. You can see that NGSRC lazy loads by default. You can prioritize specific images with the priority input so that the fetch priority changes. It has automatic creation of source sets. This is extremely helpful, especially when you want to do performance optimizations. And it has a lot of nice assertions about pre-connect and require. So the NG source thing covers a lot of things. It also is useful for the picture tag. And here we can have a quick overview of what of all those techniques are used and automatically implemented, because it is really a nice set of improvements together with just one library or import here, the NG optimized image. The first one is we have basically nice assertions for pre-connect. Pre-connect is here to basically assure that we can build up the connection to a specific domain already when we start render the HTML, and later on when we request, we don't need to run that connection. That is very helpful in saving a couple of milliseconds of time. The second thing is lazy loading. So NGSRC lazy loads everything. We save a lot of resources here because everything that is not on the screen is also not saved. And it helps us with fetch priority. And fetch priority is basically here to give the requests the right priority, a high priority for the LCP, a low priority for all other off-screen images. And with this trick, you can make sure the right things is happen at first, and then all the other things, just as a quick introduction. We also have the responsive images. With those things, you can target specific screen sizes and picture sizes. This will dramatically drop your bundle size if you do it right. And this was also presented in a previous talk, so I don't want to get into more detail here. But one thing, when you use that, it is not really easy to get the things right, to set the right sizes, to set the right loader and everything. So I sat down, and after a long of fiddling, I came up with a debugging approach that basically helps you to understand, is the right thing happening in the browser? Do I have my right sets? Because there is little that helps you to understand if this is correct or not. And if it is not correct, you basically end up in a way like this here, where you fetch two big sizes. Right, in the movie application, we only have 6 different sizes, and if you set the wrong matcher, then the wrong size gets loaded, and you overfetch a size and you load too much, and this is not really good for your performance. But it is very annoying to debug. So let me quickly show you in the network tab how I would run my debugging. And I jump to the Movies app, and the first thing that I do is I will open my debugging window here. I open that up a little bit. This. And I switch to the network tab. I will delete everything here, unselected quickly so that we have a fresh state. And here we see all our images and JavaScript files and everything that the browser loaded. So what I do first is I try to select only images, and here I will get, as you can see, all those files listed as images. I can also select with this second cogwheel here the use large image icon, and I can close this again. And then we see that it is easier for me to understand which image is loaded here first. And then I can use the filter and I can say, please only give me images from my domain of the suggested ones. And here I have the image origin, and I want to fetch priorities with high because I already prioritized this image here with a high priority. The last thing that is not so easy to do with all that stuff is the, the source set. So there we enter. I only see the image that I want to see, and I can reduce my columns here to only get the name and the path. After that, I disable my caching, just that I have always the newest ones and latest ones. And here I can later on, when I refresh, see only the most important ones. So now, with that done, I can open my responsiveness view, and I can click on manual size and scroll it to the very minimum, like this, right? Beautiful. No? It always helps to check the device pixel ratio box here so that you can switch in between pixel ratios. It helps a lot when you set all those different overloads configurations for all that, the devices, the densities and everything. It is hard. It took me a long time, right? So therefore I came up with that approach. So this is all preparation, and now I can start. I can start basically by refreshing my page, and I see that I have here loaded my resource with a width, and this is, I see from the path with 150. And when I now slowly start to resize, we see new image sizes dropping in 185. I go more slowly, 342. And it would be interesting for which screen size. Here I see the screen size 314. My image size is fetched. So I can hover here and I can see, the image rendered size is this big. And if I select that image in my Elements tab, that I can see here, I can even hover over that image and see the current source used and the intrinsic size. And this is important to not overfetch. So as you can see, a lot to watch. I go on, and I have to look again when the next image size is fetched. I go here like bigger, and other images are fetched. And I have to double check that always over again and select and go here. So this is the manual process, and I did a little bit more. I have my console here, and if I clear that up and reset that, so all of this was the setup. Now a little bit about automation. I have a small script, and if I execute that script, I get asked for an image selector, and I say from a div, give me the first image. And then when I execute that script and I wait a little bit, I see this small table here on the left. This small table shows me basically the device pixel ratio. My client width at the moment is 158 pixel, what image source I used. And here, if I open up this log and I hover over it, I can even see quickly right next to the network tab what I do. If I resize slowly, you can see columns pop in. So at a new client width of 170, a new image was fetched with the intrinsic size of 154. You see this red border also here. And if I slowly go on, you see that the opacity slowly goes up and back again, slowly goes up. This means that the image size that is provided is a little bit too small. Another visual benefit in this debugging tool, and then I go on and I have everything that is visible here in the table. So this is how I debug all that stuff. This is not the easiest part. The tools helps a lot to save time. Small sum up. If you do it correct, now you see the comparison, a dramatic impact, and this is how you do it. I guess a nice and little helper for this performance technique. In the end, from version 15 to the last RC with some improvements, you can see in the film strips really nice improvements by very, very little effort, very low-hanging fruits. Here, a link to my debugging tool. If you like it, it is also in a repository in GitHub. You can start it, and we go on. And with version 16, enable blocking is a configuration that is default on, and that means it chunks the navigation from the rest of the Angular application. And if you look at the bootstrap phase, you have even more. You have Webpack, you have bootstrapping of Angular, app initializers, and the routing. And for every of those steps, you can inject a small scheduler like a set timeout, any other scheduling method that is not a promise, and then you can chunk up those pieces. A set timeout is the most easiest one. And if you do that, you can chunk up your bootstrap phase into all those little pieces. And this is also very nice to improve time to interactive and INP. There are zone flags, and zone flags is a global way to optimize your Angular performance. Now that we slowly get options to run everything easier with zone-less applications, we need a way to migrate there, and zone flags is one nice trick. You can see heavy impact. I don't want to talk too much about it. I recently wrote a blog post, a three-part blog post. This is part 1. If you want to read up how to set up zone flags and where you can benefit there the most. You can also go zone-less, but only module-based at the moment. The recent releases does not enable us or allow us to go with a standalone, fully standalone application zone-less. But not a big deal. We can just do the last wrapper as a module, and the rest is fully standalone. We also have a lot of performance improvements in Rx Angular. We shipped this beautiful set of directives, let, Rx4, Rxif, the push pipe, a very new one, the virtual scrolling and unpatched, to really have the way to either improve the performance and also go partially zoneless. What we do as a performance benefit is we chunk those big things. When you interact with the page, you render the new list. Those blocking tasks we chunk up in small tasks, and this will bring a very nice INP. The last but not least, for the Rx Angular directives, you can also prioritize them. You can have a set of prioritizations that work like this. You schedule everything, you prioritize it, and then you execute it. And you have a set of helpers. You can say everything that is outside of the pixel area here, an HTTP request, the background thing, has low priority, and everything that is with a mouse interaction, for example, has a very high priority. Everything else is in the middle. You can really control what things should render first, right? And this can bring really nice improvements in performance. A last one, a recent release. A new thing, virtual scrolling, is on the market in a new flavor. This slideshow here demonstrates the amazing efforts. Our colleague from Rx Angular, Julian, shipped recently a new version of Virtual 4. It is dramatically better than the current approach that the Rx Angular CDK has. And as you can see here in comparison, it looks beautiful. It's experimental. There are a couple of features left, so that is really amazing, but test it out. We already got a couple of very nice feedbacks. Here is the link. If you want to do that, download it, try it out. It is online now. And that's it. We went from 49 to 99 or 100, depending on the devices and everything. We can now with Angular compare easily with the rest of the applications. As you can see here, we are a leading force in performance. We did a couple of things. We learned new hydration in SSR, how to debug a SRC set, chunking the bootstrap phase. We can use zone flags with these articles. We even go zoneless, but with a small exceptions. And you know, this new virtual scrolling now. This is very good news. Other good news are we are funded. The RX Angular team is funded by the Chrome funding pot with a $5,000. So we will ship a lot of cool features in the future and maintain it. This is the link. Give us a shout out, star us on GitHub, and thanks for your time. Always great to talk to you, and goodbye. Good evening.
Oh my! If this was live, like physical, like conference, that's will be like the standing ovation right now.
Oh yeah.
You know, coming from the fully hydrated Michel, or how do you say your name? How do you prefer to Michael Lacti? Oh man!
Or Mackie.
I always
I'm happy
enjoy.
I did it. I'm quite exhausting after this long day, but I guess it was a good run.
You did awesome.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
You did, I mean, come on. I mean, you know, the thing is,
That's
like,
so
when you
great.
set up an expectation, we always feel like, okay, we expect
And the big debugging demo script worked. I shipped that today. I was so frustrated with all that, like, manually clicking, and it's a nice thing, nice benefit.
Yeah, I think some people want that script, man.
The link is, I can even share the link here.
Please, we can put it in the comments, so then everybody. So if you share it in the private chat, because if I comment it, it will go to all the destination. Yeah, okay, good, got it. So guys, I mean, get on this. I mean, I'm like, okay, when this is done, I know what I'm gonna go work on right away. All right, so I'm gonna put it in the chat here.
Nice.
And everybody's gonna have access to it, because here I have the power to do that.
Nice. Oh, we lost the D.
OMG.
he got himself filtered out.
I'm telling you, I have too much power today. That's what it is.
Too much power.
I run that a workshop on that at Conf. Maybe a good way to promote that one.
Oh yes,
absolutely. Plus 20 times more.
Is yours on Monday or Tuesday?
I don't know the exact date.
Is that the second?
I believe it's Tuesday.
Tuesday, yeah. So you have the performance at scale workshop at Conf this year, yeah?
Yes.
Perfect, man. If you can make it, don't miss it. I mean, I'm serious about that. So we missed Jay's joke a little early. So I'm just gonna give you full performance joke. You tell me if it is good or not. If it's good, that's me. If it's bad, it's ChatGPT. So let's go to that real quick.
It's good. It's perfect. I love it.
Oh man, I love it. So for Jay's one, it was, why do web developers who use lazy loading make great magicians? You know, so we kind of had a context a little early. I'm gonna go fast because of time, because they always know how to keep their audience in suspense and reveal their tricks at just the right moment. It's okay. Now let's go to the performance one. I got Jay his joke. Let's go to performance. Why do developers obsessed with performance make great dance instructors? Are you a great dance instructor, Michael?
Partially yes.
Wow. That's a story I want to hear.
Yes, because
I do salsa dancing, but I'm not really the instructor. Maybe for the beginner level. Yeah.
Oh my. So let's see.
No, it's because they always know how to optimize their steps and keep their code in sync.
Cool. And on the banners, the last ones, I just lost my mouse connection again.
Okay.
Today is just, there you go. I'll let you take that.
The next joke: why are developers who prioritize performance great at marathons? Because they know the importance of speed, efficiency, and pacing themselves for the long run. I'm going to give that one a meh.
Jokes, we need Mishko here.
Yeah, for the the last one. What's a performance-focused developer's favorite sport? Formula One racing. They love optimizing their code to get the fastest possible laps around the web. I'm going to have to say ChatGPT needs to work on their performance jokes.
I guess maybe he just needs to use more words, right? He loves to
Exactly.
use so many words. He's not good.
Exactly.
Short things are not strength.
Oh, man. Anyways, we cannot blame GPT, man. Leave the guy or the girl or the entity alone. It's been doing a lot of good. So it's going to just have to work on those jokes. We have to train him better.
Lars says,
cool.
Wah.
Latke, I know it's very late there, so thank you so much for being a part of this. I'm very honored, as you can tell, and I'm not gonna overdo it. I'm not gonna thank you. I'm just gonna say goodbye to you.
All good.
Thanks, Latke. I'll thank you. That
Bye,
was awesome.
Have a good one.
Thanks, Michael.
Bye bye.
Have a good one.
All right.
Eduardo.
Woo! Hello there.
Welcome, man.
Welcome.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. A little bit nervous, but I think that
Oh, come on, man. We eat nerves for breakfast, man. Come on. Don't worry about it.
We need
You're
to
gonna
ask
be all right.
GPT about a joke about being nervous.
Does AI get nervous? That would be a cool question, actually.
Yeah.
I'll find out later. So wow, Lars, come on, man. Leave GPT alone, Lars. Be nice now. All right, let me go to the brand real quick and find your background.
I believe I found it.
You found it? Put it then. There you go. Oh man, Marcus is yeah, there you go.
Way to go. Yeah.
I got a web worker right there, man. So man, you see how they work?
The web worker, that's awesome.
Oh man. So share your screen whenever you can, and now I'll put it on stage, Angular Signal. So add to screen right there, and we're gonna get out of your way, all right?
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
All right.
Okay, so today we are going to, I'll be talking about Angular signals, and the topic is going to be, are we saying goodbye to RxJS? So before I start, I'm going to tell you who am I. I'm Eduardo Roth. I'm a senior software engineer at Hero Devs. I'm also an Ionic developer expert. I'm also a proud co-organizer of the Angular community meetup, the Spanish chapter. We have meetups each second Tuesday of every month. And recently I got selected as an NG champion at Conf. So those are my social network links. And you can find me on Twitter, LinkedIn, or GitHub. So let's get started. So first, before I go on about RxJS and if we are going to say goodbye after we implement signals, or after the Angular team implements signals in Angular 16, what are actually signals? So they are a reactive primitive that the Angular team brought to Angular 16 that opens a new way to handle fine-grained reactivity. So right now, the way that Angular change detection works is that they check from top to bottom every single component and checks if anything needs to be updated on the DOM, on the DOM. So with signals, the purpose is to have this fine-grained reactivity that we know exactly, Angular know exactly what to update and only update that, which will get performance gains. So to go on to continue now, I'm not going to dive deep into what exactly are signals. Later today we have this great conference from Enia. I forgot the last name. I'm sorry, but he's a great guy and he posts a lot of Angular stuff on Twitter. So before I well, sorry, I'm not going to deep dive into RxJ into Signal. So to answer the question, so are we finally going to say goodbye to RxJS? No, we are not going to say goodbye. This is something that many people thought after Angular implemented Signals. So are we finally getting rid of RxJS because some people or a lot of developers or new Angular developers find using RxJS really complicated? So we are not going to say goodbye because it still has its uses. I'm so sorry it doesn't that the GIFs doesn't move, so I'm sorry about that. We will need to imagine that they are moving, like this one. This is Ryan Reynolds asking, but why? So the reason is that signals are meant to be synchronous, and they are great for updating variables and results for the things that we know or are happening at the moment. For example, DOM events or synchronous stuff like entering a name or a value into an input, maybe clicking or doing things like that. But not so great if we use them to fetch information from an API or to wait for an event to happen. So the like I mentioned, they work great for an input field, but not for API calls. And you will have, for example, race conditions. You might face race conditions when using signals with API calls. For example, I have this small snapshot of the network tab in the developer tools. As you can see, it's an API call to the character, and it sends a random page. And if you look right into the right, you can see in the waterfall graphic that the last one, which is page 19, finished before the page 5. So what was happening here? I was clicking on a load characters button, and the last click was asking for page 19. But if you see, the page 5 took longer to get the results from the server. So even though that the last click that the last call was for page 19, I got the results for page 5. So, well, in this GIF, Michael was asking to explain that as if he was a 5 years old. So, okay, I'm going to do that. So, for example, the race conditions or the signals, you imagine that you are a kid and you have a candy jar in your room. You have it, you know exactly how many candies you have, and when it goes empty, you just go to the pantry, you get the bag of candies, and you fill your jar with the candy, so it's already filled. That will be asynchronous. That will be synchronous. That will you know exactly what you have. You already have the bag of candies in your pantry. You have everything you need to get to fill your jar. But what happens if you don't have any more candies in the pantry? Well, imagine that you are a kid, you have the cell phone, you call your parents, which are outside, are away from home. So you call your mom and you call your dad and you ask for a bag of candies, but they are not there in the house. So you don't actually have the bag of candies, and you don't know when they will arrive. So when they get back home, it might be that your mom arrives first, or maybe your dad, but the one that arrives first is going to fill your empty jar with the candies, and they will call a day. But then your second parent arrives and they see your jar and they think, hey, maybe you don't like those candies, so I'm going to empty your jar and I'm going to fill that with my candy bag. But maybe you were actually wanting the candies that your mom or the first parent brought you. So by having that, you will miss the actual values that you will have. So, well, this is I forgot the name, Chris Pratt, uh moving and saying wow. And that's where signals and observables interoperability is for. So Angular team gave us two functions or two methods. One is called to signal and the other is to observable. They've been working on the RFC, and the first methods for these were called from observable and from signal, but they decide to change that to be like the final value that they are going to provide. So it's going to be to signal, which takes an observable, and they take an array of options, which right now it's an initial value that you can provide. If your observable doesn't immediately send a value, you can provide one for the signals. Remember that the signals need to have an initial value, and require sync, which allows us to tell the observable or to tell the signal that they are going to emit synchronously. And the to observable function, which changes the signal and converts that to an observable. So how is that possible? So the team in Angular, they've been working on these functions that to signal. This is an excerpt from the GitHub RFC, which is a sub RFC from the signals implementation, because it has a couple of they have different topics that they are trying to implement. That the signal method, it converts an observable to an Angular signal by using the toSignal function. Internally, what this does is that they take the observable, they subscribe to the observable, and they create an effect that updates the signal anytime that the observable emits a value. And the great thing about this is that with toSignal, the observable gets unsubscribed automatically anytime that the signal is destroyed. So for example, you in this case, if you have an observable from an API call and you convert that to signal, so it's easier to implement in your code or in your template, you avoid having to use the unsubscribed. So for example, in the case that you are getting from the values from observables, you don't have to wait or to call the onDestroy Angular lifecycle hook, or right now we have the destroyed ref. That this is another thing that the Angular team brought in the Angular version 16 release that you can use with the inject provider. But in this case, anytime that your component or directive is destroyed, the observable is unsubscribed. So this helps a lot when you are working with observables and toSignals. You can say goodbye to the async pipe. So you no longer have to subscribe imperatively in your code or use the assign pipe. And the toObservable is a function that takes the signal and returns an observable. The thing here is that the toObservable, it doesn't automatically clean or unsubscribes the observable when you go away from when your component is destroyed. There's some reasons behind this decision. Maybe that the signal is long-lived and it's not attached to a single component. It could live in a service or any other place that it might not be destroyed when you destroy your component. So you need to be careful, but you can use the take until, and that will help you to destroy or to unsubscribe or to don't have memory leaks in your code. So by using those, you can interact with signals and RxJS in your code. So for this case, are we really saying goodbye to RxJS? No. RxJS is not going anywhere any soon. So that's my presentation, and this is, I forgot his name, but saying thank you. I really appreciate the time that you gave me to present today. This is a quick topic about RxJS and signals, and I hope that you enjoy it. Thanks.
You killed it, man. Congratulations. That was awesome.
Thanks.
This was awesome.
Really enjoyed this, man. It was great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I was in the meantime trying to make sure that there was anything but just love around when we talk about RxJS and signals. because they should go along. They should go along to get along, and then we're gonna have like different use cases when one makes more sense than the other, and when one is just like the only thing that you would need. But ChatGPT, my good friend, did not really like all of that, and he's like, thinking about them as like, frenemies, So let's see what ChatGPT had to say. And then we went to the old bar jokes, So I don't know if some of them are good or not. We'll let Lars decide, if the jokes are good or not. Okay. So let's start with the first one. Okay, so there you go. An RxJS observable and a signal walk into a bar. The RxJS observable orders a fancy customized cocktail while the signal sticks to a simple beer. The bartender says, I see you both know how to handle your streams, but one of you is clearly more sophisticated.
Okay.
So which one is more sophisticated? I'm not going to show you something that prior, like, well, GPT thinks like, RxJS is more sophisticated because it says that, smoke signals, I don't know, whatever it was talking about. Anyways, let's go to the next one. A developer walks into a bar and orders a drink called the RxJS Special. The bartender asks, what is in it? The developer replies, it's a mix of observable operators and a dash of async magic. It's perfect for when you need a complex and refreshing data stream. The bartender laughs and says, well, sure. That sure beats a plain old smoke signal. I'll let you, Jason, do the next one, man. I cannot take this.
Okay, an RxJS observable, a promise, and a signal walk into a bar. They each order a drink to celebrate their asynchronous accomplishments. The promise gets a little tipsy and says, I may resolve or reject, but at least I'm not as old-fashioned as the signal here. The signal replies, hey, I might be simple, but I get the job done. The RxJS observable, sipping its drink, smirks and says, well, my friends, it's all about handling complex data streams and style with grace. Cheers to reactive programming. Where was the punchline?
I don't know, man. I mean, if I ever go to a bar, which I don't go to, and I see an RxJS observable, I'm saying like, man, you need to go back to sleep. Anyways. Oh man, hopefully we got you laughing, Eduardo, like and thank you so much. Go for it, Marcus.
No, yeah, I feel like punchlines is not ChatGPT's strongest side.
But we got three laugh of life from Lars, man. This is an achievement.
Yeah. They were good. They were good.
They were good.
Yeah.
I still want to call out Lars's comment. Eduardo made GIFs accessible.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That was a crazy part right there, man. And I'm like, why the GIFs are not playing? I'll have to check with StreamYard why GIFs don't play, but that would be very nice. Oh, we can just put like Rainer on the spot. Why didn't the GIF play, Rainer? What do you know about it?
Hello. Well, you can ask ChatGPT.
Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah, that's the thing, man. That's gonna be the excuse now. Let's just ask ChatGPT, man, and leave us alone. So happy to see you, man. And I've been like enjoying the content that you've been producing. So very happy to see you joining us. And we're going to be talking about Playwright.
Exactly.
We had somewhat a talk this morning, but I butchered it. So Debbie still doesn't hate me, but I'll fix it. But take it from there. We're gonna put your slides up if you have them.
Yes.
And Eduardo, when you're leaving, just do leave studio, okay?
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
All right.
Let me quickly share my screen. You can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, wonderful. Okay. Then can I start?
Absolutely. All right, let's get your banner there first.
Yeah.
Marcus, do we have
Let me see.
Brandon, Deborah, Daniel, maybe up or any. No, that's up. You're going down. There you go. You got it, man. You're the man.
Nice.
All right, Rainer. So we're gonna get out of your way, and as soon as you don't see our noisy selves, you can just get started.
Okay, good, great. Thank you very much. I'm going to start the timer, 20 minutes. So hello, good evening from my side. This talk is about Playwright, Changing the Guard. First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. So my name is Rainer Hanekamp. I come from Austria. That's why I said good evening. I am member of Angular Architect. So we do consulting and training in the Angular area. And my special focus, one could say something like this, is in the testing. So we do quite a lot of in terms Cypress, of course, Playwright, Jest, and that stuff. I also do some community work. So I have my own YouTube channel. I also have something which is called NG News. That's an Angular newsletter, which is published on a weekly basis. And lately, I have also worked on something which is called Sheriff. This is something like an ES-linter for lightweight modularity. Let's put it like this. Not like the hard stuff that you do with an X, but for very lightweight things. But today, this talk is, as I said, about Playwright. And the goal, or it is targeted for developers that are currently already using some kind of end-to-end framework, maybe are a little bit unhappy with it. Maybe you have already heard about Playwright and are wondering yourself if this might be a good fit or not. I want to start with the current status when we look at the market, if you allow me to say it like this, of the end-to-end tools where I have kind of excluded Playwright for now. But we see that in the blue line that Cypress is the #1 end-to-end framework, and I guess the majority of all the Angular users are also using it. But we also see two competitors, maybe, which is in this case is the Selenium WebDriver and WebDriver IO. So they both have the term WebDriver in them. And in a way, we can say we are dealing with two main technologies, namely the WebDriver-based technology and Cypress. And I want to quickly give a comparison between these two, because that will ultimately lead us to Playwright, because Playwright tries to do more or less the middle way. But when we take a look at Selenium or WebDriver, then the way how the end-to-end test works, if we're using WebDriver, is that our tests are always running outside of the browser, which has the advantage that our test has full control over the browser, but there is a middleware or an abstraction layer required because somebody needs to translate the test commands into the browser commands, so to say. And in the case of WebDriver, that something is called the WebDriver. And it gives us also the option that we can do something which is called cross-browser testing. So we can test quite a huge range of browsers. And unfortunately, as good as it sounds, so adding an abstraction layer is something we do quite often, but as good as it sounds, there is one drawback, because these kind of tests, they are known to be very flaky. So this means they are not really reliable. They fail sometime. We don't know what it is. The application just works fine. And of course, that's not good. So if we cannot trust our tests, then we are in a not very optimal situation. And also in terms of developer experience, so if you've worked with Selenium, you know that there is maybe some space for improvement. So this is it about WebDriver/Selenium in general. Then we have Cypress. Cypress does more or less the opposite. So Cypress doesn't run the tests outside of the browser, it runs them inside of the browser. So in the end, this means that our JavaScript that we need to write a test is directly injected into the browser. And this is, of course, very easy for somebody, for the framework, because we don't need this abstraction layer anymore. Our test code has direct access to the DOM elements. So it makes it way more easier and also more reliable. So with Cypress, we really have very non-flaky tests, but there are also some disadvantages. First of all, we are limited in the functionality because test code runs inside of the browser. We don't have all the possibilities. There are some security issues, and there are some things we can't really test, like we cannot really boot up different tabs. That's not going to happen, and some other stuff. What is also very important to understand in Cypress is that Cypress said, we don't use WebDriver, so we don't go against, we don't want to provide the same cross-browser experience that WebDriver does. We are focusing on the Chromium family mainly, which means we can then also use the protocol that the Chromium browser more or less understands, which is CDP, so the Chrome DevTools protocol. And this protocol is much better suited for the applications of today. Because with the WebDriver protocol, it was written at a time when everything was kind of server-side rendered. So it was very easy for the WebDriver tests to know when they need to continue with the next action or with the next command, because every user event more or less triggered a round trip to the server, re-rendered the page, and so on. So it was very easy. But then with JavaScript applications, single page applications, Angular, things started to change. So first of all, the page is not reloaded anymore. And second, we don't really know from the perspective of an end-to-end framework when the application is in a state where it is now ready, where it is ready for the next command. Because this WebDriver protocol doesn't give the testing framework enough information of what's going on in the browser. With CDB that Cypress is using, that changes, because CDB is way more valuable, is richer in terms of information. So Cypress definitely know what's going on, and it can do all this awaiting and retriability that makes these tests really stable. And this is now also the case where kind of Playwright jumps in. So Playwright, some key facts, tries to do, as I already said, it kind of tries to do the middle way. It first of all says, yes, we are also using CDB as Cypress does. So we are in a way kind of limiting ourselves to the Chromium family. It's not like that anymore, but I will discuss this later. So we use CDB, but we run our tests outside of the browser. So again, we take full control over the browser, but of course we have to accept that then there is some kind of abstraction layer necessary. So it's not that easy. What is also important about Playwright is that they say we try to provide everything from one hand. So we produce more or less everything on our own. Whereas in Cypress, we have quite a huge dependencies to jQuery, Mocha, and all that stuff. In Playwright, that's not the case. You just install Playwright, you have one dependency, and that's it. Strong developer experience is also important. So Playwright says, yes, we know from the past, it is important that developers are also happy when they write tests. We need to provide all the necessary tools that are available. Playwright has a different approach than Cypress, which you will also see later. And another very important thing, Playwright is backed by Microsoft. So the team of Playwright is actually working for Microsoft. So you can say Playwright in a way is a Microsoft product. Of course, open source, that's not the case, but it's backed by a huge company with enough resources. That's what I wanted to say. Good. The Playwright architecture. So first of all, because Playwright tests run outside of the browser, we can write tests in different programming languages. We can use, of course, TypeScript, which I will do afterwards, Java, Python, or any of the .NET programming languages. And now comes the interesting part. Playwright, although it uses CDB, doesn't only support the Chromium family, but also Firefox and, in a way, Safari. With Firefox, it goes like this, that Firefox provides native supports for CDB, but Playwright in the very beginning wrote their own kind of bridge wrapper for Firefox. And for Safari, it's a little bit different, because we know that Safari more or less only runs on macOS, is available on macOS. But what Playwright did, they said, okay, we want to support all three different operating systems, all the three major operating systems. So we also want to provide some kind of a Safari testing capability. We can't use Safari, but what we can use is WebKit. That's the engine of Safari, and it's open source, it's globally available, and it also runs on all operating systems. So what Playwright did is they took WebKit, built a browser around it, which can be operated by CDB, and this is how we more or less can test WebKit or the Safari testing type. And as I've already said, Playwright supports all three major browsers. Operating systems, sorry. It's already very late. If we then again take an updated look at the download statistics, we see that Playwright is really catching up. So it's gaining more and more in terms of popularity. Developers are are discovering it. It has already overtook already WebDriver.io, and it's just a question of time until it also overtakes Selenium WebDriver, and we see it kind of will be the first competitor of Cypress, the way how it looks like. Good. So this is about the theory. As I don't have so much time, I will just go directly dive into the code so that you have some kind of an impression how it feels when you work with Playwright. There was already a talk in the morning, which I have also seen. So there you have seen the code generator, which you can use. I'm more or less doing the same. So what you can do in Playwright, maybe first of all, you need to, of course, to install the dependencies, one step after the other. There's just one dependency that you need to install, and that's the add Playwright test. If you've done that, the second step would be that you execute Playwright so that it starts to download its browsers. So it's not like, for example, in Cypress, that Playwright says, I just pick any browser you have installed on your local machine, if I can support it, and I will use that one. You could kind of configure Playwright that it also does it, but normally Playwright has a linked version to the three browsers that it supports. And normally you need to download them once per version. I have already done this, and now I'm more or less already ready to start with my first test. And I'm using the code generator. This is some kind of recording feature. And the code generator is good for demonstration. But the point is, if you have very very many tests, then you usually have something like page objects, or in Playwright, we also have this concept of test fixtures. So you usually have some kind of abstraction layer again. And then, of course, the generated code cannot be copied one-to-one. It's more or less, you can see there's some kind of a template, but you always need to kind of modify to your own needs. Good. So what I need to do, of course, the application needs to be running. This is also already the case. So I open the application, and what I want to do is, we have here a normal CRUD application, more or less, where I have a list of customers. And what I want to do, I want to edit or want to change the name of the first customer. In this case, this is Letizia. So I click on the edit button, then I change the first name, I click on save, then I click again on it, and you see that on the right side in the inspector, the code is already there. And now I can more or less copy it, and I have already my first running test. Right. So I can close this now. I need to go into the test folder. There I just say init spec.ts. No Python, something else. So new file. Yes. Oops. That was the wrong one. Sorry. Need to rerun it again. Looks like the copying didn't really work. I'll make it very quick. Localhost customers. I shouldn't have closed my recorder. Now I have to do everything again. Save in here. Copy it. No, it's not copied. Now it is. Yeah, we see here some kind of testing structure. Let's quickly go over it. So we see everything is imported by Playwright itself. We can say, we see also that the test itself always starts with async await. So Playwright doesn't hide asynchrony from us. We really have to deal with it. And more or less every line starts with the page object. So the page object, we start by navigating to our application. And then we have these kind of getter methods, which are kind of, or belong to the group of the so-called locators. So this is how in Playwright we can, in a way, select the elements. What is important to note about these locators is that they are not really already querying for the DOM element. It's just an information about the query itself. The execution of the selection of the selector actually happens when we add an action to it or an assertion. So in this case, as soon as I say click, Playwright starts to look for this particular DOM element. And it's not the case that Playwright passes on the actual DOM element to the click method. It stores just the information. It's an abstraction. It stores the information about the query itself, which sounds a little bit complicated, but the advantage is when the front end, in the meantime, starts to throw away or replace the DOM elements, then it doesn't do anything bad in terms of Playwright, because we never really passed on the DOM element to the click element. It was always just the information. So Playwright can deal with situations where DOM elements are replaced all the time. We see that the locator, or the get methods, can be chained together, and in the end, we always end up with a click or with some other actions. You can type something into an input field. Everything is more or less possible. And at the very end, what we normally should have is some kind of assertion. So in this case, actually, this test in a way would already work, because if the element isn't there, I can't click on it, and then the test would fail. But of course, it would be better if we end with a nice assertion. So what I can do is that I say here, I am expecting page get by text to be visible. So these are the assertions that Playwright has also built in. And now I could theoretically run the tests again from my command line, but I can also run it directly from VS Code. So Microsoft or Playwright team provides extensions for VS Code. So in the end, you need to install it, of course, and then you can run it. And the nice thing about these extensions is that you see here, once they are executed, the time it took for every line of code. So this is quite nice, but it gets even better because you can also debug the tests. And the debugging feature allows you to highlight or to interact directly from your source code with your test. So what I could do is that I add here a breakpoint. I just click on debug. And the browser will open again. It should navigate to our form field. And you see here, when I start to click on different lines in my code, that Playwright starts to highlight the element that it has found in this case. So when I'm not sure what I need to select, I can just change the selector in my code base or in my source code, and Playwright will automatically highlight it in the browser window. So this comes very handy. Of course, when I've done some changes, I need to save the file and then I need to rerun. But this is, of course, something which I would call very developer friendly. And that's not all of it. So it's not just that we can use the full debugging functionality of VS Code. We can even also use another IDE, because for a very long time, one of the main issues with Playwright was always that we were very closely bound to VS Code. So if somebody didn't like VS Code, you didn't have really a chance. You need to use it, because otherwise you had to work with the command line, and that was not very nice. What you can do these days, since the latest version, which is Playwright 1.32, you can say Playwright test and then --UI. Now Playwright starts in its UI mode, which kind of looks like the Cypress test runner. It has a watching method available, so it watches your testing file, it reruns them, and as you see all the different commands. You can see how the application looked like. For example, when I was looking here for this locator, I have also a pick locator where I could say, okay, I want to see what would be the selector for add customer and all that stuff. And of course, the same feature with highlighting something in the browser can also be done with the UI. So if I, for example, would say I am in the form again, and I say here input first name, then it would highlight here as well. So there are a lot of very good features in terms of developer experience. That's the latest one. One thing which is also very important about Playwright is the parallelization. So we can start up as many worker threads that we want. We can even run it in parallel within a test file. So if you have one file with 10 tests and you have the hardware resources available, then you can actually also parallelize the single test cases as well. So in terms of speed, this is, of course, a main benefit that Playwright has. You are not running that much easily into issues in terms of timing. But I'm not going to show it. I want to more or less focus on the last two slides that we have here, or actually it's three. There are way more features that I have shown here. I think that's clear. It's just 20 minutes. There is no way for me to show all these features that we have. There is one important thing I want to mention about Playwright, especially in comparison to Cypress. This is about component testing. So we see a trend that people start to use end-to-end frameworks for component testing as well. It works fine for Cypress. Unfortunately for Playwright, that's not the case at the moment because Playwright requires Vite. So it says every framework that can be built on Vite is something that we support. And today from the community, we have two approaches. One is from Yunus Chaidi, who says, yeah, there is such a thing like versatile components, which means if we kind of strip the component from everything Angular specific, so there are some criteria what a versatile component is, it might be possible. To be honest, I've never tried it out. And the other approach is, of course, from Brandon Roberts from the Analog project. I think he will come right after me. So you will hear more about this project from him. He's working on a Vite integration for Angular. So if he manages to pull that off, then I think we can also expect component testing in Playwright as well. Last slide. I don't want to tell you what you should use. If Playwright is the best one, I can just give you some criteria that you need to ask yourself. Do you have issues in terms of timing? Are your tests running too slow? Then maybe Playwright is a good thing for you because you can parallelize them. Developer experience, you have seen the VS Code integration, the UI. Cypress has also something which is very good. Age, also in comparison to Cypress, Playwright is relatively young. So we see it's still growing. Playwright is more mature. Cypress is more mature. We see this in the documentation. There are recipes. There are answers for more or less every potential question that is out there. Yeah, testing outside of the browser, an issue with Cypress because we have limits. In Playwright, that's not the case. The question is, of course, always, do these limits actually apply to you? Do you have the need to run multiple tabs with your end-to-end framework or not? Component testing, I have already mentioned. Playwright, not so good at the moment. In terms of flakiness, I would say, again, if we compare only Cypress with Playwright, I would say they are more or less on the same level. Cypress in version 12 improved it even further. They have now this retriability for queries. So this is more or less the same concept that Playwright has with the locator, that it hides the internal logic to select elements. Not the same, but in a way it tries to fix it with the same approach. Yeah, and I think that's it. I have a little bit, I've overdone it for 2 minutes. Sorry for that, but I would now be finished with my talk. Thanks for watching, and if you have any questions, now might be a good time. Okay.
Awesome.
And Brandon's already here. Good.
Hello.
hello.
I was in the green room, as they say. I was watching it. I was like, he's going to make me change my slides at the last minute.
A fantastic talk, Rainer.
Yeah, very good, and getting a good grasp. And I like the approach of like how Playwright is going about it. It's not Playwright versus the rest of the world, So to each their own. Find the one that works for you and that makes sense. I'm just excited that we are at this point into 2023 talking about and being excited about testing. So testing was never the problem. It was just not having like the right tools to do so. So and I think we are getting spoiled in the Angular world in general, and even ChatGPT is agreeing with that because it's kind of being a little mean to the other stuff. So let's see what it's saying here. A Playwright tester, a Selenium tester, and a Puppeteer tester walk into a bar. They each order a drink, but the Playwright tester gets served first. The Selenium and the Puppeteer testers ask, "Hey, why did you get your drink first?" The Playwright tester replies, "I guess the bartender appreciate my ability to handle multiple browsers with ease."
Yes,
nice.
Could be true. Yeah.
All right, I'll leave it at that. I know that like Brandon, you are kind of on a time crunch, so I'll make sure that we get your session going. There's a lot of more like bad ChatGPT jokes. I'll make sure we'll share that, when we do the replay. But in the meantime, thank you so much, Rainer, and then thank you for like the newsletter. If you're not subscribe to it, guys, go for it. And follow Rainer around like social media and whatever you guys are doing with Angular Architects. Thank you so much, man.
I'm always
Props
trying
to
to get
you.
in Rainer's feed, so we got to keep it going.
All right. All right. So I'm gonna make sure, Brandon, you have your slides ready.
Yes.
Who is Brandon Roberts? I mean, everybody's like, who is Brandon Roberts?
Exactly.
Right.
There
I've never
you
heard of this guy.
go. Well, I never
Me
heard of
neither.
this guy. And then the brand. Do we have a background for Brandon?
Yeah,
I
Yeah, I
it's
think
think
it's
up.
we do.
already up
Yeah,
there.
it's
Yep.
already there, man. Marcus is like,
Marcus is
I'm
on
not
top
even.
of things, man.
All right, let's get out of here. And Brandon, you know what to do, buddy.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, so here we are. Thank you for the opportunity to be at Angular TinyConf. Finally been able to get on the panel, so excited about this one. But this talk is about from zero to analog, and it's going to be a different one about from the ones that I usually do. So let's get right into it. So yeah, let's get there. Hey, you've seen my face around already. Brandon Roberts. You can follow me on Twitter at Brandon T. Roberts. I'm even trying out like Blue Sky, so we'll see if this ages well. So you can find me at brandonroberts.dev on there too. So definitely check that out. I am a maintainer on the NGRX project also. So that may be something that you're aware of already if you've been in the Angular ecosystem for a while. So pretty cool there. Also a Google developer expert. Which means I get to do stuff in the community and I get to try to help push Angular forward with the rest of the awesome people in the community. So excited about that too. I also work as head of engineering at Open Source, where we're all about open source and trying to help people find their first contributions or continue to get involved in open source. Definitely check out the site at insights.opensource.pizza/Angular. So if you have an open source project, you can find out some insights for it there, or even if you want to track your favorite open source projects, definitely check that out too. So yeah, for the agenda for this talk, I'm going to kind of give an overview of MetaFrame, kind of the space of meta frameworks, and some information there. Also going to talk about Analog the project and some, like I said, some highlights there. And we're going to actually dive into some code because I wanted to kind of give a glimpse behind the curtain of how Analog works underneath and to give some more insights there. And maybe it'll, help someone to even come contribute also because there's still a good number of stuff to be done there. So in our first section here, we'll talk about meta frameworks. So for meta frameworks, we get into like the definition of a meta framework for those who maybe not be as familiar in the space, and kind of the features that you see in other meta frameworks that are around there today. So meta frameworks. A good definition that I found online was a meta framework is a system one level above that stitches multiple frameworks together. And this article by Ben Holmes on the Prismic blog, you could definitely check it out there. It kind of gives a lay of the land as far as other meta frameworks in this space and how Analog kind of fits into this picture. And of course, Angular is a framework on its own. It has a core set of functionality. We've seen many talks here about components, pipes, directives, and services, and even standalone components, pipes, and directives. It has, of course, built-in routing, so that's all packaged up for you. Features like HTTP client and forms baked in, and even server-side rendering. There's options there for you, or even other projects in the ecosystem that do that. And there's even more things past that few things that I listed there that are available to Angular developers just out of the box. So there are other meta frameworks in this space. And I'll just list a few here, like Next.js, a lot of examples, FeltKit, Remix, Astro. You could kind of think of Astro maybe as a framework of a meta framework of meta frameworks. So that is an option there. There's Nuxt, there's Solid Start, and Quick City. So you can see like how this space is really been growing very quickly. So some of the things that I call them table stakes in the features of a meta framework. Uh, Features like file-based routing, if you're not familiar with that, as opposed to the Angular router where you kind of have to configure these objects of routes with paths and components. You can define a folder structure in your project, and it will build that configuration for you based on that folder structure of that certain convention. There's also server-side rendering. There's been a lot of talk about improvements in Angular as far as server-side rendering and client hydration, to where it does this in a non-destructive way. There's also static site generation. Projects like Scully and Angular Universal do this already, where it can pre-render pages for your application to render that HTML to help you. You can ship that to the with your bundle and get better SEO and better performance scores on that. So because you already have that HTML loaded there before the Angular application takes over. And things like API routes, where you can use these to build routes for your application to go fetch data, do things that you only want to happen on the server, and not have to do all that on the client side. So these are sensitive things that you wouldn't want to ship in your browser bundle. So next we'll talk about Analog, the project, and some of the goals of the project and some of the decisions that kind of came up with, and then we'll get into further down the line there. So of course, Analog is built on top of Angular, so there's a lot of building blocks that we can take advantage of, and there are some things that had to happen for like the pieces of Analog to come in place. And Jason Warner covered this in his talk also. One of those things being standalone components. I talked about file-based routing and how that fits into Analog, and that necessarily wouldn't be possible without standalone components there. Another thing that contributed to this progress was work with ESBuild in the Angular CLI. Now, if you're familiar with that, the Angular team has been working on an ESBuild based browser builder that will replace Webpack, or provide another alternative to Webpack for building your Angular applications, which can be a lot faster, and it helps you migrate to it with the existing functionality there. So there's also the shift to ESM across the web ecosystem, and this has also helped with the Vite integration there. So these things have kind of paved the way, and some of these things had to happen. So when I was kind of thinking about some of the goals that for Analog to goals of things I want to support, was one of those things was supporting the existing ecosystem. Like, how are we going to put this project together to be able to build Angular applications, the same way you would want to build, same way you think about building them today, but maybe with some extra like developer experience things underneath. Also wanted to support different platforms. We talked about integrations into other ecosystems. Rainer gave a talk about Cypress and Playwright, and how those things and other tools in the ecosystem that are using Vite, and that I think that Angular should be a part of that ecosystem also. And so we wanted to make sure that we have those platforms there. And deployment options there. A lot of the things in Analog was things that want to be able to support different deployment options, different providers. My go-to is usually Netlify, or if you're looking to deploy to Vercel or even Edge.io, places like that, to be able to take advantage of some of those existing things out there that will help to drive the ecosystem forward, and even help the Analog project, people to adopt it, because that's usually the first thing that people want to do when they want to build a project. They want to deploy it somewhere and have it be able to do that in a pretty straightforward way. So the work on Analog has already produced some results. We have integration with Astro. We look at integration with Quick has provided where you can use Angular components inside of a Quick project. We talked about VTest, VTest is like a project for testing where you can use Vite. It's like Jest compatible. And there's also Playwright that has been mentioned during the conference also, that offers component testing that you can use. And I didn't mention Cypress here also, but I believe the Cypress team has a Vite integration there that they're actively pursuing also. One of the most exciting projects that I've seen as a result of working on analog and being able to enable some of these things is a Spartan project. Robin, who gave a talk about Spartan during this conference also, he built this project based on analog and a number of other things. So definitely check out the GitHub repo. You can check out this fire logo that he put together also. So I definitely had to show Robin Saleh, who is a contributor on the analog project also. So definitely check out that and see what you can build on top of Spartan. So with that, let's dive into some code, because I wanted to, like I said, go a little deeper down in the weeds to see how some of these things are put together and get a glimpse into, like I said, future contributions and where like the project is today. Okay, so we're diving right into it. So if we look at the, everything kind of starts here with Vite plugins. In order for Angular to support Vite, we need to have a plugin, and the building blocks of a plugin are pretty straightforward. You can create a plugin just by giving it a name, and we'll bump this up a little. So you can give a project a name like my Vite plugin, and Vite supports single file compilation. So files can be passed through during the Vite compilation process, and you can transform those files. You can do different things to them and perform like operations on these files. And this is where kind of the linchpin of the Vite plugin for Angular that Analog has, and even the plugin for Analog itself that kind of holds these things together. So, but if you look at kind of zoom out and look at like the baseline of what you need to build a plugin, you can find some examples that will at a minimum will have a name and a transform function there. But there's many other hooks that you can use to build these plugins, but that's the starting point. So if we look into if we go into the Vite plugin Angular file here, like I said, we start with a name for the plugin. So if we're like going deep into the code, I have a name here. You can configure, there's a hook where you can configure a plugin. But some of these things are familiar. If you look in the Angular CLI source code, you will see places where they're referencing the Angular compiler CLI. So this is where we would load in, we need the Angular CLI to perform compilation on the particular files. So we load in the compiler CLI file, because we still want to transform Angular files, components, pipes, directives, and the rest of it with the process that we use in, like if you're using the Angular CLI or still inside using the Angular builders or that same process. So it kind of starts here. We have to load in the compiler, and part of this, like I said, the effort from the Angular team to get ESBuild working also helps some of this get working in Analog. So this create compiler plugin here takes your tsconfig, so your tsconfig.app.json. You would use that in the application here, or use this in the plugin. And what this does is transforms things like your dependencies and node modules. So all your Angular things that have been compiled already, so that you can shift into NPM, and the compiler plugin kind of takes up that last mile and compiles them into code that your application can use. And it also optimizes these dependencies. So it only has to do this up front. So it loads the rest of everything else is kind of loaded on demand, which kind of speed can provide some speed improvements there. At a high level, the Angular compiler does use like global compilation. So there is some like a bridge between that, how the Angular compilation works and how Vite works. But the team has at least said that they will look at doing something in the form of single file compilation. So we take these files and we transform these files into, like I said, what you ship to the browser. And this allows us to use the same AOT transformations that you use today. So usually if you wanted to load Angular in environments that it's unaware of, you would have to do that in JIT mode. But this allows us to build apps that you would use in Angular and AOT compile them the same way. So we can look at a way to support JIT mode, but AOT is the way that most people are familiar with, so that the plugin supports that. And so that's the kind of the crux of the Vite plugin itself. So it enables Angular to be compiled into in a Vite-based application. So you can build lots of things on top of that. So if we look next in the router file here, and this is where the file-based routing comes in. So what we do is you define a set of routes and a set of pages. So if we look in the app routes one here, I'm going to go down here to blog and go to app and pages. We can see we have page files here and folders that reference those. So we turn those into a route config, and you can this still uses the Angular router underneath. So how that happens is, this is another feature of Vite that we can take advantage of in the routes file here. And this is this import metaglob here. So we're saying comb these files, look at these files, grab their contents and turn them into dynamic imports. And we also can do this for our markdown files that we define in specific places. So we're looking at this code, or we're looking at these files, these dynamic imports, and we go through each one of the routes and we break them down into segments, and we turn it into a route. So each route, of course, has a path and a component that gets loaded. So we lazy load each component, and then if that component itself has routes further down the line, then we lazy load those using load children. So it's still using Angular syntax underneath, but we're generating that config for you with the router. So that way you can still use the file-based routing and still use the parts of the navigation there that you're familiar with in Angular with the router itself. So the next package I'll talk about is the content package, Angular Analog.js content packages. And this is where we enable rendering with markdown files. So and one thing I'll mention here is the provide file router. And one big thing that I wanted to support is to be able to use the Angular router features without any like extra hoops. So if we're talking about like providing component routes inputs, or router as component inputs, router bindings as component inputs, you can use that with provide file router, and it will pass that feature along to the router itself. But the content, this is where you can define a content folder in your application, where if you're building a blog of markdown files, we're saying look at this source folder again with the glob property, and we're getting a list of those files. So this is kind of what's happening underneath, where we're reading these files and giving you a list of those files back, and also giving you dynamic imports, so those files will be lazy loaded, so you get some good performance there. So the content package is two parts. There's the renderer, or the collecting the markdown files, and then there's the renderer itself, or the markdown renderer service. So this takes your markdown content and renders it as regular content. So we can use that to have some routes predetermined that you can use to you can define a route as markdown, and we'll turn that route into, or we use a predefined component to render the contents for that. So we're continuing to, you can continue, like I said, create these content pages inside of your application and just kind of continue with your workflow. So the other, like I said, one of the other integrations that I talked about was integration with Astro. And this allows you to use your Angular components inside of Astro projects. And this is kind of a two-pass or a two-step process. There's a server-side setup to where we server render your component. So this is using the latest version of Angular v16 that's coming up. So we render your component on the server inside of Astro, so that way you get that static site that you want to use there. And then on the client, we hydrate that client with Angular APIs. So we use create component to create your component on the client and hydrate that component, and so it becomes interactive and not just static anymore. So we're still using all the Angular APIs underneath to have these integrations ready and available for these different ecosystems. Because like I said, the Vite plugin Angular kind of enables this for the other ecosystems that I mentioned, and even ones that come down the line that are using Vite and can take advantage of that. So, and the platform plugin is where we kind of bring everything together. So the platform plugin, at a minimum, it's more of a it's a collection of plugins. So we bring in the Vite analog Vite Angular plugin. We bring in the plugin for integrating with the router, and the server-side rendering. That part is part of the plugin also. So we kind of combine those together so that you only have to provide the analog plugin, and we kind of handle the rest for you. Now, one of the projects underneath that enables the server-side rendering and the API routes in analog is a project called Nitro. And that project itself has a JavaScript API. So we go through, we do a couple of things here. We hook into the JavaScript API for Nitro to handle serving API routes. So there's a we've moved this into its own plugin. But what we're doing here is Vite allows you to hook in middleware. So you can say the Vite middleware, I say for this /API, I want it to forward those requests to the Nitro server, so that we can still have the API routes together in a nice package and still have that going there. So Nitro handles the API routes, and then we're also using Nitro to serve up the server-side rendering. So we're using Angular APIs in our application itself. So if we look in the main server here, this is all Angular APIs. And then we have a render function here, and that render function gets passed to the Nitro server, and it gets the rendered HTML from there when we're using this in server-side rendering. So these are just some of the, like I said, wanted to kind of dive into, kind of get a picture of how these different pieces play together to support what analog does and how it builds these things together. There's also an NX plugin here. This is pretty standard, a pretty standard setup here. Robin from on the team helped put this plugin together, and this is just so we can support generating an analog application inside of an NX workspace. Because like I said, the goal is for you to be able to generate an Angular application and continue your workflow like you would normally. The last thing I'll show here is the SSR. So like I said, we do SSR, and this allows you to do SSR in development in your analog application, where you can use Vite Server, and it allows you to load in files using their SSR loading process. And so we're loading in that same main.server file here to do rendering, server-side rendering in development. That way you can have that workflow of testing to see how your application performs if it's server-side rendered, just as part of your like normal workflow and building an application there. So Vite as the foundation enables a lot of these things to come together in what analog does, and enables us to, like I said, continue to bridge out to these other ecosystems. So wanted to, like I said, dive into some of the code there and provide some like I said, maybe some inspiration, some contributions on how those things work together.
Cool, man. I think that's the most in depth that I've seen you go on this, man.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll do my recap here real quick. We talked about meta frameworks. We dug into how analog came together, and like I said, I did a little something different here. This wasn't necessarily live coding, but we kind of dug into some code to show how the things fit together. And yeah, that's my talk, and appreciate it.
Cool. And I could not wait to do this, having Nea and Brandon on the same, like, you know. It's like,
the Angular, you put me, I believe you strategically put us right behind each other, and Nea's like throwing all the flames on Twitter and everything for Angular and everything. So nice work.
Yeah, very nice. So I was saying like some people even believe that he doesn't really exist, that he's an Angular AI or some kind of bot or something, man.
Hey, I knew he was an actual person when I scooped him on one of the Angular things that came out. I was like, he must be asleep right now. So I'm going to post this, and it was the one time that I actually tried to post something to see if he had got to it first. So yeah, I know he's a real person now, even in meeting him on this platform.
Anytime, and this is real, anytime the Angular team puts something together, they bet how long it's going to take for NAR to get it out. But
I bet they take it as a badge of honor. Like, we got this. We were able to like scoop this under the radar before he slid into our GitHub repos and posted something about it first.
Oh man, this is it. I mean, man, you know, and this is in all appreciation for what you're doing for the community. And before like getting you on the stage, thank you, Brandon. You just do know how much we love you already. So I'm not gonna rub it in. And thank you for taking the time. I know that you have a tight schedule, and it's an honor to have you here. And we all love where analog is going. Spartan is going to be kick-ass. I have another stack coming up that is using analog and that has a cool name, but that's going to be something.
Hey, looking forward to it.
It's gonna be, NAI is gonna find somehow, some way, a way to get the scoop and get it out. So, but don't worry about it. It's gonna be out there. So, thank you so much, Brandon. I'll let you go. I know that you have a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, much appreciated.
Yeah, we appreciate you.
Good to see you, Brandon.
Thank you.
All right, see ya.
Take care. All right. So the one, the myth, the legend. I mean, and like, and there's no AI trickery here. This is really an AI here with us, man. I'm so excited.
Real.
Yes, he's real, man. And like the same thing that I said, I mean, like Michael Latke was telling me that I do it too much, but I really appreciate when people take their time to help me out or to help the community. When I was doing my talk at NGConf, all of the view models, he actually coded it and gave it to me because he was like, man, you're not getting it. Let me code it for you. And then he just sent it to me. He actually coded the view models for me, really broke it down, got me the injection finally to understand injection token. And it was very late for him that night. So I'm giving you the flowers when flowers are due. You're going to talk about Signal, but you are precious to this community. Thank you so much for taking the time.
I'm just happy to actually hear Enea's voice. I only see his tweets. So I'm looking forward to this.
Okay. All right. So we got your slide, I mean like your background ready, and we're just gonna quietly, which we kind of have hard time doing sometimes, get out of the stage and let you take it over.
Okay, great. Okay, so hello everyone, and today I'm going to talk about Angular Signals mental model. And yeah, let's start. So today's topics are going to be what are signals, a simple introduction, Angular change detection with Zone.js and how it works, and the mental model of Angular change detection with signals, the topic of this talk. So I wanted to ask, have you ever wondered how does this work? Like we have a counter, we click a button and that counter up there increases. While you think of that, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Enea Yaholari. I'm a software engineer. Probably you may know me from Twitter, where I tweet a lot about Angular, hype a lot about Angular. I also have started to write posts on Medium, Angular new content, Angular new features, or performance stuff. I also love open source, where I, let's say, have a library for Angular. And of course, I work with experts at Pushbased. Okay, so let's continue to topic. What are signals? A signal is a value with explicit change semantics, and that's what they say in the RFC. But we won't go into very much detail, but we'll just see them in a practical way. So creating and reading signals. In order to create a signal, we just call the signal function, and we need to pass there an initial value. And to read them, we just call them as a function, like as a function call. And in our case, we have just, let's say, called count and have logged its value. And on the console, of course, we'll see 0. We can update signals by calling set method on them. And as you can see, we have called set there, and we have console log the value, and of course, it should show 1. Or we can update them by using the update method that, let's say, accepts callback functions with that let's say gives us the current value and where we need to return a new value. And if we, let's say, log again, we will see 2 in the console. There's also the mutate method, but I'm not going to cover it. Then we have the part of deriving signals, so creating a signal from another signal. And in order to do that, we use the computed function, where that let's say, it accepts a callback function, and that callback function is supposed to return, let's say, a new function that, let's say, uses a signal. In our case, it uses the count. And if we console log the double count here, let's say it will log 4. So we had 2 multiplied by 2 will give us 4. Then we have side effects. So in order to write side effects, or let's say to know when signals change, we have to use the effect function. Sorry, the effect function, let's say, accepts a callback. And that callback will be, let's say, executed every time that count changes. So in order to see this, let's say, to learn more about this, let's see in an example, we have A and B that are 2 signals. And we have an effect that console logs A and B every time they change. But by default, effect at least runs at least once. And by default, we'll see in the console that it will log A0, B2. Then let's say after some time, we change the value of 1. And of course, because now that the first signal has changed and the effect has A as a dependency, then we will see another log that will be A1, B2. Then after some time, let's say B changes, then we will see again another log that says that, let's say, logs the new value, like A1 and B3. Okay, that's pretty much about effects. One other things that we need to know is that an effect should always be used in an injection context, like in the constructor, because it depends on the destroyref, that is a new, let's say, injectable class in Angular, and helps in order to execute logic on, let's say, destruction time. Or there's another way, and it is let's say, by passing an injector to the effect. So in order to, let's say, know the effect where to get its, let's say, destroy reference. Then to sum up, what we learned is about signals. So like we use them for creating state, we have computed for deriving state, and we have effects for running side effects when state changes. So like knowing when to, let's say, run something. Okay, demo time. I also have added the start list link for other users to see later. Let's zoom this. So as we said, we have creating signals. So we can create them by calling the signal function, and we can read their value by calling them. So as we can see, we see 0. We can update them. Okay, so we see 1. Or by using the update value, because we're changing the same signal here, we should see 2 here. So 0 plus 1 plus 1. Then we have deriving signals part. So computed returns a function that, let's say, in our case, it multiplies our count by 2. And if we log the double count, we will see 4 here. And then if we change, so when we update a signal, the signals depending on it are notified that they should recalculate when are called again in a lazily way. So if we update count and we call double count again, we don't have to do anything like setting double count to something, because it knows that the count changed. So it should now return a new value. So in our case, it's 6. It's 6 because our count is 3. Yeah, count 3, double count is 6. Then we have the side effects or the effect function. In my case, what I've done here, because as we noted, effects should always be run inside an injection context. So what I've done is this function right here, I've called this inside main.ts constructor in order for this example to work. So as you can see, we just call this function. So this means that the effect now will run inside, and let's say, our injection context here. Let's comment this thing out and see the signals part, the effect part, sorry. So by default, as we said, the effect will run at least once. And after some times, let's say after 1 second, we will see it will change, or let's say it will emit again, or it will log this thing again. Then we have also after some time, yes, exactly what we saw on the slides. Okay, back to the slides again. So that's basically a simple introduction to signals. Okay, now Angular change detection with Zone.js. How does Zone.js work? So basically, Zone.js monkey patches almost all the browser APIs in order to get notified whenever an event happens. And because you're an Angular developer, let's think of the browser as a component, and every time this component emits something, so on any event, we get notified by it. So like a notify zone, and it gives us the event. And these events are things like set timeout, send interval, add event listener, request animation frame, like almost every browser event. And this thing right here is a list that you can find on the link that I've put below, that, let's say, will list everything that Zone.js patches and knows, let's say, when this thing emit or change. Okay, so in order to understand it better, let's create a custom zone, and in order to also understand why do we need it. So we'll start by importing the library first, like import Zone.js, that today is by default in Angular applications. Then what we'll do is we will fork the current zone and override one of its method in order to implement our own logic. So as we said, zone is a class that is, let's say, exposed by default when we import Zone.js. Current means that we will fork the current zone. And here we put the zone name just in order to see it on the browser console. Then we have the onInvoke task that we will override here. And basically what it does is it's a function, so it has the delegate, current, target, and task arguments, and it will, let's say, invoke the task. So it will invoke the event and give us the result here. So the delegate is just the, let's say, parent zone. And here what we do is return the result. So this is just a basic implementation, but after we get the result and before we return the result, here we are able to do some custom logic that we may want. Then what this onInvoke task does is, if an event is registered inside the zone, every time it will emit, it will trigger this function. So basically this function is like the event handler of our, let's say, tasks that change, let's say our events that change. And what does it mean to register something inside the zone? Basically, it's just using this, let's say, zone that we created and calling the run method. So meaning that everything that we will run inside this callback function, it means that it will be run inside the zone, or it will be registered inside our zone that we have. So what basically we are going to do is just register a button event listener, so the click button event listener, and of course, let's say console log the update count. Now, every time that we will click on a button that we have registered inside the zone, the onInvoke task method on the custom zone that we created will be triggered. So to better understand this, let's see an example, a count component, and the first one that we saw when the talk started. So we have a count component, we have a count field and an increment method that, let's say, increases the count by 1, and we have the template, so a div with a count, and the button that, let's say, increments the count value. Okay, so don't be afraid. This is what your Angular code is underneath. So this is Ivy generated code. So this thing is created by the compiler. As we can see here, we have the count component template. So this is the code generated by Angular for your template. And here we can see that it has this if rf1, rf means that it is a render flag, and 1 means that this thing is just the creation phase of the component, and we have the element start, adding some text, element end, creating the button here, attaching the event listener. Then we have the update phase where we just, let's say, update the text here of the, in our case, it's count, context.count. So this just shows the, or let's say attaches the count field on the DOM node. And of course, we have the text interpolation for the button that we change. Okay, so in order to easily understand what all this is and, let's say, work with it, let's create a simple version of it in JavaScript. So we have the creation phase, as we saw. So we just create a div and a button. We have the create state part. So we just say let count 0, and we create a click handler function. So a button click that increases the count, so our state here, and of course logs the count. And then we create the update phase. And just like we saw, we just update the text content of the div on the button with the count here that we have. And then let's attach these things to the body of the page. And by default, we call the update phase once by default in order for the page to be in sync. Then, of course, we need to register the event listener, so the click handler. And let's see this in action. So as you can see, the DOM doesn't update, but the console log gets called. And that means that that's Angular without Zone.js today. So let's use our custom zone to make it work. So as we learned before, we have our custom zone here and the onInvoke task. We can do whatever, let's say, we can add whatever logic we want to, let's say, handle after an event has happened. In our case, we want to run the update phase. And we just do it by calling the update phase method here. But there's another thing we need to do, and that's, let's say, registering our click event inside the custom zone. So our application knows that the button that we clicked, let's say, and the event happened in our zone, and we have full control over it, and whenever it emits. So let's see it in action again, and yes, that's it. DOM gets updated, console log gets called, and that is Angular with Zone.js. So like a mini Angular version, because we created the code ourselves. So let's see this in action again. So here we have this app component zone. Here we have just for typings. Let's comment this out, component zone. So we have the creation phase, we have the state creation phase, the button click handler, the update phase, and everything. So if we just, let's say, move this thing here and comment this out, we will see the same thing. So the console gets updated, but the update phase isn't run because nothing is, let's say, calling it. Nothing is saying that, hey, something changed. And how Angular does it is say, okay, create a zone, and every time something changes, run the update phase. Or Angular has other concepts like marking dirty, detecting changes, and all that other things. But here I'm explaining a simpler version just for explaining it. And here, of course, we have the event registering inside zone in order to let our zone know that, hey, an event happened on something that were registered in our zone, so we need to update because, hey, something changed, we need to be in sync. And it will work the same. And of course, you may have seen on Twitter that, hey, signals are coming. What are signals? We don't need signals and all that stuff. But we will see now how signals simplify all of this. So how to not think about zones and how not to think about all this event registering all inside. Currently, today, this is done by Angular, but even Angular, let's say, can be, let's say, optimized here because this will run every time. So the update phase or the checking of the DOM will happen every time an event happens. So how can this be done with signals? So we learned that in order to create a signal, we use the signal. We pass 0 here. Instead of calling setting ++, we say update +1. Now we have the update phase. And we have these click listeners. Let's remove all the zone. We don't care about it anymore. So we learned that an effect runs every time the, let's say, signals, it depends on change. In our case, we know that count is the main, let's say, is the main signal, or let's say is the main how can I say, function that knows that this thing depends on. So we have count here. So we need also to update phase. So count, and here we also call it. So like we need to call the signal in order for it to work. And then we have the update phase that is called 1 by default. We also learned that effects run at least once by default. So what we can do is we say effect. And here what we do is we call the update phase. So we learned that effect runs 1 by default, and every time one of its signals change, it will run. Because update phase includes 2 signals in its own, so we can also move this thing inside effect just for same. Let's move this thing right here. What happens now is that this thing right here, the moment that we click on it, as you can see, updates. That, my friends, is what Angular probably will become when everything becomes signal-based. And to see how the component look like when being in signals, it will look something like this. So if we see this, we have the button click that updates the count. So the increment that updates the count, we have the update phase, or let's say the template that we have, and that is based on, let's say, signals, just like the same we have here. And then we have the click listeners that doesn't care about zone because it's just a normal click listener. And we have the state creation part, so it's just a signal. So what we can do is we can use the signal component here directly in main. It's imported. And of course, it should work the same. So the mental model of Angular change detection with signals should just be, think of the template as it's being run inside an effect. Every time a signal changes, it will be refreshed. And that's all, folks. Thanks for coming. Follow me on Twitter and also follow Pushbase. Thank you very much.
That was amazing. Definitely what I expected. Definitely what I expected.
Man, wow. Okay, hold on a second. I have no time for joke right now. I mean, hold on a second. Now you are to tell me, okay, we of course Signal is going to take care of that, and I know at the end of the day somebody's going to tell me just go and download RX and start like using that library. But if I was to follow my mental model, let's say I have a group of components that I don't need to run in a zone, because zone is going to be run at the global level. I can use no up and just say to my application, do not run zone at all. But then I'm going to have to handle some of this stuff myself. Can I target a group of components and then just like have my custom zone, just like you showed, just run in that instance, and for the rest of my app, you know, I can decide if I want to get into the zone or not, or would that be like too much of a trouble, like trying to think about it
what
that
you
way?
mean? I've seen some PRs about it, but I cannot say for sure if this thing will be implemented. But there's a chance. I'm not sure. I cannot talk about what they are going to implement or not. But what I'm saying is that, okay, GitHub Angular tools. There's this thing right here. Am I sharing the screen?
Yeah, go ahead. Put it. I'll put it back on. Let me see. I'm just making sure it's one of these guys right here. There you go. And see if you share your screen. There you go. I got it.
Yeah, you like to see pull requests, right?
Absolutely.
This is a secret garden. This is cool, man. I mean, everybody is in awe with this. So, like, yeah. Go ahead
What
and let's see.
is just this thing right here. For example, Angular uses in effect to mark an on-push component for check whenever any signals used within that component's templates are changed.
Nice.
So basically, effects will be what marks our components for check instead of Zone.js.
Nice.
This is not released yet, but probably we'll see it soon. So this is a trust. So yeah,
that's awesome. You heard it here first.
Man. Brandon says he just screamed Signal for no reason. Deborah Corrada, who's gonna be our next speaker soon, is just like applauding. Thomas, nice, and it's very late there right now. So you know, I appreciate everybody who is like sticking around. But this was a quality talk, you know, by a quality person. We appreciate you, and I hope I'm saying your name right. And
Yes.
you know, of course, he got this. We know that he got this. So yeah, front end was very in awe with like the custom zone. I'm in awe with it. I'm like, I'm having too many dangerous ideas right now, I think.
Please don't create your own Angular.
No, I don't. Oh man, why not? We'll see.
Angular 3.
Yeah,
Angular
there
3
you go.
confirmed.
All right, guys. So, I mean, we have about 20 minutes ish before the one and only Deborah joins us here. I had to kind of look twice when I saw the RFP. I mean the CFP from her, and I'm just like looking forward to that talk, like many of you. So I propose either we take a break or you endure like my jokes. So I don't know. I know that Brandon and Larsa are gonna say no, no more jokes. So what do? We have 25 minutes. I want to maybe give people the time to take a quick break, you know. So and then start maybe back at around 5:40 p.m. For some reason, we managed to still be on time. I mean, it's kind of amazing. There's been a lot of things going on. So what do you guys think? Should we take a 15 to 20-minute break?
I think
And
so.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
all
I
right,
think that's a good
let's
idea.
get back here. Let's get back here at about 5. Before we do that, I'm gonna do a quick sponsor announcement for 2 minutes. If you want to stick around, stick around. And then we officially gonna be back at 5:35 Eastern Standard Time.
Sounds
So make
great.
sure that you share that with everybody on Twitter. I'll do that myself and anywhere else. Like people just know that we will be back at 5:35, and the next talk will be with Deborah Kurata.
The
You
one,
don't
the
want to
only.
miss that one. Thank you, Enea. It's late there, but like stick around as long as you can, man. I really appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah. This was
Thank you.
awesome, Ania. Thank you so much.
I don't know how
All
Marcus is still
right.
going, Eddie.
No, I mean I don't even worry about Marcus anymore. So
I mean, you guys been doing the same. The same
No.
hours.
Yeah, but it's not 2 a.m. It's not 2 a.m. where I am.
I am
It's
telling
not
you,
that bad.
man.
It's not that bad.
So yeah. So let me I'm gonna quickly
Did you say
share my
45
screen.
or 35?
35.
Let's do 35 in about
45.
10 minutes. Yeah. I
Oh,
mean
10 minutes.
45 is
All right.
is the actual talk. So
Okay, yeah, sorry. 35, 10 minutes.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So I'm gonna present actually and share my screen. For the only time we're gonna do a sponsor announcement here. Share. There you go. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
All right. So Angular TinyConf has been brought to you by TechLabs 28. I happen to be the CEO and founder, and then we, at the end of the day, long story short, we simply take care of it. So we are looking for Angular projects, front-end developer projects. You know, we simply take care of it. We're going to be your Angular collaborator, your Angular partner, and we love everything that has to do with front-end and full-stack web development. So real quick, you can contact us, of course, but I just wanted to show the different sides where we can be helping you in UI UX design, not so much there, but web development, mobile development, SaaS development, and the one that I like the most, we can do custom curriculum for you for any type of like e-learning, you know. So make sure that we are Tech Labs 28 on LinkedIn, or you just follow me, adding I'm the co-founder, I'm the founder and CEO of that. So we kind of now have a formal consultancy with Tech Labs 28. And yeah, so Angular TinyConf is our little baby. And then I'm very happy that the community is rallying around this conference. which is allowing people. Most you see some heavy hitters here, like Brendan, like called them, and I guess like he's part of it. But at the same time, we want to have a good balance of people who going to speak for the first time and try to be the launch pad for them breaking into like conference speaking and sharing with the community. So Jason, I don't know if you have a couple of things to say about at least that part of the mission.
Yeah, no. Well, the surprise talk for me today was Tam.
Yes,
she was amazing and a first time speaker, a lightning talk, and she blew me away. She talked about something I'd never thought of.
Exactly.
And that's kind of the mission, right?
Yep.
You guys don't know. D and I spent some time talking a couple days ago, and I encouraged him to officially put Tech Labs as a sponsor. You guys don't know how much love, how much work behind the scenes Adi puts into this to put this conference together. He is going nonstop and working so hard. He's the big reason that this conference exists. Well, he is the reason, right? He started it last December,
Come on, man.
and he's continuing it. And we appreciate this.
Definitely.
Cool, man. Thank you, guys. And of course, you see that this is an international conference. And enough with the self promotion. I'm done with that. Let's get back to stop sharing here. I'm really shy actually in about talking about this stuff. But yeah, and like what Brandon is telling is really the objective here, getting like to nurture these people, giving them a platform and where they're gonna be the future GD is. And we need to give them that platform. We need to make sure that they are like our community like contributors and stuff like that. So and please, if you are a library maintainer and you have like first tickets, like good tickets candidates, make sure that you reach out to people who are very passionate about this. I know it's kind of a little bit much to ask about some of your time because I know most of you don't have the time, even if you want to give it. But any quick comments, any quick like even shout out to somebody, it can go a long way. So thank you for people who are constantly doing that. I don't know how Brandon does like half of what he's doing. It seems like he and Shao have found a way to clone themselves and be everywhere at the same time. But I have no idea how they do what they're doing. So thank you. And yes, for then we have about 3 more presentations. There's Deborah's presentation. There's Stephen Cooper from the AG Grid team, and then our very own Jennifer Wadella, who's going to be here a little later. So yeah, we have 3 more presentations. And I talked during the whole break. We too need to take some break. I need to let Marcus and like Jason take a break. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you, guys. Good.
Oh yeah.
Hey.
Oh.
How's it going, Adi?
There you go. He has people in there like he should have been here all day, man. Yeah, man. Instead of hiding on that chair.
She's a sweetie, and she's happy that she's getting to hang out with me for a bit.
Oh my! And want the entire community to join me in welcoming the one and only. I'm not gonna say legendary, so she doesn't turn shy on us. Deborah Kurada. So happy to have you here.
Yeah, awesome.
Do you need a minute?
Welcome, Deborah.
Welcome,
all
Deborah.
The time. Welcome to see you, and good to see you.
Thank you.
So
I had my slides up, and somehow when I opened up the StreamYard, I don't know where they went. So
oh no,
find them. Here they are. I got them. Too many tabs open. Too many tabs open.
It's all good.
I gotta tell you, Deborah is one of the nicest people. At Angular at NG Conf, I was there thinking I was going to be eating breakfast by myself. I was wearing my mask, so I don't know how she recognized me. And she saw me in the line, and she said, "Hey, Jason." I was like, I had no idea, but hi, Deborah. She's so nice.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, welcome to the.
I was starstruck though when I saw her at NGConf because I saw her just before she got onto the stage and did this amazing talk about like the different mental mod. I mean, this talk about concat map, switch map, and how to think about them with the runners and everything. She was just about to go, and I saw that she was going into speaking mode, and I'm like, okay, I'm not going to bother her right now. But then afterwards, I could not find her anywhere. So like officially nice to meet you, and like so honored to have you as part of this. And I think if we just like talk about how much you mean to the community and how much you impacted our Angular and developer trajectory, we will be here for like, you know, the rest of the day. So I'll make sure like we give you like the space to do your presentation, but you are loved and for the right reason in this community. So I think you got, if you have your slide ready, we're gonna, well, it was at 5:45. So yeah, we're gonna let you bask in your glory for the next 5 minutes.
Well, thank you so much for inviting me to the conference. It's a great honor to be able to participate with all of you.
Wow.
The honor is ours.
When we were doing the CFP.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
When we were doing the CFP and we saw your name, it's like, yeah, that's no brainer.
Yeah. I saw that. I'm like, no, I thought somebody was playing a joke on me at first. And then I'm like, okay, this is real. But since we have you here since I told people 5:45, if I start before, people are going to just like kill me. So since we have you here for the next 5 minutes before you talk, I'm going to take that and see like, what is your take on how the Angular team has done this RFC, and then the general direction of the communication in the community in general. How I saw that you were very active. That's why I'm putting you on the spot.
Yeah, I love the fact that they're kind of designing in public and thinking about what they're doing in a very public way and sharing it with all the rest of us. And not only just saying, this is what we think we might want to do, but also this is what we think about and thought about and decided not to do and why. And I think that's really insightful to be able to read what they were thinking about and why, you know, this particular strategy wasn't going to work and why this one wasn't going to work and why they picked option 4 or whatever. And I love the fact that they're really helping us help them also. Because we can read about what they're thinking and say, but wouldn't it be maybe more straightforward if we also added this, or, you know, maybe from signal doesn't make as much sense as to observable, you know, and to, you know, have them take in all of that those suggestions and all of the discussions, and to make changes to ensure that what they actually end up with is going to be really useful and makes sense for not only your top end Angular developers, but also all of the corporate developers who have to learn Angular and React and Vue and C# and ASP.NET, and they're trying to do a little bit of all of them for all these different projects, and to make it still accessible to all of those people, in addition to supporting the people that are 100% Angular and know every little corner and are really into a lot of the newer things. So I think it's great. See, I filled that whole time.
That was awesome. That was awesome.
I got two more minutes, so I'm gonna take advantage of it. And what about pace in with all this new version? And you talked about corporates, and you what is like on production right now? What is the latest version you are playing with, and how do you balance that with the itching of like playing with the new versions? Like, how do you balance those two?
Well, that is a very difficult question, because in a lot of corporate environments, you fix one bug in this product and then you move on to the next one. You don't spend all day, every day working on the same set of code. You work a little bit on this department's project and a little bit on this group's project. And so you don't have the time or the bandwidth to bring every single one of those up to date with the current version necessarily. And so that makes it rather difficult. There are some shops, though, that support, one main app or one main mono repo, and then it's a little bit easier to try to keep up with the latest versions. Personally, I have been spending a tremendous amount of time over these last couple weeks on Signals, and so I've definitely been running V16, but it's been fun.
And producing amazing YouTube videos.
Oh,
yes.
I'm a follower. I'm a subscriber on your channel. So
yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. Thank you for taking the time of doing that. And then I saw like at NG Conf that she even mentioned that she was like a little nervous before getting on stage. And I'm like, if Deborah Karada is nervous before getting on stage, all hell can break loose now. I'm okay.
I actually think everybody is. I mean, I think people, that even speak for a living still have that twinge right before, they're going to go start. Like, do I remember everything I was going to say? What if there's nobody out there? All of these thoughts that go through your head.
Yeah, well, we're gonna get out of your way. There's definitely a lot of people out here that came for this particular talk, and in general that are like consuming the content you provide. So I'm gonna stop being a fanboy right now and like let you take on the stage. So if you wanna share your presentation, I'm gonna add it to the stage. So you can click on the present there. Then yeah, so. And I don't see your screen yet, the one you're presenting.
It's asking me a whole slew of questions, and I guess I have way too many tabs open because it's giving me every single tab as an option.
Yeah, you can. Oh, there you go. So is this the one you want?
I'm hoping so. Is that what I'm supposed to be talking about? I assume.
All right, let me get out of your way and take it from there.
Okay, so I'm planning on talking about RxJS and Angular error handling or exception handling. And the code for this talk is along the bottom there if you're interested in checking it out. My name's Deborah Kurata. I'm a Pluralsight author, and I just resurrected my YouTube channel. I've had it for a while, but I just started actually using it in November, and I've got content there if you're interested. I wanted to start with just a couple of basics just to make sure we're all on the same page with some terminology. Excuse me. And then we'll jump into the exception handling. So here is a UI that we're going to be working with. We have a list of all of our users. The user is going to pick one of those users and display all of their to-dos, which helpfully are all written in Latin. And then it marks whether they're completed or not. So as we all know, Angular uses RxJS in order to issue HTTP GET requests. So we've got code in a service, we call HTTP GET, and we return that observable. In order to actually get the data, then we need to subscribe. And we can, of course, subscribe with a subscribe function with the async pipe in our template. And now with Angular v16, we'll be able to automatically subscribe with toSignal. And what that does is creates a signal from our observable, automatically subscribing and unsubscribing so that we don't have to deal with that sometimes messiness that comes with unsubscribing. I know that there were several talks at this conference about signals, but if you still aren't really clear on what they are, on how you use them, I have a YouTube video about that, and also one about how to use them with RxJS along with several others. So if you're interested, and one of the few benefits of being someone with an uncommon name in tech is that you can, if you don't want to write down these links, you can just search for Deborah and Angular Signals, and you should be able to find the content. Okay, lastly, when we learn how to do our observables, we learn in a procedural way where we write some kind of method. And very commonly right now is to use a declarative approach instead. And all that means is we're declaring a variable to hold our observable instead of calling a method for our observable. So all the samples you'll see here use the declarative approach. Using the declarative approach will make it a little bit easier too to work with signals, but the stuff and signals will also work with the procedural approach. And with that, we're going to jump into error handling. So why bother? Well, first of all, as we all know, errors happen, especially when calling HTTP methods such as HTTP GET, also put post and delete. It's also important to know that HTTP methods are async, at least they appear that way in our code. What I mean by that is you issue the HTTP GET request, get back the observable, the request goes off to the server somewhere, but your code keeps going. So it's not waiting for that response to return. At some future point in time, that server will provide that response, and it calls a callback function that then executes. What all that means is we can't just put a try-catch block around our HTTP GET, because that isn't what would generate the exception. It would be the notification coming back to our method that would be what would receive that error. And it's important to note too that when an observable generates an error, it shuts down, it stops, and it won't emit further. And that can be really problematic, especially if you use an action stream. And we'll talk about that a little bit later in this talk. So what are some of our options then? Well, in the service, we can catch the error. So we can catch any error coming back from our HTTP requests and rethrow them. This should then return a valid observable. Because we're rethrowing, we then need to catch the error again in the component. Another option is to catch the error and continue. So we just catch it to keep the observable from terminating and then continue along. In this case, it must return a valid observable of the appropriate type. And it is sometimes more difficult with that approach to get an error message to the user interface because we're not rethrowing to the user interface. And we'll look at some solutions for that. So we're going to start with the catch and rethrow scenario. So as we know, how to catch an error is with the catch error observable operator. What an observable operator does is it always takes in an observable. For the catch error, it takes in an observable that might emit an error notification. And then it outputs either the input observable. So if there's no error, it basically outputs from the operator the exact same observable that it took in. If an error occurred, it outputs a replacement observable. So we need to provide that replacement observable. Frequently, we give catch error a callback function that then handles the error, and it then returns our replacement observable, in addition to optionally rethrowing the error so that the component is notified and it can display an appropriate message to the user. So this is what our handle error looks like for rethrowing the error. So it gives us the caught error. We can do what we want with it. We can parse through it, see what it is, create different messages depending upon what the error is. And then here we're creating the replacement observable and emitting that using throw error. It returns, this replacement observable returns an observable of never. So what the heck is that? It's basically an observable that emits no items to the observable and never completes. It's a simple observable that emits neither values nor the completion notification. It's simply used when an error occurs. So we emit that error notification. One of the nice things about observable of never is it helps retain our strong typing. What do I mean by that? Basically, here would be our code. So we've got our users dollar, our get, we catch the error, we handle the error. And here we've got our observable of never. So if we wanted to use something else, let's say we wanted to do an observable of, void, or if we wanted to do an observable of null, or we wanted to do an observable of undefined, what you would get then is when you hovered over users dollar, you would get observable of that type or user array. So you would have void, or you would have undefined, or you would have null, or whatever. By using never here, it doesn't muck with our, is that a word, muck? It doesn't muck with our data types. So we can return an observable of never, and our return data type is still observable of user array, and it doesn't muck with our type there. So catching and rethrow, we've already seen this code, users dollar, handle error. Then we need to catch it in the component. So we catch it in the component by issuing including in the pipeline another catch error observable operator. And here we can set a local variable that we can bind to in the template and display it for the user. And then here we're returning empty. So what's empty? Empty is a simple observable that emits no items and immediately completes. So it's a constant, and it's great for error handling when we don't have a real something that we want to emit. So our result is we get a message then in our user interface that we had some problem, but we probably should work on the display of what this message is. It's not very user friendly, but you get the idea of what's going on with this. Okay. So the next scenario is catch and continue. So the first scenario was catch and rethrow. Now we're going to catch and continue. So this, we have a little bit different UI that we're going to tackle here. In this case, we want to list all of the users. So we've got Leanne, we've got Irvin, and so on. If you scroll down, there would be all of them here, along with their tasks and completed. What we want to have happen is if there is an error getting one of these people, we want it to still continue and display the rest of them. So we want to get the data. So here we're getting all of the users. Then we want to get the related data, each user's to-dos. So we use merge map and fork join, and we loop through every user in that array of users that we get from our HTTP GET. And then we issue our GET request to get their to-dos. So here we're using their user ID in these to-dos. Then we emit the item as a user data, which is the user and their associated to-dos. And the fork join will put them all into a nice array for us. So what we get out of this is an observable of user data array with all of these items. So now that we have an outer observable and an inner observable, where do we put catch error? Do we put it here in the inside on the inner observable? If so, it won't catch any outer observable errors. Do we put it on the outside? Well, we could do that because it will catch errors from the inner and outer observable, but it then forces us to use the same error handler for both cases, which means it's going to stop that inner pipeline. So if this inner pipeline generates an error, it's going to stop and it's not going to finish. So it's not going to give us that array of user data values. It's just going to stop and that's going to be it. It won't even give us the data it had gotten so far, and it's going to go to the handle error, which is going to rethrow the error to the UI, and we won't get any users to-dos. We could then have catch error in both, and that would allow us then to potentially handle the error differently. In this case, I do have them both the same. And recall that when an observable generates an error, it stops and it won't emit further. So what are we going to do? We want to ensure that we get some data if there's an error. The answer is that we use catch and continue. You could tell I was leading up to that. So we're going to do catch and continue. So in this catch error, in this bottom one for the outer observable, oops, this guy here, we're just going to use the regular error handler, because if we can't get any users, we might as well throw an error and just put up one message. But if we can get all the users and we can get some amount of all of the to-dos, why not continue? So in this case, if there is some error, we're just going to assign that user that has the error an empty set of to-dos as our user data. That way we will get the rest of the values. So we return this replacement observable. So we're using of, which creates an observable from this entry. So that's our replacement observable that we're giving to catch error. Any issues with this approach? Well, if you look at it, it doesn't provide any mechanism at all for us to be able to notify the UI that we have a problem. So how would we get a notification? And it is really important with a user interface to know the difference between this user has no to-dos at all versus I couldn't get the to-dos for this user, because that's two incredibly different and importantly different things. So what we could do instead, we could get a message to the UI by adding a property to our interface. So here's our user, our array of to-dos, and we can add a message on there. Then when we set our property, our replacement observable, we set that message, could not get to-dos for whomever there. In the component then, we can set the message property to this message and bind it in the template. So the result would be something like this. So if we couldn't get Leanne, we'd get a message for her. So we know the difference between she has no tasks versus we couldn't get the tasks. But whoops, but the rest of them continue down. I was trying to scroll, but the rest of them still go down. Okay, so the next thing I want to talk about is retry on error. I know for as a user of software, my husband and I sometimes run to Starbucks in the morning, and I start the order online while I'm in the house, and we get out to the car, and I'm down the street, and all of a sudden I lose connectivity. And luckily, the Starbucks app is smart enough to retry and reconnect, even though I just lost the connectivity from my Wi-Fi, and it picks up my phone's connectivity. So we might want to do the same thing. In order to retry, we can simply add retry and a number, which gives us the number of times to retry. So relatively straightforward. But if we want a smarter retry, we can use retry when. And here we replace the simple retry with this retry when, which defines exactly what you need and what you want it to do as part of the retry. So in this case, we're using scan in order to count. So we can count how many times we're retrying. and then we accumulate the counter. After 3 ties, we give up and we just throw the error. Otherwise, we accumulate, then we delay. The delay when uses an increasing delay between the retries. So every time through, we're multiplying the value times 500. So basically, we're increasing by a half a second every time we retry. This is sometimes called exponential back off. So if you want a fancier retry, you can do something like that. Lastly, I want to talk about action streams. I kind of mentioned those earlier. So here I have a list of the users. I want to pick one and get that one user's data. So how do I implement this with RxJS? I can pick that one. The action is the user selects from the dropdown. So I'm going to define an action stream for that action. Then I'm going to react to that action and display the to-dos for the user. So I'm going to create an action stream, something like this, where the user selected a value, selected a user. And then I have the read-only part of that as observable. Then when the action occurs, when the user does select a username from that list, it's going to emit into that subject. And then it's going to react by going out and getting those to-dos. So this emits when a user is selected, and this goes and gets the to-dos for that user. Now, what's wrong with our exception handling here? If this code generates an exception, what's going to happen is with a handle error like this, where we catch and rethrow, this stream here, this observable, is going to shut down. So the next time, so it comes back and it says, okay, this user doesn't have any data, but the next time they try to pick a user, it won't pick a user anymore because the stream isn't working. It won't emit anymore into this. So what's one way to fix this? Well, one way to fix this is to use signals instead. But if you want to stick to observables, we need to change our error handling. Recall again that it will stop if it gets an error. We want to instead catch and continue, where we'll return just an empty array if we can't get the data, instead of rethrowing and causing our action stream to stop. And of course, so we're returning an empty array. And if we want to include a message, we could again use some kind of wrapper like we looked at earlier. Okay, with that, again, here's the link to the code. Here's the link to my YouTube channel. And I want to thank you all for hanging out with me and for attending this wonderful conference. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Wow. That was amazing.
Well, of course.
There were some very
that was fantastic.
Very good comments during this one. We've got an Angular developer who says that he's an Angular developer because of your video courses.
Oh, that's so nice.
So I figured I would share that one with you.
Yeah, and it's really especially nice because Pluralsight very, very sadly is retiring almost all of my courses.
Oh,
I
that is
know.
sad.
Makes me very sad.
There are a lot of Angular developers out there who owe a lot to your Pluralsight courses.
One here, that's for sure. I mean, my trajectory as an Angular developer changed when I watched I think that was the 10 things you don't know about the Angular router.
Oh yeah.
And then I first realized that I did not know Angular at all. that was the first but then I realized that there was more a need to go into more depth and then stop with the surface. And then that totally changed my approach about each of the concepts, how to try to approach them. So yeah, so I'm one of those developers who I can say that you have positively impacted to be still an Angular developer today in the GDE. So yeah, kudos to you.
Well, thanks.
Nice. Yeah.
Cool.
I'm a big fan. I know for a fact that there are companies out there using your video on reactivity to explain their take-home test.
Oh, yes. That one took so much care. I mean, like, how do you even come with the level of detail? I mean, that one, how long did it take you to put that one together?
The ArcGIS
The one on reactivity.
course?
Yes.
That one took like 4 months. That one took a long time.
Wow.
Yeah. It is. Yeah. I mean, the level of details in there was amazing. I still go back. I mean, if I go to my bookmarks right now, there's maybe like 50 to 60% of it that just goes back to your content. I think now just Monorini is claiming 20% of it. You got about 60%, and then everybody else. I think there's something like that. That breaks down something like that. So, anyways, like, you know, Deborah, thank you so much. I know too that you have no time. So you took like the time to come and share this with us. We cannot thank you enough. And of course, you know, people are already reacting, you know, how much you inspire them, and like, you know, Brandon, everybody, they say like, you know,
Wow.
course. Yeah, we need, I mean, to me, that was my reaction. Why are they retiring it on Pluralsight? Give it to us. Let us put this in another platform, and we'll take care of it. I mean, really, that would be a shame if they were just to go to the void right now. So I'm a little pissed about that part.
Yeah, I guess the upside of it is when you do a course with Pluralsight, you have to sign a non-compete that you won't do any other content like that content anywhere else. So once they retire all those courses, that means I can take the knowledge from my getting started and convert them all into something on YouTube for free. So I guess that's the upside of doing that. Though that'll, you know, take me a while. I can't just take what I gave them and move it over.
Right.
But that is going to give me the flexibility. I am going to be doing the ArcGIS course. That's one that they did commission me to redo for Angular 16. So it'll be ArcGIS and how it works with signals. So I will be doing that probably starting next month, end of the month or so. But all the rest of them are either going to be done by someone else, or they don't believe that the Angular community needs a getting started course, so they're not going to be recommissioning that one at all.
Oh man, are they so mistaken? We all, I mean, but
That's what I
anyways,
said.
yes. So
I really like the.
Yeah, go ahead, Marcus.
No, I was just gonna say I really liked your courses in C# as well. I mean, I do .NET and Angular, so yeah, both of them are really, really good. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
And go subscribe to her on YouTube. Her YouTube content is amazing.
Yeah, and I'm going to be starting to post some C# content out there too at some point. I've just been so focused on Signal content recently. I haven't gotten to it yet, but I've got some in the queue to post. So
awesome.
Cool. We'll let you go. You can already like guess that we're never gonna have enough of you. We could
right, exactly.
literally try to hold you here for like as long as possible, but we're gonna be cognizant of your kindness and your time, and we let you go, and then we're definitely gonna see you around online and like in real life pretty soon again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
All righty.
Take care.
Bye.
Thank you, Deborah.
Oh man, that was a moment for me. I think I need a second though. That was a moment for me.
Yeah.
I mean, to think that at some point I'll be involved in a conference where she will be one of the speakers, and my art with. I mean, yeah, that was a moment for me. That was a very.
That's awesome.
So yeah.
That's amazing. And then we get Stephen Cooper next.
Yes.
Wow.
Mr. Cooper.
Nice.
Yeah.
We're getting out the heavy hitters now.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yes. Yeah, man. So what time is it there, Stephen? What time is it for you there right now? I cannot hear you. Is that just me?
Yeah, I can't hear him either.
There we go. Now can you hear me?
No, there you go.
That's sweet.
I can hear you. Yeah, that's
it's
very
quarter
cool
past 11 here.
Wow, that's crazy, man. Sorry about that, man, but you have a hot top too, so like we're gonna enjoy that. And whose puppy is like talking?
That's
about
mine. I'm
right
gonna
now?
go. I'm gonna go put him out.
Okay. Alrighty, so do you have your slides ready? I can share your screen whenever you're ready, Stephen.
Yeah.
There you go. We're gonna add that to your stream. One last thing here, and I'm gonna get off the. As soon as you see me off, you can get started. All right.
Okay. Cool. So yeah, tonight I want to talk to you about, is your component ready for strict mode? And this talk does have a secondary title, which could be how I made the AGGrid types worse when trying to make them better. So I joined AGGrid about, it'll be 2 years ago now. And one of the first things I did as an Angular developer was come in and think, oh, how can I make the types better? But this is a bit of a story of how originally I made them worse before I did eventually make them a lot better. So what am I going to be talking about here? It's a lot of it is focused around strict mode. And so strict mode in Angular is default now and has been for a while. But what it does is it improves the maintainability and helps you catch bugs ahead of time. So once this is enabled, you'll get things like TypeScript strict mode, and also a number of the Angular compiler flags like strict templates. And that's the main one we're going to be focusing on in this talk. So to give you an example and just remind you what strict templates does, if your component has an input, say we've got disabled, and that's a Boolean, so it can be true or false. If when you're using that component, and you give it a string here, so we know we're giving it the wrong type, then you get this nice, red squiggle, and you'll get an error message if you try and build the app saying string isn't assignable to Boolean. So it's this really kind of quick feedback while you're coding that can help you write your apps quicker and prevent running into hard to catch bugs. Now, if we look back to version 25 of AGGrid, in our source code, you would have seen our inputs were all typed as any. And what this means is that even with a strict application, you can't do any input validation. So for this feature, get row class, as a user, you don't know whether it needs a Boolean, a string, or a function. And you'd have to go and look it up in the documentation. And so it's just no help to you at all. As you can see, we've got all these any's, and so there's no template type checking. So one of the first things I did was, got excited. I can come in and I can help fix this. I can take all the TypeScript information from our grid options interface, and using an abstract syntax tree and parser, which is a whole nother talk, I could take those types and apply them to the Angular interface, well, the Angular component. So instead of saying get row class typed as any, it now has all the correct type information. So get row class is actually a function which takes a parameter and you return either a string or an array of strings. And once we applied this, we then got all the correct strict template checking. So when you passed it a Boolean or a string, it would complain, but if you gave it the right type of function, it's all good. So I was excited about this. Version 26 came out. We're saying AGGrid is now fully typed for Angular users, all these improvements. And very quickly, there was a problem. Unfortunately, I managed to catch the problem, I think, before our users noticed, was that we supported this syntax. So what the syntax is, you're just adding a plain attribute. So enable charts here is a Boolean input. But we supported, just having it as a plain attribute instead of using, square brackets and giving it the true or false value. So just doing this should be the same as adding true. But you get this slightly odd error message saying string is not assignable to type Boolean. And that's because when you just use a plain attribute, it's equivalent to assigning the empty string. And so now when we see the code in that form, you can see why this why it's saying string isn't assignable to Boolean. But we needed to continue to support this plain attribute approach. And this is where input type coercion comes in. And there's two ways of doing this in Angular now. There's a static property called ngAccept input type. And then there's also, since Angular 13 with TypeScript 4.3, you can use set and getters with different types, which is an alternative approach to ngAccept input type. And it's actually quite been interesting watching the Angular PRs, because up until last month, there was a pull request to deprecate ngAccept input type. But I noticed last month that's been closed. And I'm hoping it's going to stay that way, because for us at AGGrid, ngAccept input type is a really nice, clean way of applying this input coercion, as I'll go on to show you, as opposed to the set get approach. So if we have a look at this, this is how you'd use ngAccept input type. So it's a static property that you add to your component, and it enables you to widen the accepted types of an input property. So here we've still got our disabled input, and we're saying it's a Boolean because, you know, disabled is either true or false. But because of the way the HTML template works, we also need it to accept that empty string value. So here we say ngAccept input type underscore disabled. So that name has to match exactly with the input name. And then we're saying this is of type Boolean or this empty string value. And so once you add that to your component, the code now compiles and you get no errors. But you have to remember inside your app display component there to convert the empty string to a true value. So the ngAccept input type, it's important to notice, it's got that type at the end. That's just to do with typing. In your component, you still need to do the real coercion from the empty string to the Boolean. And this doesn't just apply to Booleans. You could do something similar for dates. So you could have a date input and have an ngAccept input type for date or string. And then maybe in ng on changes, you could have a date coercion function. And then, so this would enable users of your component to give string values, because that can often happen when you're retrieving dates from an API. But then you might want to force them to have them as dates. So, you know, there's always decisions to be made when you're using these types. And now, if you don't want to use the ngAccept input type, you can do this with get and setters. So since TypeScript 4.3, you're now allowed to have different types for the getter and the setter. So here we're saying the getter is just of type Boolean, because that's what the disabled flag should be. Whereas for the set, the value can be a Boolean, a string, or a null. So you're encapsulating that same information that we passed to the ngAccept input type, but this time in the setter itself. So you might prefer this approach if you're already using getters and setters. This is probably easier to work with than the ngAccept input type. But there was still another problem. What if you want to set the disabled flag from an observable stream? Well, then you got another error message saying type null is not assignable to type Boolean or empty string. And that's because the async pipe, when it hasn't emitted a value yet, has the type null. So you can see where we might go with this. So our ngAccept input type for disabled is Boolean, empty string, and null. And then just remember to make sure you validate your coercion function, that it does all the right things for all these different inputs. So then as AGGrid 26.1 came out, we added in all these ngAccept input types for all the many properties that we had. And then finally, the AGGrid component had all the full typing information, but it was also compliant with strict mode without causing our users to run into lots of pain points. And so you might have some questions, which I'm going to try and preempt now on this. One of them is, well, why not just change the input type? So I'll show you what I mean with this next bit of the slide. So if you say that the input can be a Boolean or the empty string, then throughout the rest of your component, you're not going to be able to use that input cleanly. So here maybe you have a function in your component saying is disabled that you just want to be a Boolean, but you're going to get this error now saying, well, it's a string or a Boolean. And you've leaked the implementation detail of just getting the value into your component throughout the entire code. So so this is why you might want to go down the route of having the ng accept input type, doing the coercion, and hiding that boundary level from the rest of your component. So it keeps your component cleaner and easier to reason with. Another common issue might be, what if it's not your component that has got these incorrect types? So you can use a variety of approaches to get around this. So here we could say the disabled stream, maybe it's a behavior subject. So it's always going to start with a value. So I'm going to say in my template, well, it's non-null, so that you can put an exclamation mark and wrap it all in brackets, and then Angular won't complain about it. Or you can just disable type checking completely with this $any syntax. So this can be useful in certain situations. I haven't used it that much, but sometimes it's the only thing you can do to say, actually, I know what I'm doing, or the type of this component is wrong and I can't fix it, but I know the code works. It's just the typing which is off. Or in this case, you could provide a default value, which might make more sense in your situation. And then if you want to do this on a much wider level, you can tweak the TS config flags, but I recommend doing this at a last resort, because really you want to keep things as strict as possible, because it does give you a lot of benefits in making sure your application is correct and all these things, which I don't think I need to sell to Angular developers. Or you could turn off all the input checking, but again, I wouldn't recommend doing that approach. And if it's not your component, well, then create an issue for the library to fix your types. And hopefully I won't be getting any issues for AG Grid, because I've tried to make them as right as possible. So takeaways. When you're working within a strict mode application, just typing your inputs might not always be enough. As we saw, plain attributes, if we want them used as Booleans, or the async pipe. And the two approaches that Angular gives us is we can either use ng-accept input type, or we can use the setter and getter with different types. And that's all I've got for you this evening. So thank you very much for listening. And I hope that will help you write components which are easy for others to consume, even if they are using a strict Angular application, which pretty much everyone should be these days.
Wow. I love kind of stories like these where, hey, this is a mistake I made and this is how you can avoid it. Excellent talk. Excellent way of going about this. And
really interesting.
You're getting very high praise from the man himself, Lars. Stephen is an amazing and knowledgeable speaker. One of my all-time favorites.
I saw that one come in and it almost put me off.
I was a little bit concerned. Your deep, smooth voice, and we've got people over in Europe who are listening to this. I'm like, man, this would be perfect just to something to listen to.
I can listen to him all day, man. He has that radio presence, that radio voice, and then the content is amazing. So, man, kudos for doing that, and like for staying up late, and and giving. I mean, AG Grid is just kicking some behinds right now. So I'm glad that you have been transparent and kind of welcome us into your playground, and like how at the end of the day we all benefit from it, from that lesson. Yeah, perfect stuff, man. Cool, guys. Come on, let's see. What do we have going on next? So, I did not go into the jokes anymore because I felt like, GPT just like lost its sense of humor at some point. But, we can still go and ask a few questions if you have some. I think like our next, we have one more, if I'm not mistaken, by Jennifer Wadella, because Angular signals were covered already by Enea. I had there was a couple speakers that had to cancel due to some emergency, but we were able to shuffle it around for some people under the international time zones. So now we had a one at 6:35 that was going to be Enea's, but we don't have a talk really until 7 p.m. So 7 p.m. Eastern time, which gives us too much time, to do something. So what we gonna do? Are we gonna just like, we can do two things. We can ask Stephen if he has another talk, and we'll take it
on the spot.
On the spot. If you want to talk about something else, we'll take it, man. No problem. The second thing is we can give people a second break, and like we have only one like talk left anyway, or we can come up with a talk that we're gonna make like on the fly between the three of us, Marcus and Jason, and talk about any topic. I mean, there's not gonna be slide. And Lars, if you are around, we can send you an invite, and you can just jump in and talk about anything you want, sir. Because you've been a champion like on this since like early morning. You've been here. Let me know if you want to jump on, and I can send you like the invite, so we can fill the vibe. I don't want people to be sitting around for another 40 minutes waiting for the next talk. I tried to get Jennifer to come earlier, but she was already committed to this time. So we will be cognizant of that and wait for her to join at the right time, which is in about 30 minutes. So which one are we going to do, guys?
I had somebody just message me and say that he's willing to join us too. So
who is that?
It's Eduardo.
Yeah, I mean, the more the
Come join
merrier.
us, Eduardo.
And then like Lars saying like, just to give him 10 minutes to prepare. You see, the community is awesome.
Yeah.
So Lars, I know you're not on Twitter anymore. How do I send you the information then to join us? Eduardo, jump in anytime. And Stephen, like, hang out as long as you want, but feel free
Absolutely.
to drop if
I'm good.
It is nighttime over there.
we get to be too annoying. We tend to do that sometimes. So
yeah, we like to have fun here.
yeah, that's for sure. So let me switch to this view. There we go. For the brand, let's go neutral for now.
Hello again.
Hey, what's up, buddy? So right now we're playing it by ear, man. There's nothing prepared now at this point. We are in cool waters. So what do you guys want to talk about?
Let's see what ChatGPT. Right, I can't talk. Let's see what ChatGPT says would be a cool Angular topic.
All right. So and to be very transparent, I'm gonna present.
Or we could hit the conversation and just talk about Angular versus React versus Vue.
No, I'm not getting into that one.
Starting a flame war right away.
I have avoided it like the plague. Every single comment that I see online about those, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go watch something else. People have too much time in their heads. I'm not getting into that. Like, get married to whoever you want, and then leave us alone. We love Angular, we're sticking with it, and then that's it.
Yep.
So right here, I'm gonna go with a new chat, and should we let me go GPT-4, and I'm gonna say give us the best topic to talk about when we run out of topics at an Angular conference.
It will be really funny that ChatGPT suggests the comparison between the framework.
Give us the top
Start a
3
flame war.
Yeah.
choices for a topic. Performance. Oh man, ChatGPT. You see, because if I was to say performance, everybody would say Adi just like went ahead and say performance. So that's not me.
Cladkey's not here, man.
Oh man. Okay.
Although that was your topic last year at NG-Conf.
Yeah,
right?
that's the thing that I'm most interested about above everything else. So performance optimization, integrating Angular with emerging technologies, or building and maintaining large-scale Angular applications.
Wow.
Not bad.
No, those aren't bad at all.
So we kind of covered performance with Jay and Latke today. Integrating Angular with emerging technologies, explore how you can with cutting to like WebAssembly, machine learning, and augmented reality. Yeah, that's kind of cool. And like we have our own Shao who's like who has like 3J Angular 3, or building and maintaining large-scale Angular application. This was for managing. I think kind of like everybody here will be just go NX and then be done, And Santosh has kind of covered that. So is one that you guys like more than others? Anybody in the audience too? Like feel free to let us know.
Yeah,
where
you should like to hear.
Yeah, which one do you like best? Or I can ask you to generate more.
Well, the building and maintaining large-scale Angular applications, I think, is kind of the bread and butter of Angular, right? Because it's the enterprise, and I'm willing to bet that's what most of us do in our day job, right? Large-scale Angular applications.
Yeah.
So I'm willing to do that. Lars also says he can present on Spectacular, an Angular integration testing library, or Lumberjack, a plugin-based Angular logging library. So he's got talks ready to go.
I'm telling you, man. So, okay. Is he about ready to join?
I don't know. I imagine you probably stop sharing, and we could. That way you can communicate with him and not share your details everywhere, right?
Yeah. So I need to. Yeah. So now, in the meantime, I want to, since we put GPT to the test, I want. I'm gonna give this to Stephen first. Building and maintaining large-scale Angular applications. So you, from the perspective of AG Grid and like the way that you are, do you feel like you are more in the perspective of a library maintainer or somebody who does actually build large-scale applications? Where do you stand there?
I haven't built a large-scale application for 2 years now. Is the honest answer? Yeah, because I guess I came from doing Angular applications into AG Grid, and so like now it's very much library focused, which I guess is where you're running into these finer details with types, and it is a very different experience working on a library as opposed to building full-scale enterprise applications. There's different challenges. It means there's some parts of Angular I haven't touched, so like routing, there's no need for us to have any kind of routing logic in AG Grid, so that's an area where I haven't kept up to date with all the improvements that have been going on through that bit. But then also at AG Grid, it means I'm now living out the different framework battle on a day-to-day basis, because it's got React, it's got Vue, and it's been really quite interesting seeing how the different frameworks work. and how some of the the signals and effects, it's like, oh, this feels very similar to some other concepts, with hooks and things like that. So yeah, I'm quite enjoying the variety, but then also the challenges of a library.
That's cool.
And how about your perspective, Jason? Are you seeing a lot of large scales from your end?
Oh yeah, the company I work for right now is very large scale. Our application, and it's integrating multiple applications now that are using both Angular and React using MFEs. And from my perspective, the application that I work on is targeting small businesses that work with banks, and there are a lot of considerations to take. It's how do you integrate Angular? The problem you have, and especially once you get to larger scale, right, is you go from dev teams. The first dev team I ever worked on was 3 developers. The next, the current company I'm working on is way larger than 3 developers. How do you get all of these developers in different time zones to use best practices and not copy old code? And there's a lot of difficult things to solve in that space. And so, yeah, it's a tough question to solve. That's a tough prompt. I'm feeling you, Stephen, because there are things that I would love to talk about that I'm not sure that I'm able to talk about just yet. Companies, once you get into larger companies, there are things that you're allowed to talk about and things that you're not allowed to talk about. And there's a lot of legal stuff involved with that, right?
Yeah. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I was stammering, trying to come up with something to say. So cutting me off is very helpful.
Oh well, I can say yeah. The other thing you have to play with as well is what you're allowed to work on and what the company will sign off on.
Exactly.
And there's always that battle of, these new features will simplify our code. They'll reduce bugs. They'll, drop our code base. But then the company might be like, well, the app is still doing the same thing.
Right.
You need to work on new features, not
right.
Fixing the old things. And that's a tricky balance to get right.
And
it is. I mean, sometimes to me, it's just not even understanding the scope of what I call the scope of change. I work with many different companies, and they are so big that you're just going to see a little piece of the application or a teeny tiny piece of that. And then the one thing that I like is being able to see rapid change. So if I put something, I have it, but you might have 3, 4, 5 features ready. It will take maybe 4 or 5 months for it to make it to production, So at that point right there, that's the scale. Sometimes when we say big, some of the companies I work, they had thousands. I mean, there was one company that had at least 1,000 developers and another one that had hundreds of them. So understanding the scale, the scope, and everything, and how everything gets to and most of those were multi-repo, and if you try to come with monorepo, people are like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
So those were very challenging ones. And then going back and forth, and that's why every single time I get frustrated, I go back and I build something on the side by myself. So the scope and the scale is ridiculous. Yeah.
That's honestly why I started streaming, because my day job has me doing something, and then on my streams I can do whatever I want. if I want to explore Angular signals in a pre-release candidate of Angular, that's what people want to see, right? And so, that's, I think, the prompt was integrating Angular in large scale applications, but we just all got upstaged. Wow. She's
Make it into the big stage.
Thanks. A future Angular developer.
That's awesome.
I'm telling you, man. She's gonna come with NG version XX something like, yeah. And that's just gonna be, she's gonna just look at the screen, do this, and then boom. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, like that's a good. I mean, this generation is gonna be spoiled when it comes to like what they're gonna be able to do with systems and everything else. And my kids are already like way ahead of like the curve. Like I don't understand what they're doing, and I'm trying to understand what they're doing.
Yeah.
So and I think Jennifer just like joined us too. So can I put her on the screen? She's almost there, but she might have a little surprise for us too.
Oh
Lord!
No!
I am melting.
She's even got the Angular logo. That's awesome.
Nice.
Oh my God!
That's so good.
Man, she got big. Oh Lord!
Yeah.
Wait, we can't hear you, Jennifer.
We cannot hear you, Jennifer. I think you're muted.
Oh,
right
sorry,
now.
I forgot I was muted.
There you go.
So yeah, but this online conference, this is her third conference with mommy. So yeah,
that's awesome.
Yeah, we think kiddo.
Oh man.
Yeah.
What's your kid's name, Eduardo?
She's named Carolina.
Carolina.
Yeah.
Ah, precious, man. God. All right, man. Forget about talking about like big enterprise and anything. Let's focus on Angular babies right now. So.
Oh man, I'm a dad of 2 daughters, and these it just melts my heart seeing little girls like this. It's awesome.
Yeah. I got 3 myself, so
it's awesome.
Yeah,
coming
2
back
for
from
me
NG
and 1 boy.
Kids swag was good.
Exactly. Oh man, this is the best break ever. This is the best freaking conference break ever, man. Try to top this one.
We need to make conference babies a thing.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
And Uncle Lars is just gonna show up.
Yeah.
You
We
leave
got
Lady
Lars
Cox.
too.
Oh my God. So Jennifer, you are in, like I said, every single time. A mom always has the utmost priority. So if you want, we can go with your talk right away, or we can have like Lars in between. Tell us like how we go about it, and then let's just get it going, man.
We can go ahead and drop a talk. What do you think? Should mommy go drop a conference talk? Yeah. Yeah. Mommy go talk conference talk.
There you go.
Let's do this. Let's do this.
Sounds good.
All right, so we're gonna get Jennifer, and we have bonus content today with the one and only Mr. Lars, man. I'm so happy that you are here, man. And I don't even know why you're still awake right now, man. Come on.
I was actually talking to Michael Lapke for a while after his talk, and I was actually hoping that there was room to do a talk at the end of the conference. So this is great.
Wow. So
Nice.
be careful
Perfect.
what you wish for. So ladies always first. Let's let Lady Jennifer do her thing, and then we'll be right back here. So guys, you know the drill. We can get off the stage, and Jennifer, you can share your screen, and I'll add it to the stage. Marcus, let's try to find her background if we can find it. There you go. We got it. Cool.
Fancy.
And here, I mean, I'm telling you, man, we are rocking it this time, man. We're getting better at this. All right, I'm gonna get out of your way. Take it home.
Fabulous. All right. Well, hello, everybody. And of course, to Adi, thank you for having me at Angular TinyConf. I'm sorry I missed the last one, but we were working on getting Little Miss out the door So I'm excited to be present for this one. And today we are going to be talking about what I'm going to call Angular magic, harnessing Angular schematics. If you don't know who I am, my name is Jennifer Wadella. You can follow me on Twitter at @OMGitsFetty. I'm not as active as I used to be because we are in sleep regression right now, and Mama doesn't get a lot of sleep. So Twitter is the last thing on her mind. But someday I will be back in shit posting. For my day job, I'm the director of Angular development at a software consulting company called Bitovi. So I lead our Angular team, help our clients with all sorts of problems. I'm the co-host of the Angular Plus Show podcast. That is the official podcast of Angular Conference, which is coming up in June. So if you don't have your tickets, I would go look those up. It should be a good year. I'm an Angular GDE, and I do love brewing kombucha, and I'm a crazy plant lady, but don't judge my very leggy tree over here. It's not like the move to my office. So that is not a good representation of my plant ladiness. Okay, to kick things off, talking about schematics, we've got a couple goals for this talk. Number one is obviously I want you to learn about Angular schematics, understand what they are, how they play in the ecosystem. I want to teach you how to create Angular schematics to help aid your development process. And then I want to help you delight in automation that you're going to get from learning how to harness the power of Angular schematics. All right. So, Angular docs are a great place to start for learning anything. Unfortunately, the schematics aren't as robust as they could be. So I'll kind of talk through ways that I explore Angular code, especially when there's not documentation for everything that I might look at. But the definition by the Angular team is a schematic is a template-based code generator that supports complex logic. It's a set of instructions for transforming a software project by generating or modifying code. So there's a lot of power here. And you actually use schematics probably every day if you don't realize it. If you've ever run the command ng new, if you've ever run a command to create a component like ng generate, if you've ever used a command ng update, those are all schematics that have been built by the Angular team and are available for you to use on a daily basis. A lot of times, if you're using a third-party library, Angular Material is a great example of this. They have their own schematics that allows you to create a table, for instance, maybe to run sort of update or upgrade if you're changing versions. So a lot of power, and I feel like we as Angular developers are spoiled by these helper tools that are available to us. And so sometimes they can fade into the background really easily, and we don't quite think about what's going on under the hood to give us all this awesomeness. So for the point of this talk, I want to start with a real world example. This is something that I've seen happen on multiple clients of mine, and it's one of those situations where they try and upgrade. There's a third-party dependency. There's not a clear pathway or a good way to upgrade, and there might be some sort of really radical breaking change. And, business is really breathing down the development team's necks. They're like, feature, but the team's like, hey, we're 3 versions behind of Angular. We really want to take time to upgrade. And business is like, screw you. That's not going to bring us more money. That's not going to bring us more business. Team tries to upgrade. There's some sort of breaking change and it's a whole lot of drama. And then all of a sudden we're 9 versions behind. We don't even have Ivy. I see this on my clients all the time. So what I want to do is kind of use that as our business example of what's going on as I show you how to build custom schematics to solve problems exactly like this. So in this particular example, we're going to pretend that our team is using a third-party library to manage state between forms and NGRX. The team has gotten really behind with updates, so we know we need to update the current Angular version, but if we want to update the current Angular version, we need to upgrade our third-party library as well. As we go about trying to upgrade this library, we realize there's a breaking change with a function that is very commonly used. We're talking thousands of times we are using this function throughout our code base. So pretty much what that means is a team is going to have to go through and they are going to have to find every instance where this function is called and make the updates necessary. In the example I'm referring to, they literally switch the parameters between versions, which just seems abysmal to do. But so then the team had to go through and, again, manually find all these function calls and switch those parameters. Or is there another way? Is there another way they could handle that with all that tedious work? So this is where schematics can come into play, and we can learn to harness the magic of creating our own custom schematics to go about solving a problem like this. I want to talk about a couple of schematics key concepts first to kind of lay the stage of the things we need to understand before we start actually writing our schematics. So a couple things here. We need to have an awareness of what's called the virtual file system. We need to understand what transformations are, what's available to us. We need to understand the concept of rules, understand schematic prompts, and I'm going to sprinkle in a little bit of AST here. You could regex your little heart out. We'll get to that, but I think AST is probably a more palatable approach, a little bit more visual, and can lead you down some really cool pathways to do some really cool shit. All right, so first up, talking about the virtual file system. This is represented by a tree. This is a data structure that contains a base, a set of files that already exist, a staging area, so basically a list of changes that we want to apply to that base. When we are going through making these modifications, we don't actually change the base, but we add those modifications to our staging area. So the cool thing about Angular schematics is they give us a lot of safeguards to keep us from doing something really, really destructive before we're ready and kind of allow us to verify and check. So I've got an Angular project here. This is my example project. I've got a couple different components, and these components are utilizing this third-party library, and they are using this breaking function. So in the sake of this project, I have started my upgrade path. So I upgraded the third-party library version, and I'm trying to upgrade Angular. And so, all right, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to build my application. If my computer is going to go. All right, there we go. Taking me a minute. You might begin to suspect what's going to happen here just based on my linting, but I have a bunch of TypeScript errors because my function calls are calling this function the way it used to be. In this case, there's a string first and a number second. With this new update, we're going to pretend that this third-party library has updated to have a number be the first parameter and a string be the second parameter. Don't know why. That's just how it's going. So oh shoot, I upgraded. Now I've got all these TypeScript errors to fix, and I really don't want to go through and have to deal with fixing them manually. So what can I do? Let's go back. Sorry. Okay, so when we're talking about the virtual tree, you're thinking about all the files in your application. And so I want to basically have an understanding of, all right, these are the different files that I need to touch. These are the things I'm going to need to do. And I'm going to have to make changes to them somehow. So understanding the virtual file system helps me do that. And I've got pasted here the interface for the tree type. And so this is going to show you all the different properties and methods that are available to you for you to use. Not all of these are documented. It can get a little in the weeds here, but one of my big recommendations is always, hey, get really comfortable with TypeScript, like get really comfortable clicking around through interfaces, because that can be your kind of quickest way to understand what's going on, especially when there's a lack of documentation for what certain things do. So this represents our tree, or everything that we're going to be making changes to. So next up are transformations. When we're writing a schematic, we're going to be doing one of four things. We're going to be maybe creating new files. So a great example of this is the already existing generate schematic. You run ng component name. All right, that is going to go through and apply a transformation where it creates all those different files, you know, your component file, your style file, your spec file, whatever it may be. We also have rename transformations. So you can actually just apply renames to something. Maybe you want to migrate from having just CSS files to SCSS, and that would include renaming your files, you know, my component style to my component style dot SCSS instead of CSS. That's something that you could do there. Overwrite is what we're going to be focusing on for this particular use case for our schematic, where we actually want to look at an existing file, figure out what's going on there, and overwrite the content with something that fits our needs. This is probably something you will see when a library author has done a really good job with their upgrade schematics, is kind of overwriting what's existing and updating it with the current expected functionality or behavior. And then we also have delete that will allow us to obviously delete different files. So those are our four transformations that we can make with schematics. With making these transformations, we have rules. And so we define these changes that are called rules. And this is basically saying, hey, my rule is when this happens, I want to do this to the project. So for instance, you run ng generate, that's going to have a rule that's going to maybe ask you a couple questions and then say, all right, we're going to go ahead and apply these changes to the project. Rules can also be grouped into collections. So if you are a library author that's dealing with, making sure that people can add components individually or add a project to their add a third-party library to their Angular project, or create something within there, or maybe run an update. There might be a collection of all these different rules, all these different schematics that they can run. All right. Our rule interface looks something like this, where we've got two parameters. We've got the tree, which we referred to, which is kind of our virtual file system, and then we have our schematic context. So that's going to be, what's going on in the schematic, what we are doing. Okay. One of the things that I want to briefly touch on, because I'm not going to demo this in this talk, are we can use schematic prompts. And so prompts are a way that allow us to accept input from the user. We've got 3 different input types. We can do a confirmation. So if you've ever spun up a new Angular application, you've run ng new. One of those confirmation prompts might be, hey, do you want to include the Angular router? Yes or no. So simple confirmation there. We've got another input type or another type that's just an input. So, hey, what do you want to name this component? Something like that. And then we also have a list. So again, if you've ever run ng new, spun up a new project, and it might give you a list of, do you want CSS? Do you want Sass? Do you want less? That would be an example of some sort of list that you could create to get input from the user, and the user can then tab through and select that. A prompt schema is going to look something like this, where we have the name, kind of what that prompt is going to be. If there's a default value, we'll give that there. And we can set an actual type of whatever this prompt may be. All right. And then last up that I want to talk about, this is not a strict schematics concept. This is a more general programming concept, but I think it is a good thing to be aware of and can maybe streamline starting to make modifications or work with your file content in an easier way. So this is abstract tree, syntax tree, a tree representation of your source code of a computer program that conveys a structure. So the idea is you've got these nodes in the tree, and these each represent some sort of different construct occurring in the source code. A construct could be the execution of a function. It could be a variable name. It could be a parameter. Really cool project here by Craig Spence, another member of the Angular community. He has a project called TS Query that's pretty cool, which will actually kind of take a string, a file content, and turn it into AST and allow you to play around with that. I've also listed a couple different visualization tools. For me, like AST was a pretty big learning curve, still is a pretty big learning curve. I would definitely not claim to be anywhere near expert. So these are all really great tools that you can kind of paste in some code, see what the output is for what it looks like in AST, and then kind of figure out how to start navigating it. All right. So let's get to the meat and potatoes. I'm going to show you here. This is an example of what's going on with our third-party library. We had an old function named breaking function. Like I mentioned before, the first parameter was a string. The second parameter was a number. Okay, we run update. We get the latest version of the third-party library, and their function, this breaking function, now has the first parameter as a type of number and the second parameter as a type of string. I try to build my code base. Everything is broken because I need to switch my parameters. So step number 1 to getting started with creating our custom schematics is, of course, running npm install globally. So you're going to install the schematic CLI from the Angular dev kit, and that'll get you up and running. All right, next up, we can go ahead and create a blank schematic. So by doing schematics blank, -- name, and then plugging in a value, my very original name here for my fixing schematic is fixit. This command is going to create you a very minimal schematic. This is basically just going to give you that rule factory. It's going to return the tree, and you can start plugging away there. I do want to point out that you can actually use existing schematics and kind of build those and chain those together to build really more robust options of what you can do without having to write all that code from scratch. So that is how we are going to create a blank schematic. So I'm going to go to my code base here, and I'm going to go ahead and run this, and we will see what happens. And I'm just running this in the root of my directory. a lot of times you're going to see schematics being built as a part of a third-party library, right? And so those would be available from within the library, but because this author is not very nice to us or wasn't aware that schematics exist, we're just going to deal with this in the root of our project so it's available for everyone. All right, so this has generated a couple files for me. It has created this collection.json, which is going to be a list of all the rules that I have, and then it's given me my index file for my my schematic that we're going to write. And so this is this very minimal code that we have here because we ran the blank schematic option. All right, so let's think about what we want our schematic to do. We have this breaking function, and basically the parameters need to be swapped everywhere. So we want to look through all the application files in our app to find all the instances of the affected function. We want to get the contents of those affected files because we're going to have to read and do some sort of transformation there. We want to swap the parameters of all the affected functions. And then we want to take the affected files, and then we want to overwrite those with new content, like that stage content that I talked about with the tree, containing the new content that has those parameters swapped. So we can go ahead and get started writing our schematic. I don't want to go super in depth with a lot of this code here, just because it's, you know, looking at strings, finding things and replacing, very JavaScript heavy and not super related to schematics. It's more just how are we manipulating the content to get what we want. So I'm going to go ahead and get that started, and we'll kind of walk through what's going on here. So a couple things I'm doing, I'm importing this library from Craig that I mentioned. And so I'm going to be able to get my content that way. Also just using TypeScript and Prettier for cleanup and types. But here is kind of where we start. So here I've got my staged content where I'm going to get from the tree. And when I call get directory on my root source folder, that's going to get all the files from within that folder. And then when I call visit, that is going to iterate over every file. So there's a lot I can do here because we, when we're iterating over this many files, we definitely want to be concerned with performance for how quickly this is going to run. So I'm being very flippant here and just saying, okay, I only care about any files that end with component.ts because I know that's where I'm going to be calling this function. So we're going to not read anything else and just focus on those. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to call toString on that content file. So that's going to take everything and convert it to a string. And from there, I can use the tsQuery function on it and look up a certain call expression. So I'm looking for that instance of breaking function in my code. From there, I will pull out the parameters, run a function that's basically going to swap those. And then the real crux of this here is, okay, I'm going to call tree.overwrite. That's one of those transformations that I talked about. Give it the file path, which is the current file that we're iterating over, and then return the stage file where I have swapped those parameters. So a lot of magic going on in there, pretty fancy. So let me go ahead and install a couple of these real quick. And then we will see what happens with our schematic. All right, so important thing to think about after we've written our schematic or as we're making changes, because if you're console logging your little heart out to understand what's going on, you're going to need to make sure that you are building your schematic every time before you go and attempt to run it again. So I can go ahead and drill down into my directory, and then I can go ahead and do my npm run build. All right, and that's going to go ahead and compile it. It's TypeScript. We have to compile it for it to work. Yay. All right, so there we go. Now at this point, I can go ahead and try and run my schematic to see what's going to happen to the code base. The way we do that is by calling schematics and then passing in the path to our schematics project and whatever that schematic name is. It's important to know that this is going to do a dry run by default. So dry run means it's going to stage your files and show you what it's going to do without actually doing it. So in order to actually execute it, we're going to run dry run with the flag set to false. All right, so if we go ahead and do that, I'm going to go ahead and see what happens here. Okay, this is an error I ran into pretty quickly and not really understanding what was going on. So I've got an error saying, hey, this package was found, but it doesn't support schematics. Well, I'm doing this in the root directory of my project, so I actually need to tell it where to go and look for those schematics. So in my package.json file, I'm going to add a schematics property that is going to point to that schematic that I just generated to that collection.json file where all my rules are listed. Now, when I go to run mine again, you can see that it has updated these 3 different components. So in an ideal world, now when I go ahead and do ng build, it will have swapped my parameters and I will no longer get TypeScript errors because this has found all instances of that broken function in my code base and swapped them for me. Let's see if it worked. All right, there we go. So now we have our project building again. We can go and look. These functions now have these parameters swapped where I have the number first and the string second, like we talked about. So pretty cool way to approach dealing with some breaking changes just through the power of Angular schematics. So this is how you will add that to your package.json to make sure they're available for you. And now you can rejoice because you have automated an otherwise very, very tedious task that you might have split across multiple Jira tickets of developers just sifting through files, making this kind of manual update. All right. So a couple tips and tricks for dealing with Angular schematics. Number 1 is don't forget to build after making changes to your schematic. I feel like a lot of people make this mistake and they're like, why is it working? Well, forgot to run the build. Schematics can be chained. So if you want to use something that's already available, be it creating a new component file and maybe adding a little magic to it, you can absolutely use what's available without having to reinvent the wheel or figure out how to do that all on your own. Let TypeScript be your guide. I, have a lot of success when I'm just kind of looking around at stuff. Oh, okay, let me go through and let me navigate here. What is this tree interface? Oh, okay. These are all the properties that are available to me. These are all the different methods that I can call. This can be a really great way to kind of navigate to understand what's going on when it's not available via documentation. And finally, get comfortable with AST and the different visualization tools. Those are really great guides for understanding what your tree structure looks like. Sorry, that slide is not very readable, but the demo code is available on my GitHub, Angular Magic Schematics demo. So my GitHub is tefedeiken, and these slides are available at tefedeiken.github.io/Angular Magic Schematic Slides. I know that was a super aggressive take, very, very fast on Angular schematics and just a little bit of what you can do with it. But I hope that was enough of a crash course to get you excited about the possibilities. So thanks so much for having me, Adi. And are we doing Q&A after?
I don't know. Adi's been doing posts like from ChatGPT, but ChatGPT hasn't been doing very well with it lately.
I think she's gonna kill ChatGPT for what it has. I'm scared for ChatGPT into like presenting any kind. I'm scared for anybody who present nonsense to Jennifer, anyways. So
that's fair.
So let's see. We did have. What did it say? I just put schematics in there, and as a metaphor, it says schematics in software development are like baking stencils used to create perfectly shaped cookies. The stencil is a reusable template that helps bakers, the developers, quickly and consistently produce cookies with the desired shape and design. Not bad. What do you think?
I think I have snickerdoodle cookies downstairs that I really want now.
and the joke is, why do Angular developers make great bakers? Because they know how to use schematics to cook up some delicious, perfectly shaped cut cookies. Yeah, whatever. So yeah, I'll give it a 50 there. So
Jennifer's face is better than the joke.
I'm telling you, man.
The way she rolled her eyes at that joke was worth the joke.
I am telling you, man. So yeah, don't mess with this lady, man. You're gonna regret it. So there you go. But man, that was a masterclass. To me, it is one of these things that is so mystical or like kind of like magical, But it would be so much more powerful if you kind of even knew how to go about it. And this use case I hope you do a full workshop out of this, man. We really need this workshop coming up at some point. Really, honestly.
Okay.
All jokes aside, yeah.
Okay.
There was a legit question just from the chat. They want to know: is there anything to know going from NX generators to pure Angular schematics?
I have not spent much time with NX generators. That being said, one of my team members, Mark Thompson, not Angular Mark Thompson, but Mark Thompson of Batovi, has done a lot of work with Angular or NX generators, excuse me. And so he's a great resource. Occasionally he'll pop onto the Batovi blog to write about stuff like that. So I'm going to just shout him out.
Sweet.
And I think he's in the YouTube chat too, the Moo Moo Moo.
Okay. Sweet. I figured with a name like that, he must have.
Is that this offender right here? There you go.
Yeah, he's actually done workshops on doing some really cool stuff with NX, and he's like a great tooling guru too. So
nice.
Yep.
Nice. So yeah, I mean, I hope I'm seeing that workshop come at some point. I definitely would sign up for it, and I highly recommend people who work in enterprise and the use case that she's talking about, that pain point. I mean, it's precious right there. So go for it.
She literally called out the multiple Jira tickets. You see that everywhere.
Right.
That was a perfect call out. So yeah.
Yeah, man, that's some of the pain points right there. I mean, you come to I sometimes I'm so excited. Oh man, they're paying good money. I'm gonna jump on this project. I come and they are in Angular 7 or Angular 6. And I'm like, good Lord, have mercy on me. Now what am I gonna do? So
yeah,
yeah.
We had another client where they couldn't upgrade because it would break all their integration tests because their QA people had hooked into Angular material classes that changed.
Oh no.
And so they couldn't upgrade because they couldn't upgrade Angular material because the QA automation engineers were hooking up into class. Like that was a whole thing where we had to get them on a better place for end-to-end testing and better hooks. But yes, this is the world we live in. This is 90% of the Angular code out there in the world.
I think that's the magical layer right there, and that's something really in upskilling with Angular, something to really put in your toolbox if you can. If that's one of those things that I think you should not overlook it. That gives you really great powers. Cool, Jennifer. We'll hang out as long as you want. This is family. You know that. So stay as long as you want, and feel free. We got bonus content. So just to show you how we've been on top of everything, I'm gonna just show you guys, man. Look at this. While she was talking about that, and I paid full attention to what she was saying, I was able to go and create this masterpiece in the meantime, just rubbing it off, so that's what it is. And look, this is just when we have somebody like Lars coming, I cannot just say, okay, Lars is here. No, we have to really do it properly. All right, so let me present my window right here. You see what I did in the last 10 minutes. There you go. You see that?
Wow.
We're gonna have Lars talking about router component store, as bonus content, and it's like he always been here. And actually, he's been here even before us. Lars pinged me yesterday about it, and at 3:30 p.m. and here he was like, "Let's go already." I'm like, Lars, okay, we're coming, man. Don't worry about it. We're coming, man. We love the support. So, man, without further ado, and somebody that I just love about in the community, I don't know how many contributions he has out. And he's always ready to support somebody, lift somebody up. The one and only Lars Nielsen, that some of you know as Lazy DK, but we might have lost him on Twitter. He might be somewhere else, so plead for him to come back on Twitter. We need him. All right, Lars, I'm done. Michael Latke told me that I always overdo it, but man, I don't care. I love you guys, and that's what it is. That's how I show love. So take it away from us, man.
Thank you, Adi. Great to be here.
And I even have since the last one. And I have a final surprise for you. Look at this. We have even. There you go. You even have your Lars Nielsen background here ready to go. You see that? You see that? Like we do have like your name and your router component store as the background here ready to go, like everybody else.
Well,
there you go.
You're done, you said? Well, I'm done with Twitter. Follow me on LinkedIn or Mastodon or GitHub instead.
Okay.
Because, yeah, I'm done with Twitter.
He's done with Twitter. So I tried, guys. Sorry. All right. So share your screen and I'll put it on stage and take it away. There you go. Let's add that. No, that was not doing that. This one. There you go. Yeah. And give me 1 second and I'm going to be out of your way.
Well, it's nicer to have you here, but okay. If you're feeling tired, I can understand. Yeah, so speaking of contributions, this is my latest Angular contribution after maintaining this compatibility table for 4.5 years in a gist. Now it's finally part of the official Angular IO documentation. So this is great resource for maintainers. I created it before because I needed it. And now everyone can benefit. If you've been following this gist, it's structured in a very similar way, but now we have the current actively maintained versions up here. And we also managed to get in all the historical versions for historical reference and the poor souls out there on Angular 7 still, even going back to Angular 2 down here. So if you're switching between versions of Angular, or you're just coming back to an old repo and, oh, it's Angular whatever version, so which version of Node did I use back then? I have no idea. Well, you're in luck. Now it's on angular.io/guide/versions, or search for version compatibility in the search field. Great. So yeah, I didn't plan to come here, so it's kind of choose your own adventure. These are my main OSS steady contributions. So I'm part of the RX Angular team. We do performance and DX improvements for Angular, like Michael Latke's show-off application of the movies app that's based on RX Angular and other good magic stuff. So RX Angular is the open source effort by Michael Latke, Push-Based, and a lot of other people from that company. And I've contributed mostly the documentation. So rxangular.io. But I also maintain these other packages as part of the NG Workers team. And last time here at Angular TinyConf, I talked a little about Spectacular and a lot about the differences between end-to-end testing and component unit testing. Lumberjack is also an interesting one. It's a plugin-based logging library specifically for Angular. So you can add your own drivers for whatever logging provider you have on the backend. We recommend a declarative API that we have, but there's also an imperative API. But today, Adi wanted me to present Router Component Store. I've been working on it for a while. I haven't presented it in public before or even talked about it, so let's get straight into it. So as the name suggests, it's based on the NGRX component store, but you don't really need to use the NGRX component store yourself. It's an Angular data service that has some observables, and it uses component store behind the scenes, so it is a peer dependency. So you will have to install it for this package to work. But other than that, it's just Angular and RxJS and TypeScript. It's published with partial Ivy compilation. I don't even remember the latest version right now. It's still probably in a pre-release version, but it does. I think it supports latest versions of Angular, right? Let's have a look. Yeah, Angular 15. So I'll have to roll a new version when 16 comes out. But I'm actually looking to make it stable soon. It's been in this pre-release version for a while. I released the first version a year and a half ago, but it's been used in productions for a while. So this is the full API of the service you get. You get a router store, that's the interface, and there's two different ways to provide it. There's provided as a global router store or local router store. The global router store is a global root level service. So if you just want to get going quickly, you can just use the provided global router store function. Or if you want to tie it to a component, you can use the provide local router store, and it will follow the life cycle of your component. So if you only need it in a few components, maybe you use the local router store there, but you'll be injecting the same class, and they both have precisely the same API. There's a few differences between them. Like the global one can be injected into any class, but the local one can be injected in a directive, a component, a pipe, or any component level service, but not in root level services, for example. So slight differences. This is an example of what the local one would look like. You have your component, and in the component providers, you will call this provide local router store. Please tell me if the font is too small, and I'll zoom in even more. Then you would inject it, this router store, also from the ng worker router component store package. And now, instead of going through activated route service by Angular, you can do router store.select route param ID, for example. So this is just a basic API, but let's actually try installing it in an Angular application from scratch. So I just created this stack blitz and added in a feature from one of the Angular tutorials, the router tutorial. It's called the crisis center. I dropped it in, and now where are the dependencies when we are zoomed in this much? They're gone, or yeah, refresh maybe. There they are. Okay, so we'll add another one. Let's add ng worker /router -component -store. And now it'll tell me, well, you also need the nginx component store, and that's the only thing you have to do. Install that yourself or let your tooling take care of it. You don't have to use the component store yourself. It's just an internal dependency of this router component store. And if you do use the nginx component store, well, then you have reused this dependency, and the bundle size will be even, the cost of introducing this library will be even smaller, even though it's already a pretty small library with just one service. Okay, so now it should be installed. Let's get into some of these router components. So, for example, if you click on one of these thingies, it says the ID is 1, and that's because you've routed to the /1 route. So let's see if we can find that component. It's this one, has the route path ID, crisis detail component. Let's go into that one and see how it's implemented. So it's using this activated route, which is used here, route data subscribe, and then kind of not like what do you say, imperative, assigning variables or properties and variables. So let's try to convert this to router component store instead to see what that looks like. I'll zoom in one more time. So we'll import from ng worker router component store. And first thing is we need this provide, and there's two of them. Let's go with the local one. So we'll add component providers, or view providers, that works as well. And just call the function, no options. So now that we've done that, we can inject this service that's called router store. So let's add that here. Router store, inject router store, and we need inject from Angular. And so let's try getting rid of this activated route service and see what happens in this code. So route data subscribe. So we were already subscribing to an observable. So how could we get that from the router store? Well, it was a route parameter. So we'll use this selector factory select route param, and it was. Sorry, this is route data. Okay. Really? Okay, so it's passed through a router solver. Okay, well, we also have observables for route data. We need a key, so that would be the crisis. And just drop that in here and say, this is the crisis. See, the type is happy, crisis or undefined, yeah. Well, we could say, if there's no crisis, we'll just return. We have strong types, so we do have to take care of undefined, because if there is no route data, you'll get an undefined, so you have to handle that yourself somehow. But now, let's see, route. So there's one more place that uses this route service. Oh, okay. For this relative navigation, we still need the activated route service. The router component store is about data from the router. So let's get that activated route back for that purpose. Let's see if the application runs. Yeah, there we go. So still working. Nice. So that's adding a basic feature. Let's have a look at the other, just for fun. We have the current route. We have the route fragment, query parameters, all of them, all the route data, all the route parameters, or we can select a specific query parameter by saying I wanted the filter query parameter. We could subscribe to that, for example. What do we have other than that? We can select router events as well. And I think, how did I create this? This is a new one. So we could say we want navigation end events. So we could pass that in and subscribe to navigation end events. So it's just a convenience API. It's a little setup. And let's try one last thing here. Let's try adding the global provider instead. So I'll remove this one and the application will break because now the service is not provided anymore. But we will add it at the root level, so in our main TS here. So look for the global provider factory, add it to our global providers right here, and the application should be working again. There we go. That's what I wanted to show you. Adi, you can come back, and if anyone has questions, feedback, let me know.
Of course, of course. So let me make sure we are there, and I'm gonna get my guys back in here.
Hey.
Oh man, this looks awesome.
This is awesome.
Man. This looks very awesome, man. When you say it's not out yet? Cool. When I mean, how long have you been working on this?
I created it 1.5 years ago because you always need those route parameters and stuff. And it's, of course, it's based on the NGRX router store, but that uses the traditional global store. I wanted to have a smaller footprint and not have all that set up from NGRX global store. So I based it on the router component store instead. And the brilliant thing is you would never know if you didn't have to install that as a dependency. It's just observables, how it implements. Well, that's the component store here is an implementation detail, so you can use it even if you're not using component store yourself. It's just a dependency, a sub-dependency of this package.
And thanks to Jason, I'm very big on component store these days, and this is going to be a great addition because, I mean, it reads so easy. I mean, you can just look at it and it reads pretty easy. And then the API it exposes, I think, like, you know, because part of like being imperative versus declarative is always about, like, you know, the verbosity of like your template and where those subscription are they going to happen implicitly or explicitly. And I think this can allow you to take care of that in a very eloquent way. Yeah.
I think there's a great question here from Edition Addict saying, any anticipated changes with Angular 16 and route inputs? He said, I assume this still does more.
Yeah, that's a very nice addition to Angular 16. So you can bind route parameters to the input properties of components. That's great. So you'll get unwrapped values, not observables. But if you want to work with observables, for example, if you are using component store yourself, well, this ties in beautifully. Or if you just like to work with observables for other things or in the template or whatever, then you have everything in the observables here, and it's as performant as I could possibly make it. So yeah, but no, it's I guess at this point it's an alternative, and as we saw before, you can do the same things with the activated route, but it's just not as convenient to use.
Absolutely. The NGRX router store hooks into a lot of events. Does the component router store also hook into and provide information about those events?
Yes, so in the background, it will, I mean, the local version, it builds on top of the activated route that's provided for every router component. And the globally provided version will hook into the router's events for all the observables. The local one will also use the router for a few of these observables. So yeah, the global one in particular, it subscribes to the navigation start and end. I've been doing a lot of analysis on how does it work, the navigation events, and there's been some changes lately. Reversed engineer what was going on in the NGX components or the NGX router store, and initially I did a full-on straight-on port to component store, but it wasn't pretty, so I cleaned up the code instead. And I think it's nice that you can always inject the same router store class, and depending on the provider, it'll provide you a different implementation, but with the same API. So you would never know that behind the scenes there are two different classes provided for the same symbol.
That's cool.
So if you switch from the global provider to the local provider, you won't feel a difference at all.
That's awesome.
Yeah, man, that is pretty cool. And then just like since we are covering all level of Angular, when we say global versus local, that is like at what point in the tree it's provided? Is it provided in root, or is it provided like in a local context? Correct?
Yeah. So the global one you would provide, for example, in the Bootstrap application function providers, or even in your app modules providers metadata. So that's the root level of your application. That's the global scope shared between many features and so on. But the local scope, yeah, sure, it's a component here, so yeah, it makes sense. So the cool thing about one of the cool things about the NGRX component store is that it's not only for local UI state or component specific state. You can even make shared state as this in practice is, like it shares the router state, not just the data for the local route. So yeah, that's especially because of the naming, right? It's the component store. Such a
I had that trick me before, but it's more contextual. It's more contextual, yes.
Yes,
it's more of a context, Yes.
It's
global.
Data
it's a global thing, yeah.
if you provide it in one component and share it between its child components,
it's the child
that's
components.
also kind of a shared state at this point.
Have
It's
you
a very,
used
very
it?
universal tool. I use it for everything. I fully replaced inject store and effects with component store.
That's awesome. Well, no, I was going to say, have you used it at the route level provider? Right, we got route level providers recently in Angular. Have you ever had an instance where you've used it at a route level?
Yeah, you could do the local one there as well. I guess you could try the global one. I won't guarantee that it works. It should really be at the root level.
Yeah.
But the local one you can provide in the standalone routes as well, and it'll be shared for that feature. But then it will never be destroyed. Like this is also for performance. That's one of the other reasons for having the local one. It'll be initialized with the component, but it will also be destroyed when the component is deactivated. So if you only need it in a few places, the local one is the best one. It's the most performant one because it ties into the life cycle of component, whereas the global one, or if you provide one on the standalone route providers, it will never be destroyed. So there might be some side effects that you forget about, and you'll have memory leaks and nasty side effects and so on.
That's a fair call out. Yeah, that was actually something that I learned very recently. I honestly thought that when the route deactivated, it would deactivate the providers, but they live forever.
Yeah, they are like module injectors, which are now environment injectors, right? They are environment injectors.
Yep, environment injectors. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. What is next for this? I mean, what are the future? I mean, what are the things that you see in 16 that you will adapt for this to make it evolve into the next iteration?
For this package, I mean, other than just upgrading for every major version of Angular and NGRX, something I've been working on is a router history store, so that initially you'll get like the current URL, the previous URL, so you can use that for some logic. But I'm trying to see how I can, because I built a very nice history of all router events combined, like the start and the end, so that if you wanted to access that in an easy way, I hope I can do that through the router history store as well. But it'll be in a sub package maybe. So router component store / history, or maybe just in the primary entry points. And if you don't import it, it'll be tree shaped.
That'll be awesome. And then,
but in a separate class, definitely.
Are you going
that's
to...
another really tricky problem. That, for example, if you want to create a back button, if you've tried that, like you have to, you're in a browser, but it's full screen on an iPad or whatever, or an embedded web view. You have to create that back button yourself, and doing that with the router from Angular is tricky. There's lots of footguns.
Right. Well, yeah, I'm actually dealing with something like that right now, so I'm really excited to see this package, because there's other stuff that people will throw metadata onto the history too, and so navigating back through history, you may be able to get the route, but are you going to get the same metadata and stuff that they'd also added? So
yeah.
I'm excited to see that package is exciting to me.
Cool. So last time we did this, we went for 13 or 14 hours, and then YouTube live stream has a break at 12 hours. Right now we have 11:44. We're doing so good. We had almost all of our speakers, and then we had like bonus fire content by Lars himself. So I'm very happy about how we rolled this conference. But now the biggest challenge comes, and it is, okay, when is the content going to be available? So there are a few things that I spent a lot of time on and that I learned from last conference. And a lot of videos are going to be almost ready by by Sunday. So I'm going to pretty much spend some time this weekend and getting inspiration from the NGBE conference. We're going to make sure. I hate when I have my content out there and I have to wait 4, 5 months, 6 months to see it out. So and in a timely manner too. These things like have a time, time limitation around it. We don't know what's gonna come in 16 or 17 or 18 and make whatever you did like obsolete. So I don't want to do that to my fellow speakers who took so much time in sharing with us. We're gonna make a promise and like make sure that we're gonna get, if not all of the videos, if you don't have any technical difficulties for your video, I can guarantee you it's gonna be out by next week. Okay. If you want to help, just like DM me. But I have my dream team here with Marcus and Jason. So thank you guys. I'm gonna say thank you to you guys first, and thank you to all the supporters. And who best to represent like the supporters than Lars, who has been
Absolutely.
like supporting this from afar, like forever, and supporting the community. And to every single speaker that came in here, if that was your first one, or if that was like your 100th one, I know that you took this seriously, and then you came and gave us your A game. So in the name of the
Oh, did we lose a D?
Jason and Marcus, I'll okay, I'm back, or I'm good.
You were freezing
Hello?
a little bit there. You're good.
All right.
You have to say it again.
Yeah. Okay. Good. There you go. All right. So I just wanted, all I said was I love you, all of you guys, man. I love this community, like and people who know me knows that when I say this, I mean it. So I'll let you guys with the ending words. Jason, Marcus, take it away, and let's say goodbye to everybody.
Yeah, I'll go next because I'm going to let Marcus have the last word. He's the first one here. He should say the last thing, right? But I just want to, I definitely want to thank Adi. All the work that goes into putting this conference together behind the scenes, there's a ton of it. Like all the graphics, the website, everything. Adi is on top of it and doing it. And, he just shows a ton of love for the community in putting this together. And I want to echo what he said. All the speakers who took the time to come speak, it means a lot to us. And it's an amazing 12 hours because we get such amazing speakers who put so much time into it. From first speakers doing lightning talks today to seasoned speakers like Lars popping in and saying, "Hey, I've got content." So thank you to everybody. It's amazing. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm gonna sound repetitive now after all the great things you said, Jason. But yeah, I mean, this has been fantastic. I'm really happy to have been able to be here with you guys. Special thanks, of course, to you, Adi. You're really fantastic in the way that you really try to just be a positive, force in the community. Uplift, the new ones like myself and the other ones who have been around for a long time. It's just a really good time at the conference. It's been an awesome 12 hours. And of course, to all the attendees, and Lars and everyone else who have been in the chat all day. It's been fantastic to have you all here. And of course, all the amazing speakers who have prepared all these fantastic talks. It's been nothing but good spirits and good times. So thank you so much.
There you go. And I think like Lars is a little older than like Eduardo, so I'm gonna get Eduardo to go, and then Lars, I'm gonna get you like I mean, it's just like in my culture, we have that respect for like older people, so you get like the last word. Eduardo, take it away.
Okay, well, this was my first Angular Tiny Conf conference, and it was amazing. Thank you, Ari, for the opportunity. Thank you, Jason, Marcus. What can I say from all of you? You are amazing and always trying to bring more content to the community. And I think that one of the best things about the Angular community or about the Angular is the community where everybody embraces everyone. So you feel like everyone cares about you. And well, thank you, Ari, for all of these. Jason, Marcos, for creating these spaces where we can share content and do some networking. Thanks. It was amazing.
Thank you. And Lars, you were the first one to comment before the conference, so you have the last words.
Nice. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so I'm the oldest because I'm 36. That's terrible.
Between you and Eduardo, I think you are the oldest. That's what I'm saying.
Old enough to remember HTML before there was CSS.
Yes. Wow.
And glad I could share. I mean, I didn't have any content, but I cooked something up in a few minutes. So I hope you enjoyed it. Go try it out. It'll be stable soon, the router component store. So everything's open source, ready for contributions, feedback, issues, whatever.
All right, guys, thank you so much. From Kenya to Sweden, from like Singapore to Mexico, and stopping by Utah and Atlanta, Vietnam, and like everywhere around the world where there's an Angular enthusiast, I will say thank you and reach out. And then the videos are coming soon and a lot more announcement. The big thing coming next is NG-Conf. That is all of that. I think that's the Angular conference. I'm not even gonna say that's somebody's conference. This is our conference. Let's make sure that like we participate, we support the team in there, you know, and then like we take it from there. And thank you to the Angular team for the nice tools that they're building for us. And thank you to all the contributors, the library authors, the people who are doing the documentation, everybody in the community. From me to you guys, Angular, we are out.